This 5-year-old boy weighs 45 kilograms, but the doctor said everything is normal because his parents are world champion sumo wrestlers and he has a special physique. Everything he eats is absorbed and turned into fat. Hearing this, his grandparents are very happy because their grandson looks like his father, not the neighbor. The doctor even said that you should never expect to be thin in your life. With a body this oversized, you'll definitely have trouble making friends at school later on. Thaktin immediately panicked and clenched the cake in his hand. He doesn't want to be fat. Since then, he trained hard every day, but his weight didn't decrease at all. At 9 years old, he weighed 83 kilograms, had swum continuously for 7 kilometers, and even handled a baby seal barehanded. But the weight still remains at 120 kilograms. On the night road, racing cars are speeding past. Suddenly, at 11 years old, Thaktin runs wildly through the night, dragging dozens of different wheels, shocking the city streets. He weighs 180 kilograms. In spring, Thaktin struggles to climb up the mountain wall. When summer arrives, he will invert himself with one hand. In autumn, Thaktin only used one hand to lift the weights. In the cold winter, when Tuitjiang covered the path, he continued to train without stopping. Now, the scene shifts to a very modern school where someone is plugging an electric cable into a socket on the desk stacked with various disc players, while at the same time, the boy is desperately pressing the game controller. He was singing his favorite song while playing, when suddenly a piece of paper was thrown right at his head. Under the bewildered gaze of the teenager, the female student whispered in her throat, "Study hard, play games in class without fear of getting caught by the teacher, huh?" Hearing this, he sneered. "Tichthu, what are you joking about? The teacher's just bluffing. How does she know?" I was sitting in this spot protected by the guardian for the whole class, with Thaktin behind me, his body bigger than the teacher's, almost overshadowing the 16-year-old Thaktin who weighs 210 pounds. The story the doctor told when he was young was only half true. Thaktin probably can't lose weight anymore, and he indeed doesn't have many friends. At the same time, the subject teacher announced that today, your class will have a disc-throwing exam. "Thien-ka is here?" "Thien-ka has arrived." The female student immediately responded. "We understand, sir." Thien just arrived, and the student's eyes are fixed on him as if they've just seen a celebrity passing by. "Thien-ka, do you remember me?" "Thien-ka?" Meanwhile, the girl almost lost her mind as she held up a stack of money. "Dad, Thien-ka, please protect my allowance for him." On this side, the girl shouted, trembling, "Thien-ka! Thien-ka! I was bullied at the school gate yesterday. Please help us scare them." The person next to him quickly hands him the gaming device, just as someone excitedly pulls out an expensive snack. "Thien-ka, next time during the exam, please sit in front of me. This Snickers is for you." Thaktin immediately activated the snack ban mode. "No need for Snickers. I'm on a diet. Bring the bitter melon and celery juice up here." Hearing that, he immediately pulled out a glass of greenish water, emitting a smell that stings the senses. "Yes, big brother, I happen to have some. Please enjoy." As Thaktin was nibbling on the straw, he suddenly changed his tone. "You guys." Thaktin looked around and saw his friends shouting his name like fans meeting a star. "I consider you my friends, but you treat me like a dad." However, the students continued shouting "Brother Thien" loudly, and in that moment, the ball suddenly slammed straight into his face, leaving a scratch on Thaktin's face that was neither small nor large. On the opposite side, a silver-haired guy stomped hard on the ball with his foot. "Hey, Fatso, you're the Class 10 boss, right? Why are you so fat now?" Immediately after, the silver-haired guy begged for help, saying, "We're a little short on money. Can you help us out?" At this, Thaktin looked at him with a contemptuous gaze. "Why does the silver-haired guy look down on us and refuse to give us money? Who does he think he is?" Blonde-haired guy interjected, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up!" At the same time, a group of students gathered in small groups to discuss. "Who are these two?" The person next to him frowned and observed, "That's 12th grade, the recent troublemakers, seems like a boxing club." Hearing this, the other person couldn't help but worry. "Boxing? So isn't it the end of the line?" A weak voice from the other side echoes. "That's right, it's over." Returning to Thaktin, he simply sighed deeply. Thaktin turned around and took heavy steps backward. He boldly takes the ball from the girl's hand. As she throws her hand to toss it away, the ball had already fallen into Thaktin's hand. Before leaving, he politely asked to borrow the exam first. The female student shouted in frustration, "Thaktin, what are you doing?" Immediately, Thaktin swung the ball forcefully toward the silver-haired and pale-faced person, and a commanding voice rang out. "They are doomed, only to see dust billowing up thickly, then gradually dissipating, In an instant, the ball pierced straight into the goal, leaving an indelible mark. A clear voice echoes, because all the gangsters around here have been beaten to a pulp by the young master. Seeing this scene, the silver-haired man gapes in horror, his blond face turns pale, and his eyes roll back. Meanwhile, Thak Tien remained still and motionless, picking up another ball with fiery eyes fixed directly on the group. Seeing that, the old man with white hair ran away on all fours. "Stay there for me," Wang Ho shouted as he ran. "We will come back." After the battle ended, the group of students became more and more excited. "Dad, Dad, Dad, let's not bring up the past." Basically, Thak Tien has no enemies. "Teach me." He turned to look at the female student who had frozen into a statue. After a long moment, Thak Tien loosened his grip. In another corner, the silver-haired man with blonde hair gasped for breath like a pig. And at this point, blonde hair couldn't hold back and shouted loudly, "Big brother, this is too embarrassing. If we don't regain our dignity, how can we go on living?" "How do I get it back?" "You say try and show me how to get it back. But is that even a person? That's a tank. What should I do now?" The silver-haired man calmly brushed past him and subtly hinted, "Revenge isn't without a way." At night, the scene shifts to a stunningly beautiful area with unusual architecture. Inside, strange sounds echo continuously. The basketball court shakes violently, the spectator seats bounce wildly, and the goalpost trembles more and more intensely. After a long while, Thak Tien's whole body kept bouncing, running while tightly gripping 2 dumbbells, while Huang Hao secretly stared intently at Thak Tien. The guy was stunned and confused. "What is this guy doing?" Just then, the voice of the silver-haired person echoed. "I've asked the onlookers here for a long time, and every day it comes here to train. Until the gym closed, and now there's basically no one around. And with it being so strong, there must be a reason why it trains here every day." I think the blonde-haired guy looked on in confusion. The silver-haired man suddenly stood up, grabbing the blonde-haired one by the shoulder and saying, "If we keep provoking him like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape like today anymore." Hearing this, the guy couldn't help but feel a bit confused, but he didn't continue further. "You have to at least straighten it out." "Big brother, how can I possibly withdraw?" Baldy quietly crouched down to look for something and responded softly, "No." After a while, he took out a padlock and a tube of glue. Then the silver-haired man approached the door and tightly wrapped a chain around it. He didn't miss a single wing. Still unsure, the silver-haired man continued to lock the door with the key. In an instant, the door was completely sealed shut with the padlock. In the end, the silver-haired man frantically grabbed the wood and hammered it with great force. Finally, every step was completed meticulously. Later, the gold-colored man helped by applying glue in a straight line, while the silver-haired man calmly took out a cigarette and lit it. He leisurely walked down the corridor, ignoring Thak Tien being locked inside, then nonchalantly exhaled smoke behind him. He only saw him smile smugly, Gold Leaf not forgetting to turn his head to check again. A few minutes later, Thak Tien was still running hard, and after a while, he completed the final steps of his run. Thak Tien rummaged through his bag, looking around anxiously, and finally took out a large scale, a plastic basket filled with balls and a tray with something unclear inside. Then he quickly pulled out an object from his bag. He suddenly took a deep breath and blew forcefully into the object. Thak Tien boldly takes out a children's swimming pool, marking the water level before and after he gets in. Then he drops the fixed-weight iron balls inside to match the water level he marked earlier. Finally, weighing the iron balls will reveal his final weight. The needle on the screen gradually starts to move. At the same time, he remains silent for a long moment, his eyes fixed on the scale. In that moment, the needle suddenly moved quickly, before finally stopping at a number. Thak Tien immediately calculated 200 plus 200 plus 21 equals 421 kilograms. He helplessly shouted, "Oh my God, I was so close but gained 2 more kilos." At this moment, a fire suddenly erupts on the opposite side, and the smoke quickly invades the room, creeping toward where Thak Tien is standing. He turns around in confusion, and the smoke hits him directly in the face. In that moment, he suddenly came to his senses. Thak Tien stood still like a statue, staring intently at the fire and smoke ahead. He didn't hesitate and immediately grabbed the nearby pool. "Is this really fire?" Thak Tien quickly poured water over himself, silently deciding that he couldn't care less anymore and that he had to find a way first. In the face of danger, he reached for the door, but with a bang it wouldn't open. A few more seconds later, from the outside it could be seen that the door was beginning to warp, and in an instant it deformed strangely. Only the corners at the top of the door suddenly split apart, and then the door was torn into 2 pieces. From inside, Thak Tien summoned all his strength to force the door open, pressing the metal plate tightly, his mind almost in chaos. At this moment, Thach Tien's face is pale, struggling to breathe. Thach Tien reaches into the void. Is he dead? The area where he is standing is engulfed in fierce flames. The next morning, sunlight shines down on the wreckage. Thach Tien reached up high through the hard stone and pushed himself against the cement wall. Thach Tien suddenly sat up and shouted loudly, still in shock as he looked around and realized he was still alive. He looked in confusion at the mirror opposite him. As soon as he saw himself in the mirror, Thach Tien froze, his eyes wide open. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Their gazes met, deep and unexpected. Only after a while did Thach Tien finally regain his senses. He gently touches the mirror and says, "Good morning, good morning, everyone." Thach Tien looked terrified. Am I also trapped here, burned inside? Immediately after, he almost lost control and shouted, "What did you say?" Thach Tien frantically clung to the mirror, his fingers tightening until they bled. Thach Tien slowly raised his hand, his palm bleeding continuously as he began to feel around the unfamiliar face. A familiar voice echoes from within Thach Tien. "Bro, you're so handsome." At this moment, his heart was pounding wildly, and he was stunned. "You really are the chubby guy who transformed from a duck into a swan. Wow." In another scene, police cars, ambulances, and fire trucks are rushing along the highway. Meanwhile, Thach Tien slowly turned his head to look at the smoke, and instinctively felt a chill run down his spine, almost forgetting that this was the scene of the fire and that he had no clothes to cover himself. If he was caught, it would be the end. Thinking of this, Thach Tien looked around quickly, knowing he had to leave immediately. And first, he needed to find something to wear. In that moment, the flag hit him directly in the eyes, fluttering in the wind, and Thach Tien stared at it helplessly. This is Dongsan City, Nanjing Pedestrian Street, People's Square. At this moment, a crowd is bustling back and forth when suddenly a figure rushes past two female students, knocking their ice cream to the ground, and both of their eyes light up at the same time. The uncles and aunts are passionately practicing dance when suddenly that figure rushes past again. The fans in their hands immediately fell to the ground. The group watched the figure with dazed eyes. In another corner, the driver clenched his phone tightly in his hand. "I'm telling you, hurry up and update the characters with the teacher or we'll lose hundreds of thousands every day." The sight of Thach Tien's bare body suddenly hit his eyes as the car crashed straight into the tree opposite. And the driver kept crying out, "It doesn't matter, illusions and money don't matter, I've had enough in this lifetime." Under the blazing sun, Thach Tien rushes forward with full momentum. The other person couldn't help but marvel. Perhaps this is what he's witnessing right now. His muscular body is only covered by a piece of bright red cloth. Hundreds of eyes follow Thach Tien's figure as the other quietly affirms the peak of a man's beauty. The crowd parted to the sides, hearts transforming into floating pink hearts everywhere, while Thach Tien kept running passionately, his face suddenly looking pale. Amid the lively square, the group's eyes always follow him, exuding youthful energy and style. The female students' crowd screams in unison, "Brother, are you showing off your youthful vitality?" "Hey, you're such a pervert. Your little Tron new body is adorable, but he's also so handsome." The group almost lost their minds and rushed forward. "Hey, can I take over your WeChat, brother? How can I find my way to your heart? Can I run with you? Hey." The leaves returned to the tree. I returned to you. Meanwhile, Thach Tien was running fiercely, now holding his face, ears, and cheeks flushed red. He silently groaned to himself. How can I even show my face anymore? Besides, the scene from the past is playing out once again. The group of female students rushes forward wildly. "Tianka is here, Tianka is here, Tianka, Tianka, do you remember me?" "Brother Tian." Thach Tien couldn't help but marvel at how opposite they were. Thinking of this, Thach Tien couldn't help but sweat. Damn it, I just wanted to quietly go home. But more and more people keep appearing. I have to get out of here now. Behind the group of passionate fans chasing after him, they shouted, "Brother, brother, please don't leave us behind." And at that moment, Thach Tien suddenly froze. Also, from the beginning, your stomach started growling, and I suddenly felt very hungry. At the school teacher's office, Teacher Bang Huang picked up the phone. "Thach Tien, is that all right?" he shouted loudly. "What? You're sick?" The homeroom teacher couldn't help but feel a bit incredulous. How is that possible? Is there really a virus in this world that can make brave young men fall ill? In that moment, the homeroom teacher looked at the virus biohazard computer screen in horror, a sudden thought flashing through his mind. Humankind is on the brink of extinction. Transition to Thach Tien's house. Inside, the computer is neatly placed on the desk with dense lines of text displayed on the screen. Rapid weight loss. The cause of the quick weight loss. Why did the weight drop so quickly? The reason for the rapid weight loss. The image of rapid weight loss. At this moment, the TV suddenly turns on. Idol producer greets everyone. The other person politely greets back. I am this season's trainee. I like singing, dancing, and playing basketball. On this side, Thach Thien stares at the screen with a serious expression. At the same time, the young boy started to shake his hips, singing along as he moved closer to you, then suddenly jumped and swayed his hips gracefully. In that moment, the young man turned to look at the fan, and the dream was ready. On this side, Thach Thien quickly mimicked the move, while another young man flipped upside down onto the ground. Seeing that, he happily joined in with the music. Round! The other boy sways to the dance once again. Let the music go round and round. Thach Thien immediately spins around and raises his hand to the beat. Meanwhile, the young boy slowly raised his hand, hearing his friends' cheers. Seeing that, he quickly started dancing, his face suddenly breaking into sweat. After a while, Thach Thien exhaled heavily, realizing he had already finished the dance by copying every move he followed along. My body feels light and relaxed, my skin smooth and firm, and compared to the others in the group, I don't seem to be any worse. He stares intently at the mirror, instinctively touching his cheek. Is this the first time I look like this when I'm thin? Thinking of that, Thach Thien's eyes almost lit up. He involuntarily smiled. Is this a dream? But the physical contact clearly told him this was real. Then Thach Thien smiled happily. That's right. This is who I am. At that moment, his stomach growled again. Thach Thien looked down in a daze and said, I am hungry. Seeing his feet stepping on a pile of trash, Thach Thien quickly decided that he had to find something to eat. Immediately, he hurried over to the instant noodle box, suddenly realizing that this must be his 5th meal of the day. At that moment, Thach Thien Tram, still feeling happy, had no idea how terrifying this was. 6 o'clock. The scene shifts to Shandong City at the 6th People's Hospital in the Internal Medicine Department, in the office of the department head, Chip Physicon S. office. Inside, the embroidered pattern hangs proudly on the wall, a gift to the head of the department. A talented doctor with outstanding medical skills, the legendary healer of our time, Gao Shang, presented by Mrs. Zhao in December 2018. At the same time, the doctor slammed his hand on the computer screen, gripping his hair with the other hand. After a moment, he calmly spoke. So, this is the version of me from yesterday? Thach Thien stated it without any hesitation. Yes? At this point, the doctor suddenly pointed at him and said, and this is who you are now. Thach Thien responded instinctively, yes, you. As soon as he saw the expression on his face, Thach Thien was momentarily stunned. The doctor suddenly burst into emotion. Did you go to the training ground? What kind of damn day is this? In short, just go for a full checkup first. As soon as he finished speaking, Thach Thien followed the instructions and went to the blood collection site. Then he stood up straight to measure his height. Finally, Thach Thien's body was placed into a scanning machine for imaging. 2 hours later, the doctor clenched the paper tightly in his hand. He took a deep breath, looking shaken. The doctor was looking at dozens of rows of numbers in front of him, and immediately he started spouting cliches about blood pressure, blood fat levels, various proteins, and all your health indicators were all over the place. Hearing this, Thach Thien's eyes widened, and the doctor suddenly concluded that all the indicators were in the middle. He frantically tore at his head, and if I hadn't seen the test myself, I would think he was deliberately playing me. I have to admit, he's not sick. Faced with his puzzled expression, the doctor straightforwardly declared that your health was somewhat fake. At this moment, Thach Thien couldn't hide his dissatisfaction and stood up abruptly. He shouted angrily, "What do you mean by good or bad health? What are you talking about? I'm losing weight quickly now, and I always want to eat something. I spent 30,000 yuan on the checkup and it just confirmed I'm healthy." The doctor couldn't help but feel frustrated. How could I know? You dismissed my 40 years of medical experience in just 2 hours. After a while, he sighed in frustration and said, "This is already beyond the scope of my expertise, so I'll prescribe you some traditional Chinese medicine to take." Half an hour later, at street number 10 in front of the hospital gate, the crowd was quite busy. At the same time, Thach Thien silently cursed himself, as the test results showed nothing, and he only lied about the health issue, saying it was fundamentally wrong and that he had felt it since the night of the explosion. At this moment, a nerve in his brain involuntarily twitched as the girl across the street stared intently at Thach Thien with an enamored gaze. "Hey, look at this. That guy over there is so handsome." The person next to him looks a bit shy. He's looking this way. Hearing this, the girl became more and more excited. "Wow, wow, wow, he's looking at us. My heart is pounding so fast." Her friend started to get nervous. What should I do? Do I need to go say hello? In that moment, Thach Thien's gaze was almost fixed on the cake in her hand. His mouth unconsciously opened wide, saliva continuously flowing down, and his stomach felt like a black hole. In Thak Tien's mind, only two words exist: food, 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 food. He stares fixedly at the boy opposite him, then shifts his attention to the candy stick. In a flash, he turned to look at the young boy, and this time, the glass of soda shattered right into Thak Tien's eyes as if inviting him. Thinking of this, he begins to tear his heart apart. Food, 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 food. He speaks only to see Thak Tien running wildly forward, and the scene shifts to the BFC stall, a place not meant for those watching their weight. The restaurant staff smiled brightly, welcoming him and asking if he needed anything. Before she could react, Thak Tien suddenly slammed his hand down on the table. The waitress stared in shock. So beautiful, so handsome. Is this really Sidon? She softly said, "You need it." While Thak Tien's eyes gradually became empty, and he mustered all his strength to reply, "I need it." Thak Tien pauses briefly before starting to order, like reciting a spell for spicy chicken fillet. Fries, baked potato burger, fried chicken thigh burger, grilled chicken thigh burger, salted taro, French fries, roasted chicken fillet, hot wings, nugget pieces listed on the two-part menu. In an instant, darkness begins to envelop the store. Meanwhile, Thak Tien frantically shoved food into his throat, muttering non-stop, "Spicy. Check the fries. Burger. Baked potato, chicken thigh burger, twice as hungry." The staff looked at him in horror and asked, "Are you not eating right now?" But Thak Tien kept eating, kept calling out, his hands not stopping, his mouth also not stopping, spicy, carrying fries, baked potato burger, fried chicken thigh burger. He took a big bite and kept asking for more spice, grabbing fries, burgers, baked potatoes, and chicken thigh burgers. In the blink of an eye, the first light of the day bathed the shop. At the same time, Thak Tien's movements slowed down as he returned to his small house, with shadows of trees swaying, while a pile of fast food had already accumulated on the table. Thak Tien carefully thought like that. Since the fire that night, he finally... Thinking of this, he looked up at the top of the food and had also eaten his fill. In that moment, Thak Tien tilted his head and looked in a certain direction, I remember. Ever since he was young, he has had a passionate love for hamburgers. "Mom, what is this? It looks so delicious." The mother smiled gently. "It's enough that you're happy." At that moment, the father suddenly stood up and slowly approached Thak Tien, gently stroking his hair. "Then you must remember the names of these dishes. Their names are..." Suddenly, he raised his voice, emphasizing that they are junk food. Returning to reality, Thak Tien painfully cried, "I will never eat them again from now on." From then on, to lose weight, he silently shed tears, feeling heartbroken that he had completely turned to vegetarianism. The true soul within Thak Tien's body began to awaken. His eyes widened and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. Then, Thak Tien raised his head, his eyes shining brightly, clearly showing how much he missed them. At the same time, he wiped away the tears from the corner of his eye. A long time later, Thak Tien sat dazed on the floor, lost in thought, having eaten enough and even brought leftovers home, as if all the fast food places had been bought out and brought here. Thinking this through, Thak Tien suddenly looked serious. So based on the amount of food, it should be enough to eat. He immediately raised both hands and counted on his fingers. After a moment, Thak Tien suddenly froze, just to see Bang Huang conclude that his day of reflection had just passed, and Thak Tien then pretended to be pitiful, which was truly ridiculous. He absent-mindedly reached for the weight loss pills, then poured them into a glass jar. Thak Tien tightly grips the bottle's neck and walks straight ahead, lowering his face as complicated thoughts flood his mind. When I started to indulge, I seemed to be afraid to eat. Now that I've lost weight, my food intake has increased 20-fold, and I can only use some traditional Chinese medicine that the doctor isn't even sure about to try to reduce it. Thinking about this, Thak Tien gripped the jar tighter and questioned himself. Is this illness good or bad? In that moment, a sudden wave of heat shot straight to his hand. Thak Tien immediately panicked, cursing out loud, "Mom, it's too hot!" And instantly the teapot shattered, hot water splashing everywhere. Thak Tien collapsed to the ground, clutching his face and crying like a child. Suddenly, Thak Tien opened his eyes wide. Something was wrong. He only heard the warning sound of boiling water before pulling his hand back, yet even if hot water splashed all over him, he didn't feel any heat. A moment passes and he suddenly feels uneasy, even more so because he hasn't even boiled it yet. How could this water be boiling like that? Fine. Immediately after, Thak Tien shifted his attention to his palm, only focusing on his own hand. He hesitated, gripping the thermometer tightly, then slowly placed it near his index finger, and in an instant, the thermometer shattered into 100 pieces. Thak Thien quickly switched to using a meat thermometer. A robotic voice announced that your grilling temperature is 230 degrees. At that time, Thak Thien requested 3 days off and stayed home to undergo numerous health checkups. Finally, he understood that his body had undergone a miraculous transformation. His height decreased from 220 centimeters to 187 centimeters, and his weight from 480 kilograms to 62 kilograms. Second, Thak Thien's eating capacity has increased 20-fold from the beginning. Third, his metabolism remains unchanged, but simply eating causes his ears to quickly heat up, thereby burning the calories from the food. But if Thak Thien tries not to eat, he will become hungry, and his hands will uncontrollably release heat repeatedly, causing his body to rapidly lose weight again. Suddenly, the egg in Thak Thien's hand heats up and cracks. His whole body was no longer afraid of burns, touching fire without any injury. Faced with his strange transformation, Thak Thien only showed a blank expression. At this moment, the phone suddenly rings. He is startled and looks down, eyes fixed on it. Meanwhile, Thak Thien is now very difficult to support, with a remaining balance of 0.03 yuan, and this month's debt is 8,089.83 yuan. A week later, the school scene appears, with students eagerly entering the campus. In a corner of the hallway, female and male students gaze forward with admiration. At the same time, 2 male students gathered. The young boy suddenly announced, "Do you know? The corpse was found wearing Tian Cha's clothes. Tian Cha was injured in a fire and then hospitalized for surgery, and the people around couldn't help but find it hard to believe." "What? Didn't you say he was sick and took leave?" At this moment, a voice suddenly echoed into everyone's ears, and the male student quietly looked down at the campus below, his eyes filled with deep thought. "Thak Thien has been gone for 8 days, 5 hours, and 32 minutes. I miss him." Suddenly, I startle, and the water bottle in my hand slips from my grasp. In front of the boy is Thak Thien's handsome figure. He keeps waving and greeting, and he can't help but marvel that once a person is handsome, this is what happens. The female student watches Thak Thien's back, her heart momentarily stirred. So handsome. So good-looking. The person beside him trembles as they speak. "Oh my God, I'm about to faint." The male student continues reciting poetry. The man is stunned. The woman is overwhelmed. Just human nature. At this moment, Thak Thien paused and quickly looked towards the group. They then stared at him in surprise and asked cautiously, "Classmate, who are you?" Hearing this, Thak Thien almost wanted to jump up in excitement. Half a day gone, no one recognizing who he was at all? His eyes unconsciously moistened. It's really sad. So sad, I feel like dying. There's a mysterious feeling when you've lost weight, and now no one recognizes you. Suddenly, a clear voice came from behind. "Wait, you." As soon as he heard the voice, Thak Thien slowly turned around. The female student looked up at him, her lips moving slightly. "Are you the one?" You hesitated for a moment and then continued, "You appeared in my dream yesterday." Faced with the unexpected question, Thak Thien almost froze. He lowered his head to the ground, gently raking his fingers through his hair. Immediately after, Thak Thien shouted out in frustration, "I can't take it anymore. I am Thak Thien." The group was almost silent, everyone falling into a state of confusion. He pointed at the person opposite him and said, "Don't act like you're hearing ghost stories. Do you want me to prove it? General Vuong, you were bullied and beaten before but didn't dare to speak out. I even helped you fight back, and no one else knows about this." After finishing, Thak Thien exposed another person. "Lu Tiu-wei, last week you reported the seat next to An Jian at the internet cafe, and then that evening you were blocked at the door by 17 people. I helped you out of trouble and no one else knows about this." He didn't rest for a second and was howling wildly. "Zhao Shichao, you got beaten up by some thugs on Tin Truck Street and were so scared you wet yourself. I was the one who stepped in and chased them off. No one else knows. Lu Tiuhua, Nintendo Switch, you broke it for me. Wang Si Thak, the maid you bought on the street, was stolen. I was the one who chased after and got it back for you. Li Thiet Uong, you still owe me 3 glasses of bitter melon juice, so don't say anything else." After a while, the crowd started to get noisy. "It's Thak Thien," and someone else silently agrees. Yes, Thak Thien has no more doubts. In that moment, he couldn't help but wonder why the group of female students was almost losing their minds and cheering, "Oh my God, that's Thak Thien." The person next to him is lost in a dream. He's the one you like, so is he getting liposuction now? "You're so handsome. Even though you're shorter now, you're still good looking." The girl pretending just fell back. "Help me up quickly, I'm about to faint." The group of female students looked up at Thak Thien, their hearts involuntarily stirred. Things are different now. The group of boys turned around one by one, all tearful. No more little sisters. From now on, only mom, my friends. So while everyone was a bit surprised, the homeroom teacher gently patted him on the buttocks. Last week, student Thak Tien was injured in a fire and underwent liposuction and surgery to remove excess, and now he's back. As soon as they saw Thak Tien, the students almost went crazy and started climbing and shouting, "Dad! Dad! Dad!" At this moment, he sat down leisurely, returning to school. After a while, the homeroom teacher took out a book, and his voice rang out steadily. "Now we will start the lesson." At the same time, Sai Mao snorted coldly, a sinister look on his face, lifting the computer on the desk, then quickly grabbing the game controller. In an instant, he excitedly pounded the controller, and suddenly a heel appeared on the desk. Suddenly, the woman jumps onto the table, breaking the quiet atmosphere. She begins to spread her arms wide, with her legs slightly bent to the rhythm of the music. In a corner, the girl secretly hides her pet cat inside a box on her desk, while the boy openly dozes off in class. Unlike him, the excited teen is controlling a wooden doll with his hands. Meanwhile, another student is bowing his head, grinding his teeth. In an instant, the classroom becomes lively again, with everyone focused on their own affairs. Over here, Simao skillfully controls the game console. At that moment, a piece of paper suddenly hits him right in the head. "Study your lessons. Aren't you afraid of being caught by the teacher?" Simao replied with an annoyed look. "What are you doing? What are you joking about? It's just a teacher. How could he possibly figure it out? That huge guy has come back, and I'm just sitting behind the school security guard." Immediately afterward, Simao boldly called out Dad Thach Thien. Hearing this, the homeroom teacher looked up and stared directly at him. Under his cold gaze, Simao suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He quickly lifted the computer and then hurriedly hid it in the desk drawer. On this side, the girl immediately jumps down below. Meanwhile, the young girl hurriedly hides her pet cat inside. At the corner of the room, the male student had already stepped back, while the young boy immediately sat upright. Seeing this scene, the male student was stunned and confused, and after blinking once, the classroom returned to its usual quiet state. The girl hugs herself silently, trembling all over. Why? Why? She turned back to the girl and was so overwhelmed with frustration that she burst into tears. "They don't let me practice dancing at home, so this is clearly the last place I can pursue my dream." Still, the students quietly watched the teacher's back. At the same time, Thach Thien focused on listening to the teacher's lecture. He suddenly turned around, his eyes shifting to the back. Immediately after, Thach Thien waved his hand and smiled brightly, a look that directly caught the eye of the female student. Her mind was silently screaming, "Damn it, he's too handsome." During the lunch break, students walk back and forth along the corridor, while the silver-haired one gazes thoughtfully into the distance. Suddenly a voice rings out. "Big brother!" Yellow-haired guy shouted in panic. Big brother, I heard that Thach Thien has returned to school. Do you think he might kill us?" I don't know. If you ask me, I don't know who to ask. I wasn't even aware of the gym fire that day. He almost broke down crying. But boss, what should we do now?" At this moment, the golden body trembles violently. He whispered softly, "Our lock is still there. Sooner or later it will be discovered. You mentioned before that it's been training to hunt down, right?" Hearing this, the silver-haired man suddenly relaxed his arm. He gritted his teeth and clenched his jaw. "If that's the case, then I might as well go all the way." Wang Ho quickly advised, "Don't think like that, big brother. I'd rather see you jump off the building than see you beaten half to death by him." Bok Boy angrily replied, "Please have some faith in me. Don't worry, I've already prepared for this." The man suddenly whispered into the wind, "Can you not participate this time?" "I'm afraid of dying," he sneered maliciously. "It's up to you. That's right. Do you want to die?" Wang Ho honestly replied, "No." Immediately, the silver-haired man turned to grip his shoulder tightly. "But even if you don't get involved, if it finds out about the arson in the future, it will just beat you to death." Hearing that, Wang Ho couldn't hide his horror and burst into tears. He curled up in a corner of the statue, muttering non-stop. "I was wrong. If I could do it all over again, I would start by being a good person." He clenched his fists and raised his voice, saying, "Don't cry anymore. I already told you I was prepared. Didn't you know that she had already lost weight after returning to school? I heard he's getting liposuction. This is the perfect chance. Moreover, he's now probably at his weakest point." As soon as he finished speaking, the silver-haired man quickly turned around. "Follow me." Somewhere on a street, in an old dilapidated garage, the scene shifts to a bustling building with a weathered exterior. And at the same time, Goldie quietly follows. I glanced around and said, "Big brother, this is about the silver hair," and he grinned confidently. "Look." The yellow dog instinctively looks in the direction indicated. In front of him is Min Vuong, a man with a strong body and terrifying tattoos. Next to him is a man in a suit holding a steel rod tightly, while below, the young boy boldly spits on the ground. In that moment, the group turned to look at them all at once. Just then, the silver-haired man spread his arms wide, and the notorious figures from the nearby streets, not in prison but all gathered here, appeared.
Vốn bất ngờ cất ngang tên tiểu tử này, chỉ thấy khắp người hắn ta ruột bao phủ bởi luồng khí giận. Vốn trừng mắt nhìn hắn, giọng nói vang lên khàn giặc. May mà tim bọn tao dẹn, thật sự là vì chuyện do sao.
You shut your mouth, Dao Liu Hu Bin Dong Min Vuong. At the same time, Then Long burst into wild laughter. If you have the guts to call us here and can't make us interested, then at this point he licks around the blade with his tongue. You're going to bleed. You lead the bamboo spirit green dragon. Hearing that, the silver-haired man took a deep breath and replied, Why would we dare to disturb without a reason? I came to find the senior brothers because it's an urgent matter. He confidently declared loudly that I came to gather everyone to surround and attack Thak Tien. In that moment, Min Vuong's body suddenly wavered. Then he collapsed to the ground below. Min Vuong struck the ground hard with his hand. What was he trying to sweep away? Are you not doing well? Baibak hesitantly spoke. Big brother, he doesn't care and is shouting at him. Didn't you say you called us to come for a fight? You bastard. Then Long turned to look at him with a cautious expression. No, isn't it crab we're eating? Dao brought it along already. Holding the pale, silver-haired face, his hands flailed wildly. Big brothers, that's not it. The silver-haired one quickly replied, I will eat. After Tan Thak Tien is done, I will invite you all. Min Vuong, ignoring reason, just kept shouting. I won't go, I won't go, I won't go, I won't go. Then he angrily turned to the silver-haired guy. You damn liar, after beating him up, I won't need to eat for the rest of my life. I only met Thak Tien earlier when I was bullying some students. The scene from the past reappears once again, with Min Vuong gradually approaching the young man. At this moment, Thak Tien immediately notices him. He just walks up, places his hand on Min Vuong's neck, and without a word, Thak Tien rushes forward, punching him hard in the stomach. At this point, Min Vuong grimaces in pain, clutching his arm tightly as it is shattered by the blow. At the same time, Than Long also lost his reason, frantically shouting, Don't let me hear that name again. 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 Seeing that, Min Vuong looked at Then Long in confusion. Then Long shouted once more, Why can't you understand this? Go and touch it. Suddenly, Then Long tore off the cloth covering his body. Do you know? The tattoo on my body is from the time Thak Tien pressed me against the wall. The image of Thak Tien punching the man's head directly into the wall with his bare hands, as if it just happened yesterday. Then Long straightened his stomach forward and shouted loudly, but it was already worn out, making the onlookers extremely terrified and tragic. Seeing him like that, Min Vuong cried bitterly, Don't provoke him. Why is Than Long struggling on the ground? Why are you mentioning the name Thak Tien? In an instant, the scene turned extremely chaotic. The group of people shouted and screamed, Oh my God, you evil spirit, get out of here! Why do you want to hurt us? Short-haired couldn't hold back and cried out loud. Why? Why? You insist on mentioning the name that shouldn't be brought up here. This is so painful. The person below keeps pulling at my hair. My chest hurts so much. Someone save me. Right now, the silver-haired man shouted. Okay, I get it, you all can't beat him. But right after that, he forcefully raised the photos high. The crowd looked on in confusion, and at this moment, the announcement was made. This is the real Thak Tien now. At the same time, one of the photos slammed directly into Min Vuong's face, and as soon as he saw him, he seemed to see a ghost and started shouting. I'm not looking, the silver-haired man kept persuading. Just take a quick look, just a quick look. Min Vuong kept refusing. I'm not looking. After a long moment, he looked dazed at the photo. King Min was horrified, pointing at the young man inside. This is Thak Tien, isn't it, the heavenly angel? Bystander quickly confirms, yes, it's him. It's the one from now. After we set the fire, it went to have surgery and then became thin. At his confession, everyone fell silent, all frozen in place. At this moment, Then Long spoke up to break the tense atmosphere. This is Vuong Min, the old king. What do you think? I don't know yet. Hurry up and decide. I still have to go home and do my homework. Min Vuong said hesitantly. Can I try? In an instant, he restored his image, his voice ringing out with authority. So what's your plan? The silver-haired person calmly suggested. It's simple. Gang up on him. First, I want to use the most sinister trap to lure him out. At the same time, the school bell rings repeatedly. At this moment, Vang Ho peeked into the classroom. Inside, most of the students had already gone outside. He nervously approaches Thash Tien's desk, revealing that the most insidious trap in a boy's heart is writing love letters to lure her out. Why? Moreover, I have to be the one to deliver it. I clearly want to be a good person. Wang Ho quickly pushes the letter into the box on the desk just to get it done quickly. As soon as he reached inside, a bunch of letters fell out and kept dropping to the ground without stopping. Seeing that scene, Wang Ho almost turned to stone. He quickly packed everything into a bag, a sudden idea flashing through his mind. Come on, take it and burn it all. Your father here is no longer a good person. 10 minutes later, Thash Tien walks in from outside. He casually walks to his seat, takes a sip, and then suddenly Thash Tien quickly pulls the chair back. He suddenly noticed the step, instinctively pulling it out. It was just Thash Tien attentively reading each line, the letter clearly addressed to him with his name, saying, "You've been doing well lately. I really like you, so after school, come here quickly. We gather here at 20 Street, 20 Alley to confess our feelings. Don't bring weapons. If you dare to bring them, we will too. Not showing up means you're a coward." As soon as he read the last sentence, Thash Tien fell into a state of calm. Then he shifted to an angry expression. 2 hours later, the sunlight gradually gave way to sunset as two boys happily walked through an alley. Meanwhile, the gangsters begin to surround Thash Tien, with Mak Nien merely glancing at them indifferently, while the others cast hostile looks at him. At this moment, the silver-haired man suddenly shouted, drawing his attention. "Thash Tien!" He stepped forward boldly. "Didn't see that coming, right? Maybe you're still lost in your fantasies about the girls, huh?" Bai Bak slaps his chest hard and says, "Today is the day you die." As soon as he saw him, Thash Tien just remained silent. After a moment, he spoke in a deep voice. No wonder someone would write a love letter with such an ultimatum. He's a face both familiar and adorable. At this point, Thash Tien stomped his foot hard on the ground. "You guys, you look at the crowd with loving eyes, itching for a fight, right?" Hearing this, the old man with gray hair shouted, "You damn hooligan, we're all killers who don't hold back, you bastard. Did you dare to look down on us?" Meanwhile, when did the gangsters become obediently cross their arms? Min Vuong trembled uncontrollably. Master Thien, good morning. We're just passing by." Then Long quickly interjected. "Don't misunderstand, Thien Ka. We are just out for a walk. Aren't we here to beat him up?" Before the silver-haired man finished speaking, King Min quickly grabbed his mouth. Then Long also didn't rest and covered his mouth. At this moment, Min Vuong angrily scolded, "Stop talking! Are you tired of living? Don't go looking for death and drag us into it." Then Lung hurriedly explained, "Thash Tien, you bastard, don't overthink. We're just going to eat upstairs, not actually catching." The old man is frantically struggling. "Damn it, let me go." On the other side, Thash Tien showed an expression of indifference, so that's how it is indeed, still itching to fight. He slowly raised his arm, his eyes turning sharp. Thash Tien clenched his fist tightly, then suddenly forcefully twisted his arm, secretly plotting maybe he needed to threaten a little. Seeing that scene, the group was almost stunned. At this moment, the sound of bones cracking rang out, and the pain immediately hit. Thash Tien's eyes widened, and he slowly lowered his arm, then quietly pulled it back behind him. His face suddenly tensed up, his mind screaming wildly. It hurts so much that his bones are breaking. I shouldn't be like this. Could it be that the form of this body actually makes me weaker? Why does Thash Tien look so pale? This is a desperate situation now. Handsome. Handsome for what purpose? He helplessly collapsed to the ground, used to the power when he had it. Only when it was gone did he start to crave it. Thash Tien looked at his past self's back, longing for strength. He reached out, trying to touch his own chubby figure. Chapter 13. At this moment, Thash Tien was almost immobile. The group stared in shock at him. "Thash Tien, what's wrong with him? Why does he become immobile after just one punch?" The person next to him hesitated and replied, "I don't know." But the sound of that punch was really very loud. Someone else quickly moved. "Too strong. The other person is just whispering in the wind. Should we run away?" At this moment, Ming Wang loudly ordered, "Wait, that's not right." The crowd looked at him in confusion. Vuong Min, old man, old king. Vuong Min raised his head and looked around, his voice echoing slowly. If it were the Thash Tien from before, this wall would have already broken. But now it remains the same. As the words finished, a sudden suspicion flashed. "Are you really going to do it right now?" Ming Wang glanced at the silver-haired one. "Come on, you said we came here for this, so go ahead and try. Are you okay? Are you okay?" At Min Vuong's suggestion, the whole body of the silver-haired man trembled involuntarily. Then he forced a friendly smile. Brother Tian, as soon as he saw the silver-haired person, Thak Thien showed a blank expression. Baldy waved his hand and forced a smile.
Brother Thien, this is just a misunderstanding. Tian is forever my big brother. How dare we touch him?
Hearing this, Thach Thien just responded with a without paying any attention. So I heard you got injured and went to the hospital, and now you're getting liposuction. We just wanted to surprise you for your discharge from the hospital. So, please forgive me. Can you? Nak Nien, with her silver hair, hatched a wicked plan in her mind, waiting to seize the moment before increasing her strength. Over there. Thach Thien nervously watched every move. Is this a test? He helplessly looked up at his bloodied arm. Damn it! In that moment, a glint appeared in Thach Thien's eyes as his palm began to emit heat. Instantly, he raised his hand toward the silver-haired man and smirked involuntarily. Fine, if that's what you want. Don't blame me. Thach Thien quickly clenched his hand, and the heat transferred into the silver-haired person's hand, causing him to collapse in pain. The silver-haired man screams wildly, thrashing uncontrollably, while Thach Thien clenches his teeth with a tense expression and turns back toward him. He screamed desperately. Seeing that scene, the group of Min Vuong was wide-eyed and stunned. They all ran away one after another, their screams echoing through the alley. Thach Thien is still that evil demon, saving lives and all. Before leaving, the man boldly threatened you. You lied to your father, we came here to die, and tomorrow we will beat you to death. In an instant, the crowd fled to the other side, and at the same time, the silver-haired person collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Thach Thien finally snapped out of his shock, looking down at his palm, radiating heat, then instinctively stepping back, breathing heavily with a complex inner turmoil. It was just his struggle that almost caused him to lose grip, almost knocked him over. Besides, I was already planning to go out and buy some food because I was so hungry. I'm exhausted. Thach Thien's eyelids slowly closed, and he couldn't help but feel confused. Am I this exhausted? What exactly is happening to my body? Before I leave, Thach Thien still hasn't looked worried, and my hands are tied tightly. What should I do later? In an instant, his eyes closed tightly, and then Thach Thien fell face down onto the ground, his body lying motionless on the cold earth. At that moment, a beam of light shone upon Thach Thien. The female student suddenly appears, slowly approaching him. Her eyes suddenly darken, revealing the strange glow emanating from the object in her hand. Chapter 14. Somewhere, at some school, the chubby kid is very fat. At the same time, the fat man puffs on a cigarette, a sinister smile on his face. It's really hot, so the man frowned as he looked down at the chubby kid. Have you remembered the cool thing we need yet? He quickly bowed his head to the ground. Yes, I remember now. Bao's life is a constant struggle with his own weight. Later, he hesitantly asked, so this time, can I pay instead? Before he could finish speaking, the man immediately straightened up and punched the door next to him. He shouted loudly, "Beg us quickly." Pig saw that. The chubby kid panicked and bowed his head, saying, "Please, big brother, don't hit me. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. It's because of this chubby kid that I've been bullied at school for 3 years in a row." At this moment, the chubby kid gently pulls at his wallet's edge, wondering when the money had already run out. As soon as he sees it, his face suddenly turns pale. Little Fat helplessly looked at the remaining money. It's only the beginning of the month, and the living expenses already add up to less than 3 yuan. The boy struggles to calculate, and this month will probably be very tough too. Just then, the young man suddenly presses close to the chubby kid. Quickly hand over the money. Inside, the chubby kid was panicking. "No, this is not good," he desperately begged. "Please don't. This is just a small remnant of me." He looked at you with a cold gaze. "Who cares? Your dad needs to go eat crabs, so obediently hand it over." As he spoke, he got closer and closer to the chubby kid. Otherwise, a few minutes later, Thach Thien would swing his hand forcefully, sending the young man flying into the air. He mercilessly helped him stretch his limbs before calmly throwing the young man to the ground. At the final moment, he struck his head against the wall with his bare hands. At the same time, the little fat kid's eyes lit up with admiration. A few minutes later, Thach Thien sat still and motionless, while the chubby kid kept squirming. After a while, he softly said, "Big brother, thank you for saving me." Thach Thien replied indifferently, "I was just passing by, and I also need to thank you. You've lifted a burden from my heart." Then, he suddenly shared his thoughts. "The manga I'm reading has a very fat main character who is also bullied. I completely don't understand. I can't empathize." And then Thach Thien suddenly turned to the little fatty, who managed to make me witness an example of someone who is both fat and bullied. Thank you for helplessly shouting, I also don't want to be bullied. So what should I do to become like the boss who isn't bullied? I was bullied to the point that I have no more allowance left. When faced with this unexpected question, Thak Tien didn't reply at all, and the space fell into silence. After a while, he broke the silence and said that he had also thought about it. And based on what he had experienced, he realized that Thak Tien suddenly made that conclusion because you are still not fat enough. Hearing this, the chubby kid gaped, and the strength and fighting ability of the boss under the setting sun became even more convincing. With just one sentence, I was already won over. This is truly the truth. Thak Tien solemnly proposed, so this month's meal money, I will pay for you. Based on my eating plan, you can become fatter and stronger. The chubby kid's eyes welled up with tears, filled with gratitude. I'm not fat enough. I have to try my best to get fat like the boss for my whole life. The next month, the fat kid ate until now because his money was stolen, and he couldn't enjoy delicious food. But strangely, every time he ate with the boss, he only ate vegetables. A month later, his weight hadn't changed, but the boss said, You're stronger now. Go invite those who bullied you here. The little fat kid agreed and quickly regained his confidence. Stop right there. I've been bullied so badly I don't even have any rice to eat anymore. From now on, I won't give you a single cent anymore. The man shouted angrily. You called us out just for this? I see you're looking pretty healthy now. You really think someone who has no food to eat and no money to give would be looking for trouble, right? The henchman hurriedly tried to stop him. Boss, wait a moment. Boss, don't get agitated. Quickly look at the person behind him. As soon as he saw you, the man instinctively grew fearful. Who is the half-ghost that appeared behind the wall? That figure is Thak Tien. The person beside him whispers softly into his ear. That's Thak Tien. Last week, the gangster Then Long was beaten unconscious and collapsed to the ground by him. Last week, the leader of the Ming clan also got his right arm broken by it and ended up in the hospital. Now it's best not to provoke it. Everyone calls it the immovable Ming King. At this moment, the other guy couldn't resist adding salt to the wound. Recently, someone has been seen taking the fat guy out to eat, and now when they fight, it also follows. It's the one protecting the fat guy. At this point, he looked at him in fear, saying, Do we not see its eyes looking at the fat guy like a mother tiger watching over her cubs? Thak Tien's body started to move back. Then he signaled with his hand, Get out of here quickly. He sneered maliciously, gesturing with his hand for your father to come over. In an instant, the group all fled. That day, the chubby kid successfully scared off the enemies. Moreover, since then, the gangsters in the school have always avoided him. The chubby kid realized he had truly become stronger. His only regret was that just as he happily turned around, he found that the boss he was having dinner with had disappeared. Since that day, the little fatty hasn't seen him again, but he believes they will meet again. The little fatty thinks he must be an angel sent by heaven to protect people like him. For a moment, Thak Tien fell into a trance, a voice echoing faintly in his ear. Wake up! As soon as the voice reached him, Thak Tien immediately opened his eyes. He sat up suddenly, looking around anxiously. Who? I am you from your soul, the one who has lived 1,000 years with you. Li almost shouted, Your eyes have revealed what you're thinking inside. Don't look at me with that fiery gaze. Don't ruin the atmosphere. After all, this is our first conversation, after 1,000 years of separation. Then he lowered his voice and added, But now is not the time to talk. I called you because you are at a life and death stage. If I don't remind you, you will be drowned by the water. Thak Tien confusedly repeated, What the hell does being submerged mean? Li Trong didn't bother explaining. He sternly reminded you to wake up quickly from the coma and said that when you are alone later, he will explain everything about their relationship in more detail. As soon as he finished speaking, the real Thak Tien opened his eyes wide. At the same time, the girl frantically poured Coca-Cola into his mouth. Thak Tien sat up suddenly, water continuously spitting out of his mouth. A few minutes later, the female student clasped her hands together as if summoning a spirit and said, Student Thak Tien, you're awake now. Sorry, because only when I mention food does your body react. I thought that might be the way to wake you up. Thak Tien looked at her blankly and asked what was going on now and who she was. Student Thak Tien, do you remember? I was the one who said yesterday in the hallway that I dreamed of you. And we just talked this morning. She nervously explained, I found you in an alleyway and was about to call 911. At that moment, the girl suddenly noticed his stomach, but then realized it was making a loud noise, and she was still stunned by this. I hurriedly took you to the nearby BFC, but no matter how I called you, you didn't respond. The nostalgic moment the girl recounts is when your body trembles whenever someone orders food nearby, so she leans in and whispers in your ear, classmate Thak Tien Hamburger. As soon as the words finished, the girl almost snapped out of her trance, her eyes shining. Then suddenly she shouted, and in an instant, Thach Thien's whole body trembled. Seeing that, the girl slowly approached him, holding fried chicken. At this point, she couldn't hide her joyful expression. In the end, I thought Thach Thien was so hungry he fainted, so I bought 2 cans of Coca-Cola to fill him up, but he woke up halfway through. He looked at the playful girl in confusion. Isn't it fun to play around? Is it so enjoyable to play with your own body? After a while, Thach Thien replied seriously, I will thank you, and I will pay the bill, if anyone bothers you in the future. Just mention my name. Wait! Thach Thien classmate. Please eat properly. Please eat properly. Don't faint from hunger again, no matter what. Take care of your health. Hearing this, Thach Thien's cheeks and ears involuntarily turned red. Then, the girl couldn't contain her excitement and held out her phone to him, saying, and my WeChat too. And so, that evening, Thach Thien finally returned home, bringing along a large amount of late-night food, still haunted by the dream he had before waking up, feeling that this story was not yet over. Suddenly, his chest ignited, and immediately, Thach Thien's whole body was engulfed in fierce flames. Amidst the thick smoke, Trong Le suddenly appeared. Trong Le looked at Thach Thien with a cold gaze. His eyes narrowed, showing clear suspicion. Not bad, you've appeared. Thach Thien instinctively stared at him, and given the situation, it was like a scene straight out of a classic online video, even down to the hair color. Thinking of this, he was so angry that he clenched his teeth and pretended to be a god and a devil. Immediately after, Thach Thien reached out and gripped the stick tightly. He angrily pointed the stick at Trong Le. What exactly are you doing? Just say it all within 3 sentences. My dad has been beaten by everyone already, and besides, I don't mind fighting strange things to gain experience now. Hearing this, he looked confused and pointed at himself. Who am I? Then, Trong Le quietly gazed at Thach Thien with deep-set eyes and said, From fire. You come, and from fire, you awaken. Once again, I am by your side. My name is Trong Le, also known as Truk Dung, and deep within your soul sleeps your 1,000-year-old soulmate. Thach Thien is almost losing his mind now, furious as he clenches the wooden stick tightly. That's 3 sentences, but you still haven't clearly explained what you are. Given Thach Thien's unusual expression, Trong Le suddenly exhales, impatient, just like your past life. Let me get to the point. First, I am Manhon Phach, a small fragment of your entire soul. That's why I saw everything when you danced in front of the mirror these days. At the same time, Thach Thien widened his eyes in shock as his body began to burn. Trong Le smiled softly, raising his hand in a gesture. Yes, the changes in your body right now are because of me. Thach Thien felt increasingly annoyed inside. In the final moment, Trong Le emphasized each word. Dad, I truly am your soulmate, but not in this life. It was when I was still alive. At this point, he suddenly pressed close to him and asked, You were my woman in your past life, young man. Immediately, Thach Thien swung the wooden stick forcefully at Trong Le's face. Outside, the house shook violently, and the sound was deafening. In an instant, Trong Le appeared with a bruised face, hurriedly saying, What are you doing? Stop, let's talk this through. At the same time, Thach Thien suddenly looked down at his palm, then raised his head to look at Trong Le with a sinister smile, clearly feeling that hearing such straightforward words had dealt him a pretty big blow, causing him to involuntarily, So now you can also shoot through walls? Calm down, you're turning dark. At this moment, Trong Le couldn't hide his irritation, emphasizing each word as he was deeply affected. And just after waking up, he discovered you are a boy. Back then, people called you Little Diem all the time, but now you've become a boy in this life. Thach Thien Su's pupils constricted, and his mind went blank. Little Diem, I think I've heard that name somewhere before. Thinking of this, he almost woke up, remembering everything, the scattered scenes deep in his memory. In that moment, Thach Thien suddenly appeared in a fragment of his memory. At the same time, Trong Le smiled happily. Xiao Diem, I'm going to manage the tribe now. I'm leaving for work. Here's your breakfast. I've left it by the bed for you. Then he took out a pile of pure gold, constantly bragging. I already gave you this salary. Wake up early. The woman suddenly shouted in frustration, Get out! Own, just go away! Still, Trong Le didn't seem bothered. He just forced a smile. Yes, I'm going now. Her personality is really adorable. As soon as the words finished, Trong Le hopped on his feet and hurried out. Inside, the woman still kept her eyes closed. At this moment, she gently opened one eye. After confirming that Trong Le had fallen away, the woman jumped off the bed. Tiu Diem suddenly pushes open the wardrobe door from inside, her eyes shining brightly and her lips unconsciously curling into a smile. Come on, Xiao Diem, let's go. That disgusting man is finally gone. I smile with excitement. Baby, I miss you to death. Immediately after, the two rushed into a tight embrace. At this moment, Xiao Dian suggested, "Can we use his money to go shopping later?" The woman didn't hesitate and agreed. Whatever she wants, I just want to be with her. In that moment, the lovers held each other tightly. Witnessing the scene, Thach Thien furrowed his brows and gaped. Returning to reality, he was almost stunned. This is memories from a past life, and to make it worse, he was viewing it from a third-person perspective. Seeing that, Trong Lei quickly interrupted. "What, you remember now? You've recalled some things about Xiao Diem Diem, even though your past life memories have nothing to do with this life." Thach Thien stared intently at him, suddenly feeling that he was somewhat pitiful. "Let me explain. After you lose weight, your hands sometimes emit heat and even smoke, and it's because of this that your body carries my fire's fate." He looked directly into Thach Thien's eyes with a complex expression and said, "I am also considered one of the longest practicing fire cultivators in the world, known as the Fire God. So for his life, one day near a mountain called Sanbang of Bat Chu, fragments of rocks fell from the sky, and in that moment, the man's body accidentally collided with Trong Lei. As soon as he saw him, he panickingly shouted, 'Fire God! Great Fire God!' Hearing this, Trong Lei expressed his dissatisfaction and questioned, 'Why are you so panicked? Why did you panic so much that you broke 2 of my ribs with your head? It's just falling rocks, don't move, stay behind me.' As he finished speaking, he confidently raised his hand high, only to see the rocks continue to fall while Trong Lei kept shouting. Amid the chaos, the group scrambled to escape, just as a large stone hurtled down and crushed Trong Lei. One of them shows pity. The Fire God Elder is dead. Why didn't the Elder run away? How could you be so stupid? The other person muttered in complaint. The one who told us not to move earlier is dead like that. On the way back, he kept complaining that the stone was too big. Before dying, Trong Lei was carried back by the tribe. Then he sealed his life force and soul within his wife's spirit. As soon as she saw Trong Lei, the woman instinctively startled, and he leaned in closer to her. "My wife, don't forget, Trong Lei said softly at this moment. "After I die, burn yourself. Based on Trong Lei's fiery life force, as long as you set yourself on fire, it won't cause harm and will allow your soul to absorb energy and awaken." So he can continue loving Xiao Diem Diem, but she fundamentally didn't understand the meaning of my words before I died. 3 months later, her face became gone. She frantically devours the fire of Trong Lei's life force, which can burn everything but needs constant fuel, even absorbing energy from the host. Without material to burn, it will consume the heart and lungs. On the other side, the farmers look on in confusion at her, wondering who is the one desperately eating in the field. The person next to him replied immediately, "Hoa Than's wife." The other looked confused and repeated. The fire god man quickly explained that the person Thang liked to show off before was the one who got kicked and crushed to death. Back then, resources were too scarce, so Xiao Diem didn't last long before dying from hunger, an untimely death. At the same time, Thach Thien froze in place, truly surprised, and looked up at Trong Lei with pity. "In the end, there's no need to be too heartbroken. She never loved you." He almost didn't hear it, his lips trembling slightly. "But I miss her very much. She has a very beautiful body." Hearing that, Thach Thien glared warningly. "Are you crazy? Don't come any closer while saying that." Trong Lei paused, gesturing like a noble and then bowing lightly. "Sorry for the rudeness. That was you over a dozen centuries ago. It no longer concerns you now. Since then, for thousands of years, no matter how perfect your preparation was, you have never been burned by fire. How unfortunate." And with that, he suddenly smiled and said, "Congratulations, you finally got burned by fire." Thach Thien stood frozen, his eyes wide open, feeling an uncontrollable urge to destroy you. "What should I do now?" Trong Lei calmly declared, "I have awakened, and the fire within your body has been ignited because of that." He softly explained, "It's also the reason why your body is acting abnormally. Simply put, your body is a stove, and my fire element is the flame." Every word of Trong Lei's words echoed in his ears, the lingering heat from your hand as fuel, and in the end, he made a brief conclusion. "It is your body." Thach Thien froze for 2 seconds before shouting, "Is there no way to shut down this broken stove?" He only chuckled softly. "If I dared to leave it active, then of course I also have a way to control it." Hearing this, he almost regained his composure. Trong Lei suddenly spoke with an innocent look. "But I forgot. I am just a shattered soul. After thousands of years, I've forgotten many cultivation techniques." Thach Thien paused, his gaze meeting his. He immediately rushed forward and grabbed Letrong by the collar. "So what the hell are you talking about?" He screamed in fear. Let me go, don't hit me. Although this feeling is very much like your past life self, Thach Thien roared in fury. Get out, along with your fiery soul, and leave my body. In that moment, his eyes nearly burned with fire. Suddenly, a gurgling sound from his stomach reached Thach Thien's ears. He suddenly clutched his stomach and collapsed on the floor, screaming wildly, I hate it. Thach Thien stared blankly at the ceiling, the gurgling from his stomach reminding him that it was mealtime now, and he hadn't eaten anything for 2 hours since coming home. So finally, the most tragic thing is that hunger and the harsh truth hit me at the same time. I am in front of a dark abyss, as if I have fainted before this bastard blocking the way out. At this moment, Thach Thien quickly grabbed his phone, scrolling through his expenses, finally stopping at the final balance. His face turned pale. What? Spending more than earning. Things are really dark right now. In a desperate situation, Thach Thien spoke softly. Fire god? The fire god of flames? Trung Lei was momentarily frightened. Why do you still want to hit me? Huh! He angrily retorts, I'll beat you, you monkey. I'm so full I can't go on anymore. I'm starving. I'm gathering the leftover food on the table. I've already peeled a bunch of fruit. So quickly bring me those bowls. Lots of vinegar, lots of salt, lots of oil. I love them to death. Chapter 18. Later, Thach Thien kept eating the bowl of noodles in his hand. I don't know how much time has passed, but the table was already piled with plastic containers. In the last bowl of noodles, Thach Thien slammed his hand down on the table in excitement. He tilted his head back, gasping with a throat-burning breath, coughing out a laugh. Alive, it really is toxic. This spicy soup is unexpectedly delicious, and it's loaded with oil, salt, and calories, truly a direct path to his stomach. Le Trong stood aside, watching intently, with an indescribable expression, looking very intoxicated and very satisfied. Thach Thien patted his stomach loudly and declared loudly, This life of mine is all thanks to that spicy soup, and if I die of hunger, then you are the one who killed me. He was startled and flustered, waving his hands as if innocent. Xiao Diem, I didn't mean to. I really didn't. Hearing this, he was so angry that he shouted out loud, Don't call me by that disgusting name anymore. Thach Thien started to negotiate. Consider it a plea from me to you. In this life, we are not husband and wife, just siblings, or maybe parent and child. Please don't call me little DM anymore. I am your father. Call you a dog, you call once, I call once. Hearing that, Trung Lei remained silent without replying. He nodded seriously and shook hands to swear brotherhood. Be good to my elder brother. After that, Thach Thien stayed silent for an hour, dazed in the corner to digest this huge amount of information. Trung Lei stepped closer and said, You helplessly dismiss me. I'm annoyed. Stay away from me. Thach Thien's food intake is 20 times that of an average person. Even if each meal costs only 7 yuan, given the current situation, the food expenses could exceed 10,000 yuan. And Thach Thien's father is a sumo wrestler living abroad. They are very strict in managing their finances. The reason for asking for money to buy food is basically unbelievable. Thinking of this, he burst into tears like a child. Money, food. From now on, I'm afraid I can only rely on myself. Thach Thien suddenly had an idea. Being a food blogger might be okay, but before stepping into this path, I need a moment to compose myself, because I don't know how I'll handle the next meal. I never imagined that food would be so abundant nowadays. I might as well have starved myself for a few hours before. At this moment, the phone suddenly lights up. Trung Lei curiously approaches and says, You have a glowing box on you. He quickly grabbed his phone, his eyes almost glued to the screen. Is that the message from Thach Thien, your classmate girl? Do you remember me? I am the Coca girl from that day. Can we exchange phone numbers at KFC tomorrow morning? Can I ask you for a favor regarding this? Can we discuss it in more detail tomorrow? I'll pay you with a meal. As soon as he read the last line, Thach Thien's face stiffened. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help but feel happy inside. Free meals? Thach Thien responded quickly without thinking. Help? Sure, I'll help right now. Hurry up and invite me to eat. Seeing him rush off like the wind, Trung Lei hurriedly called out, Where are you going? Thach Thien calmly responded, seeking a way to survive. As the scene shifts to an ancient-style eatery where a female student and Thach Thien are now sitting properly at the table, Thach Thien frantically devours his food, muttering non-stop. Sorry, it's so late already. I hope you're having a good time outside. I'm at the point of near death. She was momentarily startled. Huh? Life and death on the brink of death. The female student puffed out her chest as if about to reveal the most important thing in her life, so I decided to be direct. Hearing that, he turned to look at her with a serious expression. Tell me, who bullied you? The female student quickly suggested, Classmate Thachtaen, can you come work at my place? Faced with the invitation, Thachtaen froze in place. She quickly spoke, as if afraid of being interrupted. My house has a gym, Thachtaen. I had this plan before you returned to school, so can you work at my place for a while and take some promotional photos? Fearing that Thachtaen wouldn't understand, the girl hurriedly explained, It's for before and after weight loss comparisons. I can give you anything. He quickly replied, No money needed, just free meals. Are you worried that this isn't a disadvantage for you? Thachtaen confirms once again. It's okay. Take it easy. Chapter 19. The scene shifts to the gym where Thachtaen's overweight figure is prominently displayed at the entrance. The cover emphasizes that a brave person dares to face their weight. Changing at the gym will make the card holder slimmer. On the opposite side, a crowd rushes forward, everyone fighting fiercely. The girl looks on in confusion. Seeing so many people, perhaps all the girls in the world have gathered here. She unconsciously opened her eyes wide. Never seen so many people come like this. And upon closer inspection, less than half of them were asking about registration. The female student looked around, while the others were all sweating profusely. At the same time, the girl shyly asked, Can you be my personal trainer? He responded instantly like a machine. I haven't reached the level to be a trainer yet, but if you sign up, I'll do my best to help you. Boxing. As soon as she received the response, she quickly rushed back to the female student. The young woman slammed her hand down on the counter, registered for a 3-year membership, and then returned to Thachtaen. The woman suddenly interrupted and asked, Isid, can I touch your chest? She shyly explained, Yes. I want to understand a bit about the effects after training. Thachtaen lowered his head to observe the woman's every move, then straightforwardly placed his hand on her chest. Faced with the sudden action, the woman's cheeks flushed red. Meanwhile, Thachtaen maintained an expressionless look. In his mind, the sound echoed like a memory, a familiar feeling he had experienced many times before, just like the boy at school rushing over to call him Dad. Thachtaen silently thought, aside from feeling a bit lighter, there was no real difference. At the same time, the crazy woman rushed to the female student, a senior member causing trouble. Last time at the Tokiwa Hot Pot Society, the excited student stood up. Old boss, what do you want to eat? It's only been one morning, and the club has over 300 members. We might as well eat gold. Hearing that, Thachtaen carefully flips through the menu. Then he calmly said, Then each dish will be 5 portions. Her eyes widened. Huh? Eating that much? Are you trying to gain weight back? The girl reluctantly pulls out her wallet, but in the end, she still has to take care of this money-making plant. Even though it's a bit expensive, I'll pay for it myself. Thachtaen silently prays that he could go back. He lowers his voice to explain, just enough to wrap things up. Later, Thachtaen made a request, hoping to have dinner alone at the training ground when there are the fewest people, so he could train his body a bit. As he spoke, he once again stared intently at his warm hand, having resolved his first survival issue. Next, I need to figure out how to become stronger, should I take the initiative to attack. Thachtaen is in high school, and I heard there are 2 schools of fighting styles. First, Thachtaen is so fat that no one can beat him. Second, it is said that the main character is not a student, but the school principal. The girl lowered her head, gasping for breath. Teacher, please forgive me. I beg you. I stayed up late studying last night, so I was late. The homeroom teacher suddenly interrupted. No way. The girl looked up in confusion. Huh? He softly commands. Don't move. The homeroom teacher kneels down and adjusts the girl's collar with his hand. Your bow is crooked. Even if you're scared, you have to prepare yourself beautifully so I can let you in. He adjusted his glasses and said softly, Being late is just being late. You still need to remember what's important, but no matter what, don't stay up late anymore. You are the teacher's most beloved students, Mr. Lam Fathian, 28 years old, the supervising homeroom teacher who speaks cautiously. As soon as forgiveness is granted, the female student quickly runs into the classroom. At this moment, the homeroom teacher suddenly turned around. So the next student will step forward, he questioned sternly. It's already 10 o'clock, you've been late, and so is your right hand. What's going on? The silver-haired one looks annoyed. Stop rambling, let your father in. Your dad fell and got hurt. Hearing this, the homeroom teacher's mouth twitched uncontrollably. No, that's not right. He immediately made a judgment. This is a burn mark. The homeroom teacher glared at him. What's wrong? This isn't a fight, is it? From the look of it, someone has hurt your beloved student. The legend involving Lam Fathin happened 4 years ago when he was supervising a certain semester exam. 4 years ago at school, the entire classroom fell into silence as Min Vuong secretly looked toward the teacher's desk. He glanced down at the answer sheet, his hand scribbling furiously, and just then, Fa Thien suddenly slapped Min Vuong hard on the shoulder. He doesn't look at him but softly requests, "Don't cheat. Give me the cheat sheet now." Hearing this, Min Vuong shows a haughty expression, slams the table hard, and stands up. Min Vuong angrily grabbed Fa Thien's collar and said, "Hey, how dare you, at your age, to boss my dad around?" He spoke coldly. "I'll say it again. As a student, you're not allowed to cheat. Hand over the cheat sheet now." At this moment, Min Vuong looked down in horror. His grip was very strong, and he couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Moreover, he couldn't let go. Immediately, Min Vuong declared firmly, "Your father is not doing it anymore. Hand in the test." Before leaving, he didn't forget to threaten, "You wait for me." As soon as the words finished, Min Vuong slammed the door shut while Fa Thien gently pushed up his glasses, his gaze fixed intently on him. There's a reason why cheating students during exams can be so arrogant. She seems to be considered the school boss, so domineering that teachers turn a blind eye. The boss of the biggest territory here is actually her older brother. Min Vuong clenched his fists tightly. So just after school that day, as Fa Thien stepped outside, he saw him. At the same time, Dukon stomped out his cigarette. He stepped closer to him and asked, "Hey, you're the hall monitor, right?" Hearing this, Fa Thien simply replied briefly. The thug gritted his teeth and said, "Listen, having a bloody scene at the school gate isn't good, so why don't you come with us for a little trip?" Seeing that, he only cast a cold glance at him. Lam Fat Thien has been taken away, but this matter is not going to end so simply. At 1945, Lam Fat Thien was taken hostage and left the school on a motorcycle. At 2000, students who learned about this couldn't hold back and reported it to the police. At 2110, the police stormed the hideout where the notorious gang often gathered. Then the officers threw open the door and shouted, "Be honest, we are the police!" Before he could step inside, the crowd outside was so panicked they froze in shock. Inside, Fa Thien appeared with a blood-stained face. At his feet are dozens of bodies piled up, blood everywhere on the ground, and the police at the scene are terrified. According to the report, there are a total of 23 people here, 18 with broken bones, 3 seriously injured, and 2 kind unharmed. Everywhere is the sound of crying. Your teacher is covered in blood, calmly sitting there grading papers. He is focused on the color of the paper. "King Min, you are wrong again. Only by using this formula can you solve it. Please try again." Next to his foot, the students who had spoken earlier about wanting to avenge that teacher are now trembling uncontrollably. Yes, I will study seriously." At the same time, the police team was almost speechless. At this moment, Fa Thien slowly turned his head back, a cold smile on his face, and said, "So you're the police? You're here now. Sorry, I was just threatened by them and couldn't help but fight back a little too hard." From that day on, Lam Fat Thien became a legend, returning to Jim's room to change himself. Inside, Thach Thien was furiously punching the heavy bag. He paused for a moment, then exhaled heavily, and immediately afterward, Thach Thien threw a punch once again. In the final moment, he delivers a punch that sends the punching bag flying. Chapter 21. The silver-haired man, trembling with fear, grits his teeth and bites his tongue. Things are not looking good. This guy is notorious for being strict and violent. Lam Fat Thien suddenly raises his arm. "That's right," teacher remembers. He slowly squeezed back's shoulder. "You're in 12th grade, right?" His face twisted even more, but he simply couldn't get in. In the face of danger, he suddenly realized something. Wait a moment. The silver-haired man clasped his hands together with joy. But isn't that a good thing? Thanks to him helping me step forward. Then he hesitated and asked, "Master, do you remember someone named Thach Thien in class 11? Lam Fa Thien heard that and immediately raised an eyebrow in curiosity. He gently pushed his glasses. "Are you talking about class 11? Not very close, but somewhat memorable. While I'm at it, I'll also describe him a bit. She's a bit chubby." A wicked smile immediately spread across the silver-haired person's face. "This is getting interesting." He deliberately pretended to be confused. No, I was just asking." The old man angrily recounted that my hand was indeed burned by a scoundrel with the same surname and given name as him, but his body was the opposite. He even held his face and cried to make it more convincing. He threatened me, pretended to shake hands with me, and I don't know what he was hiding in his hand that made me burn so badly I fainted. It's terrifying. Just thinking about it makes me tremble, and I haven't been able to do my homework for days. Lam Fatin still managed to catch a few words like pitiful and that he didn't want to do the homework, but in the end, he let it go. All right, don't do the homework for now. I'll ask your homeroom teacher to come to the classroom. The silver-haired one, having overcome the obstacle, happily runs away. But just as he took a few more steps, Lam Fatin's voice suddenly rang out, and he also gave him a stern warning with a grim expression. Help me find out where that kid is. Thak Thien is elsewhere, continuously breathing out. Trong Lei looked satisfied and said, This is your current physical condition. Din Nin is declaring he's very healthy, with no back pain or numb legs, and he can punch hundreds of times without running out of breath. This is the abnormal part that my fire element has burned away inside your body. Then Trong Lei even made a thumbs-up gesture and said, Your current wife, among people your age, has excellent health qualities. Contrary to that excitement, Thak Thien only frowned with worry, thinking to himself that he had taken a week off to adapt him to working and had also conveniently used everything in the gym. Then, no matter what method of testing I used, it all made me realize one thing. Half of my face darkened, and I knew I was doomed.
Nhung nhớ lại lúc chuột, chỉ cần một chiều gia danh bay người ta. Thak Thien tụm lấy áo dôi phuồng, dùng cổ dưa nữa, cãi bao cách nãy tới cổ thê dậm rạch chi với một quyền.
Trong Lei was beaten down and punched repeatedly, calmly saying, My dear wife, brother, good brother, but when you're weak, you look even better. That evening, Fa Thien stood in front of the gym room building, changing himself. He reached out and gently pushed the glass door. Thak Thien inside still didn't notice. In the end, he could only rely on continuous training to get stronger. It was hard, but he finally placed the dumbbell back on the rack, his palms slowly relaxing and turning toward the other weights. With all his strength, he tried to lift it with just one hand, but he couldn't hold on for long. This weight is already pushing my shoulders to the limit. Thak Thien becomes even more desperate, realizing he's too thin. If this was before, I could lift weights with both hands and run. The weight was too light, even if I looked good on the outside. Fa Thien gently lifted it up, surprising him. Thak Thien God looked at the teacher with wide eyes, then turned to him and smiled warmly. Hello. I also have my weaknesses. While chatting, Fei Tian performed a few movements, and seeing you, I don't think you're like those thugs. I just kept that innocent smile on my face. Are you Thak Thien? Thak Thien remains very cautious. Is that so? Who is this? How do they know me? The teacher didn't answer right away, but put down the dumbbell, then suddenly clenched his fist tightly. The punch coming suddenly without warning startled him, but Thak Thien still managed to block it immediately. That's right, Fa Thien's force pushed him back several meters, and his palm was also turning red and trembling non-stop. 1 second later, bones and flesh crack loudly as they break, while the opponent leisurely pulls back their hand. Fa Thien carefully assesses. He managed to block it. This move could have directly broken his nose, showing quick reflexes, truly experienced. Sweat poured down his face like rain. What kind of power is this? In just a moment, he could strike like that, and my palm felt like it had been punched through. His hand was so numb it kept trembling and had lost all sensation. Thak Thien shouted, Why did this person come here? You want to know? I am the punishment for when you hurt others. A little misunderstanding made him act tough. Is that so? So I think I understand now. Turns out this guy is one of their accomplices. His attitude also became more serious. So, I have nothing more to say. Trong Lei quickly appeared, intending to stop them. Hey, wait a moment. The words he was about to say suddenly stopped, and his hand lowered. He recited a spell, and then directed the flame into Thak Thien's hand. Leave it to me to help you. Over here, Fa Thien is still preparing, and her hand is smoking. He charged forward voluntarily and clenched his fist. Fa Thien directly blocked, causing them to face each other. A continuous stream of sparks shot out as the scene rewound to 6 years earlier at the kids' training house, where the fierce little boy sneered at his opponent. Just arrived here. My name is Long Ba Thien, 13 years old, the oldest person here. When the coach is busy, I will ask the newcomers to train with us. You loudly declare, but do you know why I do that? Because hitting people feels so good, your dad hits hard. He'll beat you until you cry tears. Got it? Ba Thien shouted at this huge figure, asking if you're listening. The new guy is a bit chubby, thinks he's so great. Thak Thien is several times stronger. He just quietly looks down. Your name is Thak Thien, right? In the end, that kid couldn't touch him, even with a single strand of hair. Then went to tell his black belt older brother, and unsurprisingly, he still got knocked out with a single strike. It's really boring how weak you are. Back in the present, his body is trembling everywhere as if about to break. Contrary to his condition, Fa Thien has no injuries at all. He casually praises his opponent a few words, showing perseverance. Your hands are still in attack stance as usual. It's been 10 minutes, right? I am about to start admiring you. But he snapped irritably. Shut up. Thach Tien frowned in annoyance, having been beaten and scolded by an anonymous person, then praised. I want to make him angry, but I know how to stay calm. The first attack he launched was very powerful. Before that, he threw a few punches at me and responded, but not quickly enough. And then, as soon as my fist moved closer, he immediately stepped back to avoid it. Smoke rose from the palm of my hand, fueled by the heavy Li energy. After igniting it, a small flame burst out. Thach Tien angrily said, Looks like you got quite a burn, huh? Damn it, this is getting interesting. Despite the wind everywhere, I feel a thrill finally finding a worthy opponent. Thach Tien Ha is determined to see who will fall first among us. He is also not afraid to accept that challenge. Then let's try. As soon as he finished speaking, a girl burst open the door. Are people arguing inside? I heard the noise and came running over. Seeing Fa Tien and Thach Tien, she shouted out loud, covering her mouth in surprise. I didn't expect Supervisor Lam Kung to go crazy either. In uniform, you're a student of the school, and what did you call the teacher just now? Your voice sounded awkward. What are you doing? The handsome classmate Thach Tien, why are you hitting Thach Dao? Hearing those words, Po Tien felt like a slap across the face. A friend. A classmate. Only then did he suddenly realize the truth. A friend. Half an hour later at the family restaurant, the two students sat while the teacher stood. Pa Tien bowed his head seriously and said, Sorry. He took responsibility directly, saying, It's all my fault. I trusted others too easily. She snapped back. That's right. You should reflect on yourself. And Thach Tien suddenly called out, Teacher! He seriously asked for their opinion. Teacher hit me 26 times. Can I hit back now? She didn't expect this question to come, so she shouted loudly. Po Tien then sighed and nodded in agreement. Okay. He quickly pours the salt and stirs well, then places the bowl of food in front of the other person. Thach Tien smirked and said, Eat up. I specially prepared a top-quality dish for you. Finish it all for me. Don't leave a single bit. But I won't hold a grudge forever. Forget it. I've been losing weight lately and almost no one recognizes me. It's understandable if you don't recognize me. I forgive you. Fa Tien really ate that thing, making her panic and want to stop him. Teacher, what kind of emotion is rising in your heart? Actually, this was the first time I met an opponent who was truly evenly matched like this. So impressive. The experience was amazing, and I couldn't tell if I was happy or angry. But in that moment when I was hit, my heart was pounding faster. That night, Thach Tien took his bag of food and closed the door. He waved Trong Lei away and said, Good night. If you dare to sleep here, I'll beat you up. You can choose to sleep in the kitchen. But he suddenly grabbed Thach Tien back, saying, Wait a moment, I have something important to say. A little curiosity made him turn to listen. The story of the previous dynasty was retold. You set fire with your hands during the fight, right? This was the first time I experienced that feeling, 100,000 years ago. Trong Lei affirmed, I realized I could recover a bit of my abilities along with my memories. I realized two things. He holds up one finger. First, I remember how to restore your body to its original state, which is difficult but better than nothing. Second, your teacher and that girl. Thach Tien's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape. They all have issues. Trong Lei gently touched Tai Duong to recall that girl, who possessed something that mortals shouldn't have, and that teacher did. His aura still remembers it, especially when he overheard his whispering words during the meal earlier. At that moment, Fa Tien indeed muttered something very quietly. I happened to notice that suspicious behavior nearby. Fa Tien blames himself. Lam Fa Tien, you're still so hot-tempered, still so impulsive. You're not worthy of being a human at all. It was also from that person that Zhang Lei concluded that his aura was fundamentally not human. Thach Tien still didn't understand what he meant, while Zhang Lei smirked mysteriously, clearly intrigued. Do you know there is a earth-shattering secret in this world? He said each word with surprise. A earth-shattering secret. The other party replied seriously, That's right. The distant past of Chong Lei reminds us that before I was born, although I was bestowed the title of God and in charge of all people, I was not satisfied. I approached the world with curiosity about things I did not understand. When he turned around, he saw a woman walking over gently, whispering something to him and pointing into the distance, which made him happily leave. So in the end, with my own encouragement, I created the blazing fire and went out to explore. And it's been 3 years since I left. Thach Tien couldn't believe it even more after hearing this. 3 years, aren't you afraid of being played by the villagers? He suddenly shouted, then finally returned, and at the same time discovered a shocking secret that would scare you if I told you. His emotions changed too quickly for Thach Tien to keep up, and as he suddenly erupted, he made a spherical gesture, saying I keep heading north without looking back, but in the end I returned to the same place. This world is a globe, and Thak Thien's entire body turned to stone. Even he was speechless. Then he quickly lifted his leg and ran into the house. Thak Thien's hand swiftly grabbed a book from the shelf. The Encyclopedia Britannica Atlas was thrown right in Trong Lei's face. That's what he meant to say. "Are you not interested, my dear wife?" He snapped angrily. "Damn it, I'm going to sleep now." As he turned away, Trong Lei once again appeared mysterious. So, I will get straight to the point. That traveling story continued to unfold. The version of me back then had expanded my horizons about tribes and countless plants. Say hi. Trong Li tries out some herbs himself. I have rewritten and listed 7 types of medicines. Even the insects would be afraid of your smile. Creating a potion to nurture spirits and Dame Detail. Now I remember one of those ingredients. Din Nin concluded that I am already a shattered soul. If I can make this potion, I might recall more memories or even regain my memories and learn how to use fire magic. Thak Tien immediately asked, "What is the method of preparation? Tell me, I will write it down." He quickly listed garlic, seeds, flowers, pepper, chili, and jotted them down with suspicion. The more I hear, the more it sounds like eating hot pot. Zhang Lei suddenly added, "That's right. As you can see, that's a different matter. It's just the meaning behind the words." The item she's holding is what he's paying attention to. The girl has something on her that resembles a compass. I've observed it for a long time, and it seems to contain some kind of mystical power. Or maybe it's a family heirloom, or perhaps it's acquired for some reason. In short, it's not something an ordinary person should possess. And then there are the abnormalities of Fa Thien that your master mentioned. He truly is not human. For example, I am not even considered human, just a fragment of a soul. His reflected shadow is blood red, and his aura is somewhat wild. Those details only make Trong Lei more certain that with this aura, he is definitely not human. In his imagination, Po Thien laughs cruelly. Perhaps he is some kind of monster disguised among humans. At some point, somewhere among the crowded apartment buildings, there is a memorial photo of Fa Thien on the table, with an almost full incense cup in front of it, and the curtain is gently swayed by the wind. The other person carefully placed 3 incense sticks in the cup of ashes. I never expected Fa Thien to be the one sitting there, my friend, and here I am talking to you. He started to open up, saying that today I hurt a student. I was wrong. This rare, vulnerable look is all I see right now. The person in the photo is smiling brightly again. Their appearance is similar, but their aura is different, and the corner of their eye is reddened. You're really kind, but I can't imitate your appearance. His shadow isn't a person. It's a sturdy bamboo body. It's really hard to be a person. The next day, at the school Thak Tien attends, the silver-haired boy hit the wall after being pushed by the other person, trembling as he begged, Teacher, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have." Po Tien gently brushed off his hand before pinning him down and warned sternly, "You shouldn't lie to me. The teacher always punishes severely." His arm swung quickly, but the teacher had once agreed to protect all students in this school. "You are still one of the students there, so I can only forgive you." He was slammed against the wall again, and he angrily threatened him. "Don't lie to the teacher anymore in the future. Understand?" The silver-haired person was so scared that his face turned pale. "Yes, sir. Yes, sir." Only after hearing his promise did the destroying heaven hand release. If he pushes Fa Thien back, then this matter is considered settled. If you dare to do that again in the future, that terrifying smile will bloom, and I will definitely break your nose with my fist. Let's go back to class. The bell signaling the end of the day rings after the tiring lessons for the students. A few girls started making noise. "Are you here to see that too?" That person, after becoming so handsome that it takes your breath away, is your classmate, Thak Tien. Yes, that's right. He's here! He's coming out of the classroom. At this moment, Thak Tien was about to open the door and go in as usual, but he suddenly stopped when he realized someone was nearby. Fa Thien suddenly appeared and faced him directly. The female students around were confused. Who is that person in the corridor? That's the homeroom teacher monitoring the 12th grade, Lam Fa Thien, who's both handsome and strict. "Teacher, why are you here?" The male students are whispering and gossiping. Wait, Mr. Lam only mentioned fighting, but it might be considered part of the same legend as Thak Thien Hoi from before. So it's not the 2 people known for fighting the most in our school's legend, yet they happen to meet here. He coldly initiates the conversation. Master Lam Fa Thien smiles. He's about to finish work. "So I specially came to find you. Do you want to go back with me and then take a walk?" Classmate Thak Tien. He leads Thak Tien to a lush bamboo bush bathed in sunlight. The warnings Trong Lei gave earlier suddenly come back to me. He might be some kind of monster disguised among humans. That's why Thak Tien's eyes are very alert. Fa Thian naturally notices this. Are you preparing to fight the teacher? Actually, there's no need for that. He gently said, a few days ago when you were eating, you weren't this tense, so the strong person behind you has been telling you the news about him these days, right? Suddenly, Fa Thian mentioned Trong Lei, and both of them were truly surprised. Trong Lei didn't expect this. He could sense himself, while Thak Thian honestly admitted it. Yes, that's right. Fa Thian's attitude remains unchanged. Just as I thought, then the fire in your hand can be explained. Talking will also be more convenient. The teacher definitely has no ill intentions towards me. He slightly raised his eyebrows in confusion at those words. Why? Po Tian slowly recounted a story instead of giving an answer. This land was once a bamboo forest before the school was built, and now only a small remnant remains. The watering can in his hand is raised to stop the flow of water, and he directly confesses, Classmate Thak Thian, I am not human. This is where I was born. Thak Thian's eyes widened in surprise. The form of Fa Thian was originally a fake bamboo tree from Yumak Kui Sun, and after 10,000 years of cultivation, it could take on a human shape. You just keep foolishly staying here day after day, and eventually you might become an immortal. Suddenly, a divine presence descends from the heavens. So that night, the master endured a thunder tribulation, causing smoke and dust to cover the entire forest. In the end, the lightning strike left only one area of Duong Truk intact, while Fa Thian and the other trees were cut in half. But the master, gravely wounded and dying, revealed his true form. It was actually Fa Thian who had truly come to help and was taken home. Chapter 26. The school is located in the middle of an open field, so there are many trees around. Fa Thian plants the broken tree trunk in the empty patch of land. Its body only has one uniform color, with a few scorched marks. The young man is working and starts a conversation. Is this Teacher Lam who just arrived? What are you planting? It's a bamboo, wasn't it? Burned nearby yesterday? I picked it up and brought it here. That gentle look seemed to be telling the bamboo to stay healthy and keep living. At that time it wasn't yet a spirit, so it could only hear that you and I are alike. Both just arrived here. And from now on, this will be your home. As time passed, many things happened, like a dog casually pooping at the root, not to mention some people calmly plucking leaves to flirt and cause chaos. At that time, there were students with traces of vandalism all over them. The story didn't end until a student delivered a powerful kick. The ball soared high into the air, then shot straight ahead. It didn't hit, but instead struck the tree trunk, making him furious. Wait until I can move, and I will kill all of you. On that fateful day, someone used a cigarette butt to burn his leaf. It then fell straight to the ground along with the still smoldering smoke, and Long Ka and his friends all looked annoyed. Isn't that Long from 12th grade passing by just now? What's wrong? You look pretty sad smoking. He suddenly widened his eyes as if about to devour the opponent, causing the young man to tremble violently. What are you doing? His younger brother shook his head in frustration at the situation. He patted the boy's shoulder and said, Kid, no matter what grade you're in, if you don't want to get beaten up, shut your mouth now. The guy in front of you, Long Bao Long, has beaten 52 people into the hospital in just this year. That warning is also accompanied by Long Ka's fierce expression. Do you want to be the 53rd person? Your face turned pale and you kept stammering, unable to speak. That guy kept growling. I remind you, we're really upset right now. Just a little touch could make it explode. The main reason is that the school recently moved here and there's a new teacher. The story was simple, but this afternoon, my phones were just confiscated because I was caught hiding in the bathroom playing games. I was having fun when someone suddenly interrupted my mood. Fa Tian caught them in the act and dared to check the bathroom. Each of us has to submit a 5,000-word self-criticism. But it's not over yet. Yesterday, Long Ka called a subordinate in the classroom to invite him to lunch but got caught, and this time he has to submit an 800-word self-criticism. Fa Tian stood next to the student to protect him, making it clear that the boss should apologize to the kid. The young man didn't know how to respond after hearing that. His subordinate gritted his teeth and said, I want you to know that all of us are being filmed like in a movie, and right now we're really pissed off. He shoved you away out of anger. Just get lost, or I'll beat you up right here. The young man also obeyed immediately. Yes. All right, let's go to class or we'll get caught again. He frowned, really couldn't hold it in. That's right, this bamboo was planted by that bastard, wasn't it? The threat made the small bamboo shake. Next time, I'll water it a bit. That day, Fa Thian also came to check the garden as usual, telling himself, how did it end up like this? It's all withered and wilted now. Hearing the frustration, the bamboo suddenly felt a surge of emotion it hadn't felt in ages and finally couldn't hold back, shouting, "Hey, you little bastard, my father is seriously injured right now and shouldn't be talking. But now I don't want to waste my cultivation, so move my father somewhere else immediately, or tomorrow my students will boil me alive with hot water." He exclaimed in shock. "What? What did you say? Are you talking to the bamboo? Are you talking to yourself?" It continued shouting, "I can not only talk but also become your father." Its voice rang out sharply. "Getting involved with someone as hopeless as you really is bad luck all your life. Are you crazy? If you pick me up, my husband is everywhere, surrounded by bamboo. I'm the only bamboo, clearly wanting me to die. I'm about to be poked again by the people passing by. The bamboo keeps talking non-stop. Moreover, most of these people tormenting me are your students. Let me tell you, I have been burned by cigarette butts from those students before. Someone even used the bamboo to practice martial arts and was kicked over. Others mistook it for a bed, and it was once seen as a chair where someone lay down with a hunched back." He angrily scolded, "What exactly have you offended so many kids for? You've been tormenting students, and now they're tormenting my husband's tree." This truly is a cycle. Fa Thien also gradually regained his composure. "What? So that's it, you were betrayed by them. Wait a minute. So what exactly are you? I think I saw your mouth earlier." Now the bamboo tree has a chance to introduce itself. No matter what, even if I am just a wooden demon turned into a bamboo spirit, struck by lightning and now healing, its sinister smile appears. "That's right, what was I saying? I still need to thank you for saving my life. In a few days I will be able to become human, so why not let me help you then? Also, I want to remind you that there is nothing good in this school. Your picture is pinned by the students, and I have been secretly watching all along. Everyone is plotting something against you, and no one is thankful for what you've done. Everyone is waiting for a chance to take revenge on you. Not only the men, but the women are also talking, and even those who are not involved are all criticizing you behind your back." The bamboo tree eagerly suggested, "So then take me out of here first. Once I recover, I will help you kill them one by one." "What do you think?" Fa Thien quickly signaled for him to stop, waited until he clenched the trunk tightly and shook it. "Don't hurt those students. It's panicking and screaming. Are you doing something? Let me go now." Fa Thien quickly used his hand to dig around the tree roots. "No matter what, I have to make you leave this place." Then he took her and ran away. "You are truly in a very dangerous place here. It's the same for you and everyone else." He pondered and continued telling the rest of the story. "From then on, I was forced to live at his house for a while, which could also be considered an unforgettable period. The bamboo plant is in the corner of the house, and Fa Thien is sitting at the desk working. It grumbles and asks, 'Hey, why didn't you let me beat up those students?' This question made him stop what he was doing and pay attention. Fa Thien smiled gently, because during this time I also experienced extremes, was easily trusting, impulsive, and vague. His words were free of blame, but because of lack of knowledge, he took the wrong path. Leaning on his chair, he confided, "And I want to become the guiding red car to lead them. There is a road that looks wide at first, but in reality is very narrow behind it. If Po Thien La Quan Bao has a road, as long as you're diligent, it will be filled with flowers at the end." After hearing this truth, the bamboo tree was even more shocked 100 times. He then turned to ask for her opinion, casually adding, "I think you're quite stubborn and I want to treat you as a student. Are you sharing your feelings?" "It's embarrassing, so I'll decline quickly." "Are you crazy? Why are you suddenly talking about me?" Poisoning the Sky's tone gradually grew quieter, and from then on, for about half a year, the master quietly stayed at his house. He cultivated during the day, talked at night, and the days passed so peacefully that the master forgot. Thaktin was curious to understand the hidden meaning behind those words. An Yen clenched his teeth with disdain. The master forgot that he was still alive, which is extremely dangerous. The beginning of Ling Wei was also struck by lightning, leaving it at its weakest, and at the same time, it was the moment that the monks craved the most. He covers half of his face to try to calm himself down. The master shouldn't be at his house. One beautiful morning, the sun gently shines from above, with a bamboo plant placed opposite the dining table, on which there is a delicious slice of watermelon. It pleads with him, saying, "If you pour watermelon juice on me, I will seem like a real person with taste. So please leave some watermelon for me." Fa Thien smiled and agreed immediately. All right. Someone suddenly knocked urgently on the door, and Mr. Ta put aside the piece of watermelon and went to open it. Come here. Blocked Fa Thien outside to catch Long Ka and his 2 followers. That guy smirked and said, "Hi, teacher, good morning." He was frightened by their appearance. "Why aren't you guys?" Wait a moment. The noise outside caught the bamboo stick's attention. "What's wrong with your eyes?" They said nothing, and roughly pushed Fa Thien into the house. The students' eye sockets were full of murderous intent, and fists were raised. Looking back a little, anyone who wanted to use the bathroom was locked outside. Long Sa kept it to himself to smoke with his underlings inside, muttering, "I'm about to be doomed. I've already been caught by that damn teacher 3 times, recorded 3 times. If this keeps up, I probably won't graduate next year. I'll have to stay here again." The guy next to him is no different, saying, "I'm the same. The worst thing is that I'm now afraid of getting caught, so I don't dare let the little ones cheat anymore, and there are still thousands of words left." The other guy shouted loudly, "That damn teacher, how dare he let us indulge like this, even when smoking a cigarette? We had to wait until he left the meeting before we dared to smoke." The door suddenly swung open without warning, causing the 3 inside to startle in reaction. That young man in the school uniform is smiling mysteriously. Long Ka secretly assesses him, never having seen this face before. "Hey, who are you? What grade are you in? Do you know the rules of this school? When we were smoking in the bathroom, others weren't allowed in, but he wasn't afraid, and even smirked, which made him even more furious. "Hey, big brother, we're fired up right now. Do you want this kid to rush in angrily and get beaten up?" The other student just raised one finger to stop him, a light touch like a cloud that made him freeze, sweat pouring down his face, his whole arm numb and unresponsive, unable to move. The other person calmly replied, "Violence and anger, huh? No proper discipline at all. What grade am I in? I am not a student at this school. My age is even greater than all of yours combined." Pretending like that is just to make it easier to blend in here. Some parts of what that guy conveyed are missing. "I am a monk. I have been watching you for a long time. This fist should not be aimed at me. You always have someone you hate." Some kind of magic was cast into those words. Perhaps you should nurture this hatred even more. Let it grow until it erupts, and then beat him up properly. The 3 of them were overwhelmed by that energy rushing straight into their minds, which is why Po Thien was now being assaulted. Their feet stomped down hard, holding his hands tightly. I must leave a deep mark on his face. He still tries to reason with them. "Hey, what are you doing? What do you want?" "Teacher, I've wanted to beat you up for a long time. Your neck was being squeezed by them. Why are you trying to hinder us? Why do you want to change the way we live?" He struggled to say, "Because I want to. I want to." They immediately punched him in the face. "I don't care what the master wants." His eyes were full of hatred. "We just ignore people like this and don't care. If it's like this, everyone can live happily and peacefully. Isn't that good?" The reason Fa Thien is choking is because the teacher wants to teach you all. The bamboo tree helplessly shouted from the corner of the room, "Hey, stop right now. If you keep going like this, you'll die." Fa Thien's person trembles as he tries to persuade them, because he once saw that the wider the path, the happier it is. The bamboo tree falls into panic, staring wide-eyed at the scene before it, his eyes beginning to close. The teacher must show the students that bamboo plant. His unfinished wish. His arm hangs limply. A sudden burst of bright light shatters the glass door in the room, and 3 students are thrown downstairs because they deserved it. A loud noise awakens Fa Thien from his coma. A familiar voice echoes. "Are you awake yet? You can stay lying down a little longer." "I'm fine. Besides, there's no problem with the fact that I threw your student from the 3rd floor. The bamboo has turned into a person and is sitting beside me. I'll consider myself lucky to have saved his life." He suddenly sat up straight. "Who are you?" At that time, the bamboo still had a few leaves on its head. It was the bamboo he had raised. "I became human earlier than planned to protect you." It smiles. "So what? Now I have a human body. I want to go experience the path you've always talked about. Do you want to teach me how, master?" Chapters 29. The story here also comes to an end. And then there was no more after that. Thak Thien was angry because he was dissatisfied. "What do you mean?" Trung Lei was just about to take a bite of the melon but didn't manage to. "The villain just appeared. Isn't there supposed to be a big battle? I haven't even bought the melon yet." He gently lifted his glasses because afterwards the villain basically never appeared again. From then on, the teacher explained the situation to him clearly. After that, the teacher kept protecting him. Actually, at that time, they also had a bit of an understanding. Now, I will honestly tell you that our situation is extremely dangerous. Those students who attacked you were under control. Because a cultivator hiding in the school was scheming to take over my body, Po Thien didn't care and secretly blushed. "You said that with a bit of a swagger, huh?" The bamboo stick immediately presses him down and shoves food into his mouth. "In the end, I just can't run anymore. Even though I have been healed, if I leave now, your beloved students might all become butchers after a long time, each one having their soul pulled out and turned into demons, then used to force me to appear." He asked worriedly, "So what should we do then?" Zhu Tree immediately confirmed, "How? Of course, I can't leave your side, not even a step. I have to be with you at all times to protect you and avoid attracting others' attention. In that case, there is only one way. It came up with a very good idea. How about it? I can conveniently protect you while also experiencing the path you mentioned. Do you want to try disciplining me, teacher? Finally, what it was made into was the stick used to tap on the board. Desire for this. You means hope for achieving something that shouldn't be achieved. Remember that clearly? This is the main focus of this test. The students in the classroom are studying while showing some strange expressions on their faces. Po Tian pushed up his glasses as usual. Did you see that secret whisper from below? The ruler in his hand is that bamboo, which he took from behind the mountain to plant earlier, then carried home and finally made into a ruler, openly and honestly pulled out at school. Earlier, when he chased us away, he thought he loved trees and was protecting the environment. The bamboo stick also reminded me. It hurts, you go easy, but Fa Thian immediately silenced them because the ruler doesn't talk. I hesitated to finish the difficult story. That was already 36 years ago, and since then I have been the teaching ruler. Fa Thian also casually said it, but he really did set up surveillance to prevent everything. And he gave up in frustration. All right, stop talking. The more I hear, the dumber I feel. He suddenly lost his temper, but this plan also has flaws. I was used for a full 36 years, then I broke 5 boards in a row. As a result, because of overly strict precautions, there was no longer any loophole, and I protected him until his retirement, yet the villain still never appeared. Thaktin quietly thinks this guy probably likes to play the hero in dramas. Trung Lei next to him also grimaces. Hearing about this kind of book makes it feel like they're about to have a showdown that night, suddenly feeling really annoyed and uncomfortable. A gentle breeze passes by, causing a few bamboo leaves to drift away. In the end, everything unfolds peacefully. A few years earlier, that teacher also passed away due to illness, so overall it was a matter of fate. Since it was already evening, the sky turned a golden hue. He finally hopes for the teacher. He gently removes his glasses, and here he continues to follow that path. Po Tianzhen, lying in the hospital bed, advised him, Truk Hyung, you truly have a longer lifespan than I do. I probably can't be with you anymore. Do you want to try being a teacher? Nostalgically looking at the treasured item, so in the end, I became a teacher. Actually, the glasses are left there by him. I see myself as having protected him together with you, and also continuing his life. After sharing everything, Fa Thian puts it back on. All the memories the teacher had are now spoken. I'm still here now, partly to fulfill the wishes of the deceased. A few years ago, I submitted a fake resume to the school, but since I had been teaching for 36 years, there was no problem with my lectures. The topic then shifted to something else. Secondly, I think about the murderer from that year, and after so many years, my intuition tells me he's still somewhere watching me. Thak Tien called you out here just to tell you everything, and also to ask for your help. Please don't let your classmates find out that my teacher is not human, okay? Thak Tien fell silent for a few minutes. Then he suddenly smiled brightly and said, Let's put it this way. The supervisor is a monster who gained 5 pounds this month, which can surprise you quite a bit, so it's not worth mentioning. I won't tell anyone. Fa Thian clearly showed a look of joy on his face. He secretly thought to himself that listening to the teacher's story, he felt no fear at all, but rather a sense of warmth. His experience with humans is no different. He has tears and smiles too. So nothing is impossible. The two below continue their conversation. Also, teacher, please help me with this matter. If you were a tree, then could you tell me where to find the ingredients for this medicine so I can see? The vision gradually narrows in someone's eyes. The monk from the past was actually watching them from above and always waiting for the right moment. The following days also passed peacefully. So after talking with the teacher for a while, everything went back to normal. Thak Thian sat in the cafe, devouring each cup, and said, Next, go to the gym and help the girls get excited. At school, he's also getting attention from the boys. I heard that Father Tian attacked a gang of thugs again recently. Your father is indeed still my father. The young man boldly handed out the water. Dad, I just drank bitter melon juice. I refused to have more and wanted to watch Netflix instead. When he entered the classroom, the desk was already full of colorful letters and messages. He also had some free time to open and read them, catching the girls' attention. When night falls, Thak Thian sits focused at his computer, but there is also a strange sense of enlightenment. Fa Thian, during the previous conversation, looked surprised and asked, So you just recently started practicing, Tuchan? He nodded and replied, Yes. Then he suddenly took out a pen and paper to write something down, so I have to send you that website. Thak Thian frowned in confusion and handed over the paper with the web address. Yes, this website has many essential things. Just find the registration time and call the teacher then. Thak Tien is now typing the words inside and pressing the button to enter the mysterious website. As soon as he sees the first thing, he can't help but be surprised. The blue light from the screen reflected into those wide-open eyes. The title of the page is boldly printed with the words, Media Skills Protection Website. Below there is a slogan promoting unity and courage, sharing both honor and shame. And there are also many sections serving the people, including alchemy research, healthcare, housing insurance, cultivation, social security, and transportation options. Even the search suggestions include topics like cultivating in China, breaking through realms, and greeting fellow practitioners. Thak Tien immediately slammed the table and shouted, "What the hell?" Are you online now? So what kind of state are the monks of this era actually living in? So there are roughly 1.2 million of them. Is the phone in your hand about to slip out? The voice from within continues to echo. In this world, those with extraordinary abilities include even the teachers. He further explained to Thak Tien Du about controlling water and fire, poisoning, transforming monsters into spirits, soul possession, and various cultivation techniques, but perhaps we have around 1.2 million people. His narration became more and more mysterious, all called by him, and unconsciously he was drawn in, called the key phrase of breaking heaven that shattered his imagination, the air of traditional craftsmanship. He calmly continued, "Yes, these are all considered intangible cultural heritage, so there are specialized websites for these disciplines. In short, some elders created them to prevent their loss. I heard even the government is involved." Thak Tien couldn't believe it anymore and shouted, "What the hell is this legend?" Fa Tien then gave an example, saying, "See, now the bullet speed of a sniper rifle is 1,000 meters per second, and most cultivators can't dodge it. An ordinary person's gunshot can take them down with just one shot. Every year, many troublemakers abusing their supernatural powers to commit crimes are shot dead. In addition, any actions that violate customs are also reported. My teacher has also been criticized several times over the years for his teaching methods. Previously, there were also a few cultivators using old techniques, but in such an environment, many cultivation methods not only drain energy, but also offer no real benefit." Vuong Tak spent 20 years carefully studying ancient poisons, but the results were not promising. He was scolded by his wife for neglecting his work and ended up even poorer. The story's ending was harsh. Before long, the neighbors had left for the city to find work, having already bought a big door and a spacious house. Eventually, no one continued to practice anymore. Not even Thak Tien agreed. It's really true that cultivating in this era is just too impractical. Fa Tien rambled on. "Just stay here and look for some information. After all, it's not a loss. In the future, a successor will guide you to meet with other cultivators, and there will be annual activities organized by the Cultural Bureau to strengthen the bonds among cultivators." All that stuff about traveling, gatherings, blind dates, youthful feelings, and preaching. After hearing it all, your face darkened, and it became more and more unrealistic. Fa Tien suddenly mentioned something. "That's right, you can also receive items like cooking oil and rice each month." Thak Tien immediately paid attention to it. "Wait a minute, how much can I receive?" I asked the teacher how much I could receive, and with the teacher's guidance, I created a profile for a transmigrator with awakened powers. There is also a question below describing your supernatural ability. Please mention a literary work that closely matches your state and fill it in the appendix. Your hands emit heat every day, and beside you is a ghost called Fire God who has been sleeping for thousands of years and has just awakened. Haven't you started learning how to read online literature these days? There's a novel that mentions a brat with a ring, and inside that ring there's someone. What is its name? I need to fill it in the form. Hurry up, you might get some food. I really like it. A few days will pass, and after filling out the form, there was a long period of no response. But on another front, a major event truly happened. Thak Tien arrives at school with an even more radiant demeanor than usual, pushes the chair and gently sits in his spot, his eyes looking down at the desk as he habitually does. His searching hand seems to have found something. When he opened it, the object inside the box was so dazzling that he shouted out loud. It was clearly a very valuable silver ring. "Hear, hear!" Thak Tien immediately stood up. Who could have given this to me? Writing letters every day and slipping them into my drawer is one thing, but giving me a gift too? He really is someone influential and extremely extravagant. All the students in the class looked confused, showing 3 words on their faces. The silver ring even has the inscription in very exquisite English. Then, exactly the next day, Thak Tien pulled out a new item. On the 3rd day, it was a large heart-shaped box of chocolates. On the 4th day, they gave Thak Tien 3 trillion yuan. On the 5th day, he was even more stunned because the gift came from a luxury brand. After 5 days, his table was overflowing with no space left. Sweat was pouring down his face like a stream. It was way over the top. He immediately thought of a mixed-up government soldier, as if they were testing to see what he liked. Moreover, the sender didn't sign their name, so I couldn't return it. They wanted to serve the people, but also didn't want to leave their name. That day you brought home the love letters, didn't you? Trunglei wondered. What are you doing? He asked, as he dug them up. I'm searching through each letter, all of them full of sweet words. Dear Thean, when you read this letter, you will owe me a hug. If you don't throw it away, you'll owe me a kiss. If you keep it, you owe me a date. Tra Thaktin seriously concluded that these are all the love letters I received after losing weight. I kept them all. Everyone is serious, so I can't just throw them away after reading. By the way, I'll summarize that the purpose of these letters falls into 3 types. He points out the key points one by one. Wanting to learn about weight loss experience, simply craving to see my body, and especially the last type, which is filled with intense emotion, wishing he could reach out from within the letter to touch my face. These things are beyond Longli's imagination, so he just silently wonders. The box in his hand is about to be thrown away in anger, and no matter what type it is, I have read everything 3 times over, and I still can't find any letter that always gives me such precious gifts. Is this Santa Claus? Trunglei immediately went along with him. That's right, I'm jealous too. Thaktin immediately slapped him across the face, and then had to hold his cheek and say, You think that way, but people want to stay anonymous because they don't want you to return their things. Thaktin suddenly froze for a moment, perhaps thinking that these gifts could both make you happy and add a sense of burden like elevating a star idol. He tiredly leaned back in the chair, unable to bear it. Please don't. Thaktin loudly declared, I also have principles in handling matters I don't need. These things just leave the macaque nguyentem as they are. Sooner or later I will return them. Actually, there is a red mark on his cheek from frustration, really. In the midst of his troubled mind, his stomach suddenly growled loudly, and he lunged straight into the pile of gifts like a hungry tiger. Trunglei hadn't even had a chance to remind him when Thaktin just ignored his words. I'm hungry. I remember there was candy among what I received. I'll eat one first. Just 1 pill. Deal 32. Sunlight from outside the door shines on the sleeping people. And then a few days later, things become even more complicated. The phone on the bed keeps ringing with calls. Stranger. Thaktin, half asleep and half awake, reached out and grabbed it. His tired voice echoes. Who's calling so early in the morning? Hello, this is Thaktin speaking. Why are they happily delivering the news? This is a customer service representative from the media protection website. We have received your form and will visit the address you provided this week to conduct the inspection. But before that, you can join the VX group near the cities where you are. Thaktin immediately snapped out of it and picked up his phone to check. Q code has now been sent to your phone, and this time it's a special notification about this. Your eyebrows furrow tightly. So modern. The phone opened to a QR code with the title Shanghai Social Group Number 07, and Thaktin also tried to follow the instructions to join. As soon as he logged in, the notifications flooded in, startling him. People inside were competing to promote the Shanghai Social Group Number 7 with perfect flavors, juicy sweet oranges hitting the market. The starting price for ordering is only 58 yuan to bring home a delicious, vitamin C-rich orange, freshly picked from the garden. Long white seamless dress. Original price, 69 yuan. Current price, 39 yuan. A free belt made from high-quality stretchy fabric, soft and comfortable, with fine triple-stitched seams. Wearing it will reveal your curves, suitable for all occasions with free shipping, how to buy via inbox, and quick ways to make money even while lying down. Thaktin Ha was filled with amazement as the conversation suddenly erupted. What is this group anyway? I just got my senses back when my phone suddenly vibrated. This message comes with Hongbao. Fellow cultivators, let's all do our best today. Wishing you prosperity and great fortune. The person in the chat excitedly responded, Hello, President Chow. Hello, Old Master Chow. President Chiu is so generous, thank you, boss. He immediately noticed that person. Someone is talking. Master Chow. That mysterious character laughed loudly. It's a new day, and in this world, the big fish eat the small fish. Let's work hard together. Cheers to our friendship. The others quickly praise us. I'll share a bit of recent experience I've gained from the foundation laid by Trio Lao Tu. Thank you, Elder Zhao. A model example in the cultivation world. A folder with the name of the precious book sent by the mysterious character. Thank you, General Zhao. Thaktin became a bit curious. The treasured book of the immortal family. The first thing that catches the eye is the bolded text. How can I make money on the WeChat index? You don't need to scroll anymore. He suddenly slammed his phone to the ground, his anger boiling over as his jaw clenched tightly. Nevertheless, Thaktin still sent a few messages in history. Impressive, impressive. I'm leaving the group now. The character named President Zhao shifted his attention to him. Wait a minute, there's someone new. After stubbornly louding, leaving, Thosh Tien continued to receive notifications, and the mysterious character proactively greeted him. General Zhao knows you through the Shanghai Psychic Group 07H New. Are you from the same city as me? I am in Shanghai. Do you want to make money together? I've already earned over 10,000 from this win, and I'll give you 3% of the profit. He immediately frowned. That guy is a friend. He snapped harshly, get out and wait. Isn't this the cultivation group? The mysterious character calmly admits. Of course. I sent the message before I even had a chance to ask, and they explained right away. But the cultivators are so poor they're barely surviving, so they gradually start looking for food. Thakteen secretly suspects there might be poison. Your texting tone has softened. So you really are some kind of old master. That old ancestor? I'm not that impressive. Being called that is just because he makes a lot of money. Then President Zhao also reminded him that the newer and richer a person is, the more respect they will receive from others. This is the unwritten rule of the cultivation world. The anger inside him was about to explode, making him unwilling to get involved further. I firmly refuse. I really should leave the group. Leave the circle? President Trio hurriedly reached out. Wait a moment. That's right, newcomer. What are you doing? He immediately set boundaries with that person. Stop pretending to be tough. My dad won't change his career. I'm a top student at SH in 11th grade. Are you really classmates? Really? Trust me. Do you know we have a student named Thak Thien in our class? President Chiu is definitely the support leader of the Temple of Heaven. This time, Thak Thien was so shocked that his limbs went limp, and the other kept bragging. Really? I've been keeping an eye on student Thak Thien and even secretly taking photos of him to send to you. I couldn't even close my mouth after saying that. Mr. Zhao is even very proud, and lately I've been giving him gifts every day, secretly for a week now. I like him very much. I care so thoughtfully like this. Do you think we could become friends? The newcomer. Thak Thien's whole body trembled violently, his limbs stiff and unable to say a word. President Chao suddenly had some thoughts. But has Thak Thien been losing weight lately? If he's gotten thinner, he's no longer cute. I hope he can gain a little weight. The person who has been scaring Thak Thien eagerly types away, while Dai Hung sits on the bed with pictures of himself from chubby to thin, pasted all over the wall behind him. She happily smiled and asked, "That's right, how old are you? Which grade are you in?" Tamni immediately turned her attention to Dai Hung, because some people like the rich. If not the rich, then they like something else, like handsome guys. Dai Hung shyly confesses her feelings, even though some like chubby girls. She nervously thinks of Thash Thien. I already have someone I like. This is a little secret hidden deep in the heart of a young girl. The story of her begins to be told. The girl's name is Zhao Dahuang, a very ordinary girl from a young age. Triu Dai Hung's math test was graded with a mediocre score, and there was a very thick book beside it. 5 years of middle school exams and 3 years of college entrance exams. She picked up her pen and wrote something boldly into her notebook. Her father walks in with a cane. "Dai Hung, stop right now." Seeing him, she shouted loudly, and her father's voice also boomed in response. Da Hung, upset, says it's annoying. "So are you really going to punish me just because of my grades?" Her father just raised his hand to threaten a few times. How could he? You have never taken a class from childhood to adulthood, and not only that, but your father has also never taken a class from childhood to adulthood. He sat down and advised, "Giving up is already a talent of our family if you can't succeed. You basically have no talent for studying. The main reason is that the characters you wrote on the headband are wrong." Dai Hung froze for a moment, then slowly thought through the situation, before hurriedly removing the headband from her head. Her father smiled mysteriously, but there are other paths besides just studying. "Today I will tell you the secret of our family. The staff I carry is actually a hidden place to conceal objects." He took out an old book called The Mystery of Yin and Yang Feng Shui, and the staff transformed into a flag fluttering proudly with his aura. Your father insists that this book is an authentic handwritten copy passed down from the Western Zhou period. Once you learn it, you can read fortunes anytime, and it's incredibly accurate. This flag is very eye-catching and powerful. If you memorize the content of this book clearly, you could open a fortune-telling stall across the street. He proudly affirms that this is the profession our ancestors left for our family. Known as Zillion Fortune Teller, he has predicted the lives of many elders, and even if you're not good at studying, you can still become wealthy through your own efforts. Her father muttered to himself that he couldn't predict the lottery numbers and that going against the natural order would bring retribution. Dai Hung over here is crying. She wants to pass the exam. Her face looks dejected because she has lost all hope, but then she suddenly realizes. Wait, that's not right. If you just want to pass the exam, that's fine. I can accept that. Dad, can you teach me fortune-telling quickly? The father was surprised. He thought he would need to persuade for a while longer. On the day of the regular check, a few coins fell onto Dai-hung's table. She began to recite a spell, first to examine her fate, second to assess her major fortune, third to observe prosperity and decline. 4 checks the progress and setbacks towards death. 5 assesses whether the gods are malevolent or not. 6th, check the position of the line. 7th, see if you can break free from constraints. 8 lotus tears fall. 9 observes the external judgment. Dongshu jingles repeatedly before finally settling down. She opens one eye to check. 3 attempts without a word. It's still Duong. Dai-hung focuses on the question and makes a decision. She even uses the tarot deck at other times, leaving the class in awe as each card turns in her hand like some kind of magic. She concentrates and calls out to it. Tarot card, please tell me. At that very moment, Dai-hung opened his eyes wide as she drew a card from the shuffled deck. The card is held tightly between 2 fingers. Is the sun reversed or not? Dai-hung quickly filled in the answer. All right, choose fewer options for this one. The teacher on the podium reminds us. There are 15 minutes left to finish the test. Please check your answers quickly. The blackboard clearly displayed the final exam questions, and the whole class was captivated by her actions. Dai-hung held his pen and drew with exquisite precision. She nodded with both hands, immersing her emotions into that pen. Soon, the magic circle was successfully drawn. The final step is to push the pen into the circle. It rolls to the side of the paper with the reading method already written on it. Dai-hung thought excitedly, now I have the answers. She was no longer afraid of the exam paper in front of her. It's so simple. It's even not cheating. I just relied on my own ability to do it. The bright smile first blossomed in the exam room. I did it! After all his efforts, Dai-hung finally earned a passing grade with a red mark, graduating from Namhat City Middle School. The scores marked on the paper were all 60. So the girl has gone through middle school and finally moved up to high school. Her achievements are considered average. Thai was admitted to the same school as Thach Tien, sitting in a classroom labeled for 2nd grade, with teachers at their desks holding some papers and looking exhausted. Fa Tien suddenly pushed the door open and asked, "What's wrong?" With that distorted face, the person was immediately startled. Class teacher Lam, "It's nothing, just a new student who's been bothering me." The teacher holding the exam paper said, "Multiple choice questions can be almost all correct, but the more complicated they get, the more likely they are to be wrong. The Chinese essay, the argumentative essays everywhere are full of mistakes. On math, physics, chemistry exams, you can only write the final answer. What kind of deformed answers are these?" He covers his face and sighs. Kids these days really just don't get it. After hearing that, Fa Thien gently lifts his glasses, smiles, and finds it quite amusing. He's even harder to understand. Interesting. Fa Thien's face suddenly turned terrifying. If that's the case, I definitely need to come up with some countermeasures. Maybe I should just hand in my 11th grade literature exam this time and let it go. After that, the rules for the chief's exams will change. Final exam day, the last day of classes for grades 10 and 11, with students mingling together. The proctor announced that today the 11th graders will take the final 3 subjects, history and politics, passing the exam papers around to hand them in. Dai-hung took the exam paper very calmly. But then she immediately noticed something unusual. Her worldview fell into an awkward silence, with words filling the pages. What is this? Why are there only essay questions? Dai-hung worriedly thought that the exam was so difficult that fortune-telling couldn't possibly help, and tears started to flow. I had already managed to stabilize my grades this semester through fortune-telling. Moreover, it's all essays, so there's no way to answer randomly. Not only will I get no points, but I might also have to submit a blank paper. Are tears streaming down her face because she's afraid of being seen as strange? What did Da-hung say when the teacher scolded him in class before? Is the hidden answer? The students are whispering to each other, one after another. High school life had just started to improve. Now it's completely shattered. But she still tried to reassure herself, at least copying a few lines from the book. She couldn't submit a blank paper. Dai-hung's gaze kept shifting up and down. Unfortunately for her, the sharp eyes of the proctor had already noticed. Now she finally understood that under the watchful eyes of the supervisor, the young girl realized she had ruined her life, and even didn't know herself or Janlan. The words her father whispered earlier echoed back, saying that if she crossed the line of morality, she would face retribution. Dai-hung shed tears and almost accepted the truth. Is this really the retribution for what I did? Her hands clenched tightly together. Oh God, everyone is good. Anyone is good. I am willing to pay any price. Someone, please come help me. The seconds keep passing, and the clock keeps ticking another few rounds. Eventually, Thakhtien finally pushed the door open and entered. His tall body brushed past her. Sorry, teacher, I'm late. Dai Hung was quietly sobbing when he heard that voice. Her eyes suddenly widened in surprise as Thakhtien transformed into an angel with wings, descending to the mortal world. Dai Hung had to use the most refined words to describe that moment when the person in front of him sat close to the young woman and the entire room suddenly grew dark. It was a figure exactly like a mountain. She straightened up for a moment, reflected in her eyes as she looked ahead with a wide gaze. Dai Hung's eyes welled with tears as he raised a hand, making it hard for anyone to resist reaching out. Her finger gently touched Thakhthien's back. When she let go, the flesh layer parted on its own, and a surge of emotion flooded her after she was sure it was real. Dai Hung's eyes shone even brighter, just like her father, a sense of safety that made people feel at ease. At that moment, the warm sunlight shone into her soul as the girl thought to herself, desperately trying her best. Dai Hung's life also changed. From then on, the girl's grades declined, but she decided to study seriously without cheating. However, the unexpected encounter that day, the figure that appeared before her, remained deeply etched in her mind. That broad back made her feel happy. The girl started to develop feelings for him. The girl started to investigate him. She has someone she likes now. Chapters 35. That is also what Dai Hung just shared. So that was an unexpected encounter. It was a meeting between me and classmate Thach Dao. Every message from her felt like flowers blooming. From that day on, I started to develop feelings for her. He truly seemed like an angel sent down from heaven, a prince coming to rescue me. Thakhthien's face on the side was so grim it looked ugly. From now on, I secretly told myself that if I was late even when checking, I would be a dog. Da Hung actually hadn't finished telling everything, and afterward, no matter where she was, she stood nearby watching him struggle to get on the bus. No matter where he is, not only that, he often leads the running team at school 1-2-1-2. When he's in the cafeteria, countless students surround him and call out, "Dad, Dad!" Dai Hung looked at him with admiration and turned that thought into a message. No matter where in the school, I always see him. His figure stood out among thousands, always catching my eye. Thakhtien silently pursed his lips. No, it's just because I'm too fat. The previous question suddenly came up again. Yes, what's your name? Which class are you in? This question made him stiff with embarrassment, sweat pouring down his cheeks. What is going on here? Thakhtien confidently typed out a line, I am him, and my whole body kept trembling inside. But in the end, I still gave up and couldn't continue anymore. The message sent to Dai Hung also changed, saying I am just a passing 11th grader and not someone important, but I am in the same class as my classmate Chung Tian. She was so shocked that her mouth opened wide and she straightened up. Thek Tong used that excuse to urge her, saying, Listen to me. Maybe you should stop giving gifts and just meet in person to talk. He quickly came up with another reason. After receiving the fruit, he also told me that he always hoped to get to know you, that hope is not impossible, hiding it secretly isn't better than just becoming friends. In the end, I firmly told you to go, to meet. No matter what difficulties we face, don't be afraid. Just smile and face them. The best way to face your fears is to confront them. Keep going. After pouring out his feelings, Thakhtien finally felt relieved and put down his phone. Trong Lei watched curiously nearby. What's wrong? He didn't answer, only thinking to himself, let's just say that for now. She just finished reading his advice and suddenly saw the light. Dai Hung shyly covered his face, thinking this suggestion was way too bold. It seemed like it was over, but Thakhtien still couldn't smile. After that conversation a few days ago, there was even a much larger gift box on his table. Just like before. The next day there was a pile of snacks with shining star-like packaging, and on the third day, neatly packed skewers. Next week, it had turned into a table full of nutritious fast food. Thakhtien silently watched the pile of food. Talking was useless, and it even gradually started turning into actual food. He's not happy, but still ate it. It must be someone secretly watching me use this. Annoying, eating these things basically doesn't keep anything. The chicken box, but Thakhtien poured it out easily, so he could only do that. Soon, his stomach was full and stretched tight. Impressive. I've finished everything and always go when you appear. The classroom door suddenly swung open by someone's arm. Your classmate hurriedly calls out, Thien Ka, is Thien's father here or not? He quickly reports, Thien Ka. There's a 10th grade girl in the hallway. No one knows her. She's been waiting here since earlier, saying she wants to see you. This was unexpected for Thakhtien, so he let out a sigh. In the end, The two finally met and created a joyful scene. Chapter 36. Thak Thien looked at the scene before him with some disbelief. Is it really her? It's really her. Da Hung kept stammering, unable to speak. My classmate Thach Thien. After gathering all her courage, she smiled and asked him, I want to take a photo of classmate Thach Thien. Seeing their conversation also caused the crowd to gossip. Look, another girl has come to meet Thien Ka again. This is the third time this month, right? Da Hung smiled, placing his hand on his chest and announcing to everyone that scholar Thach Thien wasn't working part-time at the gym. I contacted the management classmate there, and we've decided to take photos while you're working out at the gym to use as promotional posters, and it will also be convenient for me to keep some. Her face became very expectant. Now that I've said it, maybe I can take this chance to get to know him better, even wonder if he would agree. The image of Thach Thien seriously training appears, along with me. He even proudly showed off his 8-pack abs, making everyone look forward to it. Fellow student Thach Thien, keep showing off. Everything seems to explode in front of the camera, burning bright, your big chest muscles and exaggerated expressions. Thach Thien looks quite tired, continuously taking large sips of water. Show more. Seeing your friend approaching, he was surprised and asked, Boss, do you know him? So, what is she really like? Her face became incredibly excited as she recounted, Is she the classmate Zhao Da Hung? They've known about me for a long time, and although it's a bit mysterious, they're very adorable. This time it was also them who took the initiative to help me take the poster. She also didn't forget to mention that I always have a compass with me, which was also a gift from him. There are a few key moments that helped me attract good luck, and that's how I ended up bringing classmate Thach Thien home. Thach Thien felt a bit confused when hearing this, and from then on, the GM gym business kept improving. This was all thanks to Dai Hung and that Doraemon. His face seems to reveal a new understanding. He turns to look at Dai Hung, who is still seriously filming. This move isn't good. The fall is inevitable. Erase it. Erase it. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifts to the center of Dongsun City. This vast area is the New Century pedestrian street. The master set up a stall there, constantly calculating. The paper clearly displayed promotional information titled Palm Portrait, with the divine healer calculating and selling divine powers in the mortal world. The price list right next to it is also very clear. Love 5 yuan, health 8 yuan, stocks 10 yuan, wealth 20 yuan. Destiny changing. Welcome to visit. The master looks seriously to see if luck is on his side today. Passers-by see him and burst into loud, crazy discussions. It's ridiculous to still believe in fortune-telling in this era. Go ahead and have a look. There's fortune-telling here. Suddenly, a large step approached, causing everyone on the street to be startled and confused. The person moved toward the monk, who was still sitting there calculating, drawing his attention. The woman's face was very serious as she asked, how much for a love fortune? Although a bit surprised, the master still announced, 2 taels per year. Seeing this, the woman generously pulled out a bill from her hand. Okay, I believe you. They didn't believe him, but I still wanted to trust him. She even placed her hand on her chest, introducing herself with great pride. I am the leader of the largest parade troupe in this area, the Flower Branch Troupe. I came to check on your love life. Please read my fortune. My rival Lai Dai Diep, captain of the Diep Chi team, and I, who among us this year can pursue the newly retired Professor Vuong nearby? Feeling a bit uncertain, the master slowly extended his hand forward. He grabbed the woman's hand to read her fortune, causing her to startle. She quickly pulled her hand away and shouted angrily, What are you doing? That hurts! Is the master going to explain something else? Touching the bones. Be careful, are you trying to crush my hand? Wait a moment, where's the result? Seeing this woman causing trouble, the master hurriedly explained, Reading bones like this isn't right, I'm very professional. It's not just a casual thing. Also, from the results just seen, her love life this year has been a bit unlucky, and things are not looking good now. He even added his own guess that this year she might stay at her house and see her rival kissing that professor at the gate. As soon as the master finished speaking, the woman kicked him and then turned to leave. He painfully held his body and slowly sat up, hurt. Thinking about what had happened made him extremely angry. Strange. While the master was still confused, Dewey Tin stepped forward. No, it's not because she's strange, just an ordinary person who simply doesn't understand. Seeing him suddenly appear here, the master was very confused. Who are you? Are you here to get a fortune told too? Dewey Tin smiled gently and replied, I just hope to form an alliance with you, master. Ordinary people don't know Tai Shan but still dare to let you go down this path, which truly pains people. His face has a somewhat sinister expression as he continues to judge. That woman doesn't understand anything, but I know you are a master. considered one of the top 10 fortune tellers. Hearing the Grandmaster's words, the woman was furious, but the scene before her made her freeze in place. Your divination was spot on. All calculations are accurate. The professor is confused and doesn't know where to start. Master Li, I can't take it anymore. Da Diep blushed shyly and stammered. Professor Wang, it seems both of you have shared a sweet kiss right in front of this woman. Returning to Dui Tin's side, he smiled and praised the master. You are the one who has been hiding in the shadows for a long time in the martial world. A senior master, right? The Grand Master smiled with great satisfaction and slowly took off his fake beard. I never expected this, truly didn't see it coming. I hid so carefully, hid for so long, but in the end I was still found out. He kept laughing loudly as he packed up his belongings, feeling he couldn't stay here any longer, and hurriedly loaded everything onto his familiar truck. Taking advantage of Dui Tin's distraction, the master quickly got into the vehicle and sped away. He saw the situation was getting dangerous and hurriedly chased after him. Dui Tin's face became extremely desperate as he kept pursuing him. What are you doing? Stop running, master. But the master didn't care about what he said and kept rushing forward. Talk less. As long as I run fast enough, you won't catch me. I'm afraid you've never seen the speed of this vehicle. This time, I definitely won't let you get it away from me. These actions of the master made him extremely angry. Unable to bear it anymore, Dui Tin used all his strength to lift the master's truck into the air with one hand. Stop for me! Seeing that the situation was unstable, he hurriedly shouted, Damn it, I clearly checked the fortune this morning. Nothing unexpected happened. Dui Ting immediately added, I told you I came for the Grand Master Alliance. His face became extremely displeased. I am not the city manager first, nor am I someone from Web Protect Traditional Art second. You can rest assured because I came here, and I myself am being wanted by them. Hearing this, the Grand Master's eyes lit up. Really? He nodded with complete certainty. It's true, just look into my sincere eyes. After a while, the two of them went in together to enjoy the food at a restaurant. After hearing the story, the master nodded in agreement. That's right, you're not wrong. After speaking, he quickly ate the dishes on the table. The monk's eyes were very determined as he declared, I truly used to be a leader in this world, but I still don't feel full. So he quickly drank a large bowl of soup. A series of his actions left Dui Tin stunned and spraying glue on the spot. Master, you've already had 6 bowls, so how did you end up going down this path? The master chuckled and explained with a toothpick in his mouth. That's in the past. Even the smartest people make mistakes sometimes. I just miscalculated a fortune-telling. He gradually recounted the day he sat in front of the computer screen. At that time, due to an incident, I discovered an online casino in Australia that offers licensed online services for card players. The next scene on the computer changed suddenly, leaving the master frozen in an instant, so I tried playing and thought I could use fortune-telling to avoid the risks. Thinking about what happened to me, the master felt extremely hopeless, as victory was followed by a string of defeats. No matter how you calculate, you can't win. I've bet everything on my pension, until the day I can no longer turn back. He continued eating with his chopsticks while telling the story over and over. And then I became poor. This story shows us that you really can't predict money-related matters. Dui Ting was a bit speechless after hearing that and silently thought to himself that it was basically not true, right? Remembering something, the Grand Master looked up at him and asked, So, young man, what exactly do you want from me? Tell your story. Hearing him ask, he gradually recounted everything. Me? My problem is a bit more complicated, venerable master. I dare not hide it. I am not human. I am a demon spirit who is cultivated into a spirit. After finishing, Dui Tin didn't forget to transform right in front of the master. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his original form, and my body was just a small rat. Seeing this scene, the master was also stunned. Wait, you revealed your true form like that. Aren't you afraid someone might see? Do I? Ting chuckled reassuringly. It's okay, I cast an illusion spell. At this moment, 2 young men stepped in from outside. They quickly called out, Boss, the fried rice with tomato. The boss nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Dui Tin felt even more proud. Look, they can't see us. He immediately coughed a few times and continued recounting. I lost track of the topic. The truth is, I am now in a very miserable state, mainly because I ate the bamboo tree. Earlier, near this place, there was a mountain with a bamboo grove, and among them, the biggest bamboo had a lot of nutrients that I planned to eat on my 1000th birthday. The more he talked, the stranger he seemed. Then one day, that tree suddenly became a spirit. Just as it was about to be eaten, it dropped from the mouth, and it even survived the thunder tribulation, causing all the bamboo on the mountain to be burned to ashes. Dui Tin turned to look at the Grand Master, who was still silently listening. The scariest part is that I realized I couldn't fight him back after that. He quickly recounted everything. I have been pretending to be a student observing that bamboo tree for 40 years, not a single mistake. He has seen the image of Po Thien being friendly with humans. I have always watched him from being an ordinary teacher to becoming the head of the academic affairs office. Dui Tin even saw him making friends with many others, and recently he has started to befriend a monk, which made him angrier than ever. He said a squirrel wants to eat the cover. Is there anything wrong with that? I am righteous. The master quickly calmed him down, understanding his feelings. No more arguing, and don't even drool over it. Dui Tin lowered his head and continued to express his wishes. So, I want to invite the master to help me out. There are lots of news on the 2chan website. I've read them all. Just pay, and everything will be taken care of, right? He proudly pointed at himself, saying, I can pay even a few thousand yuan for a meal. After a short pause, the master announced a figure. 60,000. Dui Tin's attitude completely changed after hearing this. Why don't you just go rob them? Chapter 38. Just thinking about the amount he has to pay makes Dui Tin extremely angry. It's too expensive. I spend all day watching that cover tree and have no time to make money. It's just 300 yuan a year after 5 days, rain or shine, trying to threaten the students walking home on the street with the wet-footed kids. Until Dui Tin grew up, he still remained loyal to this bullying job, earning a steady 5 yuan annually. At this point, Dui Tin was crying bitterly in great suffering. Even so, I have never been lazy and I never dare to rest every day. Like that for 40 years, I've only managed to save 6,000. I've been stealing money all along, but the Grand Master isn't someone to mess with. He immediately slammed the table and scolded, saying boastfully, I'm also very poor. Is there anything to say about this whole sect of monks being poor? Think carefully before you marry a wife. What's more important, food or that little thing? Dui Tin, helpless, slams the table and declares it's just a little thing. After a short moment of thought, he quickly makes a decision, saying, well then, since there's no other way, let me clarify the content I want you to draw out. He continued drawing different images on the leaf paper, befriending a young man who seemed to have the ability to generate heat with both hands while a female monk was watching them through divination. Dui Tin's voice echoed. At this point, there are 3 monks in this school, probably forming a group together. He immediately hands this paper to the master who, from my observation, opens and examines it. While he was still pondering, Dui Tin seriously kept saying loudly, I hope you can interfere with those 2 students. Let me and that bamboo have a chance to be alone. I must eat him, cook him with meat. He was a bit surprised after hearing that. Is that so? He nodded in complete certainty. Yes, you'll find it interesting because that young woman is skilled in divination. The trio Dui Tin family probably researched this information very thoroughly. She is the rival he hates, the child of the famous Zhao family fortune tellers, so he wants to give me a discount, right? His series of words also surprised the master greatly. Oh. The monk's lips curl into a very expectant smile. Interesting. So it's the Zhao family after all. It really is karma. Without thinking much, he quickly signaled with his hand, and seeing this symbol, Dui Tin was somewhat surprised. This is 20%. But the face of the Grand Master remained very serious, as he declared that it wasn't because of the information you provided that I deducted 80 yuan from you. At this point, he could no longer bear it. I invited him for this meal, which cost less than 80. At the same time, elsewhere, everything was gradually getting better. The work is done. After a few hours of effort, Thach Thien quickly waved goodbye to everyone. Then I'll be leaving now. Suddenly, Da Hung called out loudly, Wait! Her voice sounded a bit shy. Can I go back with you, and if it's on the way, could we go together? Hearing this question from Dai Hung, Thach Thien looked a bit stunned. She was still standing there, feeling shy. Classmate Thach Thien. After gathering all his courage, Dai Hung shouted loudly to tell him everything. Actually, this isn't the first time I've met you. My name is Zhao Daxiong, and the first time I saw you was during the final exam, when you were still very chubby. Her face slightly blushed as she recounted this story. By then, I was already moved. When Thach Thien first heard these words, he was confused and turned around. Dai Hung was standing right in front of him, blushing as he recounted, and even though he's now lost weight, I still can't forget him. Classmate Thach Thien, I have feelings for you. I hope you understand. Seeing that something was wrong, Thach Thien's eyes widened in shock. Wait, let's discuss this later. Did you notice that his face has become extremely serious? The atmosphere here has been suspiciously quiet since earlier. It seems Thach Thien has sensed that something is not quite right. The place we're standing in is clearly a noisy city. Looking around, in just a few minutes, not even a pedestrian can be seen anymore. You and Thach Thien are looking at the Grand Master standing right there. except for that person over there who keeps staring at us. At the same time, the scene shifts to the school area, where Dui Tin proudly appears right in front of Fa Thien. Dui Tin suddenly shouted angrily, "Mang South it!" He had become very strange and kept saying incomprehensible words. Pickled bamboo shoots, steamed bamboo shoots with smoked pork. Damn it, it's been so many days and nights I buy bamboo shoots on sale every day to practice making these dishes. Fa Thien still doesn't understand what the squirrel is saying right in front of him. 30 years in Hadong, 30 years in Hate, don't bully the poor. Today I stand before you to take my revenge. I must cook and call you up. Unfortunately, the two female students saw Dui Tin and became so panicked that they dropped their bags and shouted loudly. Seeing the situation getting out of control, he started to feel worried. It's over, I clearly chose the least crowded time, but I still got caught. Dui Ting is still thinking of a way to escape when suddenly a female student rushes straight toward him. Then, the two girls hug Dui Tin tightly and excitedly start touching him, so adorable and fluffy. "What is this?" he seriously warned after hearing that. "Hey, don't touch me, be serious, don't ruin the atmosphere." The scene right in front of him left Fa Thien a bit stunned, not understanding what was happening, his face gradually becoming puzzled and contemplative. What are kids like these days? After a short while, Fa Thien pushed up his glasses and declared, "Listen carefully. Even if you want to attract the attention of the female students by wearing a teddy bear costume to school, you are not allowed to come to my office or take off that outfit." Hearing him say that, Dui Tin became extremely annoyed. That damn teddy bear outfit. He keeps turning to look at the two female students, but don't let your expression show any regret. The scene shifts to another place, and beside him, the Grandmaster's face shows a very smug smile. He slowly stepped towards Thach Thien to confront him, and seeing Thach Thien's tall figure made the master feel somewhat uneasy. Thach Thien's face gradually lost patience, and he shouted, "Are you been following us for a long time? Is something wrong?" Seeing how terrifying you are also makes the Grandmaster somewhat afraid. Damn it, I feel like I can't win against them. After gathering all my courage, he quickly spread his arms and shouted loudly, "Wait, you two venerable elders look so heroic and mighty, I bow in respect. So, I have a favor to ask." The Grandmaster awkwardly stepped forward in front of Thach Thien. "It's like this, I was entrusted by someone to keep you here for about an hour, so I apologize for the inconvenience. I still don't understand what this is about." "What do you mean?" His voice continued to ring out, so it's not better. The master bowed before the two and begged, "I was entrusted with 60,000 yuan. I will give you 59,000, taking only 1,000 as a brokerage fee. You two can spend 2 hours shopping at the mall, spending 59,000 on clothes, and I will help carry your bags." The master even took out a handful of money and declared that peace and harmony between you two was over. In front of this strange old man, Thach Thien and Dai Hung found his words utterly confusing, as he said, "Young man, we might even find a place to have a quick Yasu duel. I can also tell you who asked me to do this. Once the time is up, you can go see him." Time passes, and beside that, in the school corridor, Fa Thien calmly walks forward. Dui Ting is now closely following him, and suddenly remembering something. His face instantly turns pale with confusion. Wait a minute, he actually left his back exposed right in front of me, and there's no one beside him. He keeps waving his chubby hands forward to signal, revealing a gap, then wildly attacking with frantic scratches. Dui Tin keeps scratching at the dirt and rocks here, causing everything to become chaotic. After a while, the dust and smoke gradually begin to clear. Looking at the scene before him, Dui Tin feels a sense of confusion and emptiness. Fa Thien has now appeared right beside him, calmly assessing him. "As I suspected, you have been plotting for a long time, so I was also mentally prepared. You are the one always lurking in the shadows, planning to harm me, right?" Seeing that Fa Thien was still safe and sound, Dui Tin was extremely angry and scolded him. "You're quick to run away. That's right. I not only prepared to conquer you, but also will crush all the trees you've nurtured under my feet. I spent 500 years nourishing you, and just when the feast was about to be served to you, you ran away." He said nothing and charged straight at Fa Thien to attack, die. Fa Thien's face gradually lost its composure. Although he didn't understand, it was for the best since no one was in the corridor now. He immediately struck out with his palm towards Dui Tin to retaliate, using the opportunity to deal with him. Chapter 40. Dai Hung still didn't understand what was happening when Thach Thien coldly said, "I refuse. Are you trying to stop me for some reason?" His face now looked extremely uncomfortable. "It's best if you tell me right now." Seeing the master smile in a strange way, he was somewhat surprised. He sneered in a terrifying manner and said, "Well, there's no other way. Then if you refuse the drink, you'll be forced to drink it as punishment." Thinking that Thak Thien looked down on me made the master lose his composure, so don't underestimate me. Since retiring, I enrolled in a martial arts class at that university, and I still remember the movements vividly. He recalled the exhausting training process, doing 50 push-ups every day, and on some days the master had to push himself hard, doing 30 sit-ups and running 5 kilometers. He continued training tirelessly, running up 6 flights of stairs without breaking a sweat or panting. The master added, "I don't want to fight only because I'm afraid that if I do, this joke will turn into a bloody violent story." He is about to take off his shirt to reveal his body. Young man, don't get too confident. Thak Thien and Dai Hung waited to see what would happen next. From the outside, it might seem that I am just an old man. The master quickly took off his tattered robe. Actually, it's me. The monk's muscular 8-pack body quickly appeared in an instant, very strong. Seeing this scene, Thak Thien was extremely surprised. Even Trong Lei beside him couldn't believe it. His eyes looked bewildered. This was a truly nostalgic moment. Seeing Trong Lei's shameless face, Dai Hung was a bit taken aback. "Who are you again?" He chuckled and glanced at the ruthless Hung from his past life, while the master on this side kept showing off his incredible muscles to all 3 of them. Fearing that everyone wouldn't believe him, he kept punching into the air. The master demonstrated his strength by smashing through the stone wall in front of him. After finishing his performance, the master even snapped his fingers to signal, and his series of strange actions left Thak Thien feeling a bit confused. Why does this guy suddenly look like a bodybuilder? Trong Lei, standing nearby, explained that it's because he's been training. Hearing that, he angrily turned around and retorted, "Training my ass. His muscles are even thicker than a power pole now." Trong Lei was very stubborn about this. No, it is indeed training, but he is training his muscle strength. Trong Lei's face gradually becomes serious as he explains in detail that focusing spiritual energy into the muscle groups can quickly develop the body one desires. This method already existed in my era, one of the cultivation techniques of the cultivators, but when cultivated to the limit, it is called the golden body technique. The Grandmaster also approached the two with a muscular physique. "Stop resisting, kids. His face has become incredibly terrifying as he keeps threatening you. I didn't mean to hurt you two. I just wanted to hold you back for a few hours. But if you keep struggling, I won't be able to control my strength and might accidentally break your bones, which wouldn't be good." After finishing, he still rushed straight toward the 2 of them. "I especially want to have a private talk with you two, especially the children." The master's hand reached out forward, and overwhelmed with fear, Dai Hung closed his eyes tightly, too scared to face it. Seeing the situation was getting worse, Thak Thien hurriedly stepped forward to support him as a cloud of smoke slowly began to rise. The master sensed that something was wrong, and he was utterly bewildered, clutching his arm and shouting, "It's too hot, too hot. What kind of devilish temperature is this?" Thak Thien also quickly turned back to warn Dai Hung, "Hey Dai Hung, Zhao, step back. I might not be able to hold on. She doesn't seem to understand much and keeps reminding me. Wait, classmate Thak Thien, don't get distracted because of me. Be careful." As soon as Dai Hung finished speaking, the master punched Thak Thien hard, knocking him back. His face was extremely displeased as he kept scolding. "Young man, your move was too harsh. You should respect your elders, do you understand?" Remembering what just happened, Thak Thien looked at the wound on his hand in surprise, recalling the moment he was pushed out. He realizes something's not quite right. This is getting complicated. He and Teacher Lam seemed to be better at fighting before. Is there a way to set fire? While he was still thinking, Trong Lei quickly stepped forward and spoke. "It's not easy. If they have already used spiritual energy to perform the metal body technique, then we can do the same." Hearing this, Thak Thien was still puzzled and didn't quite understand. He directly reached out and declared, "Listen carefully. Using the golden body technique is actually very simple. As long as you channel spiritual energy throughout your body and imagine the strongest, most powerful form you desire. You haven't started cultivating yet and lack spiritual energy, but I still have a little left, so I'll lend it to you first. Maybe Trong Lei has great hope that Thak Thien can do it now." The Grandmaster, with a muscular 8-pack physique, slowly charged forward. "Kid, wait for me. This time I will definitely break both your arms." Thak Thien's eyes widened as he wondered if he truly hoped to become the strongest and most muscular. Suddenly, a thick fog appears here, leaving the Grandmaster confused, as 2 massive hands gradually block his punch with ease. Thak Thien has returned to his huge, fat form, leaving him stunned by the sight. Dai Hung gasped in amazement. Suddenly the master froze, his face showing clear surprise. He struggled to break free, but Thak Thien's grip was firm, and a growing fear began to fill his heart. I held on tightly, but it was overpowered. With my mind in chaos, the master was forcefully thrown aside by Thak Thien. Under the ground, the small body of the master begins to tremble uncontrollably. He looks at him with a fearful expression and then shouts, "What is this?" "What? At the same time, the fragile body kept struggling to get up. What kind of strength is this for such a small frame? Trung Lei sneered at his pathetic appearance. Yeah, this is just the normal look he used to have before. He quickly put on a worried look and asked, Hey, how do you feel? A warm breath escaped Thach Thien's mouth as he lowered his head, his eyes darkening as he replied, Very good, I am. Very good. Then he looked up, his cold gaze flashing with a terrifying light. Thach Thien stared intently at the Grandmaster before continuing, as if recalling his youth and turning his body around. After finishing, he gently grabbed his leg and swung it up. Not stopping there with his muscular body, Thach Thien kept making him spin and spin. After a few rounds, he decisively threw the master into the sky without any mercy. That scene made Dai Hung stare in amazement, and her small cheeks blushed slightly. At this point, she slowly closed her eyes, tears of emotion streaming down her cheeks. Turning back, I've met him again. Thinking of Thach Thien's enormous body, she was briefly moved, feeling safe within the vast figure. While lost in her daydreams, Trung Lei Tien interrupted her train of thought. Hey, I'm happy to see your fair and chubby appearance, but this look of ours can't last long. Thach Thien immediately turned to look at him with darkened eyes. Seeing that, Trung Lei shouted, Your fire is crazily burning my spiritual energy. To serve as a substitute for burning fat, since I am already a shattered soul, I simply cannot endure this torment. Then, his expression suddenly became unusually serious. Trung Lei held up 3 fingers and carefully warned, 3 minutes. I can only endure 3 minutes. Thach Thien casually replied, Is that so? Underneath, the Grandmaster's body was covered in bruises and wounds, and he struggled to speak. How could it be? His strength before and after is so different. How can it be like this? Looking at the enormous body blocking in front of him, the Grandmaster silently marvels. This guy is like a mountain, basically impossible to block. In the urgent situation, he struggled to get up, constantly telling himself, No, wait, that's not right. Such a terrifying golden body won't last long. I just need to buy more time. Suddenly, that train of thought shifted to the small Da Hung behind him. The boy is so big, his speed definitely isn't faster than mine. Seeing her, he gathered his strength and charged forward with the belief that he could overcome, directly taking control of Zhao Lao's daughter, but he didn't notice the grim expression on his face. Thach Thien smirked and bluntly criticized, Only a few minutes? If that's the case, as soon as the master rushed forward, Thach Thien quickly turned around beside him. At this moment, his hand was close to touching Da Hong's face, but suddenly a strong force made his body freeze. When Thach Thien pulled him back, the monk nervously thought to himself, This is a disaster. With this body, speed isn't even necessary. As he was lifted high, he struggled in vain and realized that just turning around would be enough to catch him. Meanwhile, the master suddenly cried out in pain. My lumbar disc herniated. Thach Thien glared at him with disgust and scolded, Don't complain anymore. Control your strength better. Your body can't withstand the strain for long. Standing aside, Trung Lei sighed in relief, thinking he had finally acted just in time before running out of spiritual energy. In the blinding sunlight, the Grandmaster was lifted high by Thach Thien. All struggles now futile. In the end, this move was a complete victory. After being humiliated for a while, the Grandmaster was tied tightly to a nearby post by him, and he kept crying and begging. Faced with that battered appearance, Thach Thien casually brushed his hands and looked at him with a cold gaze. In front of the Grandmaster, all 3 of them stared mockingly. When he heard Trung Lei's laughter, Thach Thien asked curiously, How are you? He still lowered his head with a gentle smile and replied, Nothing much, just seeing your current appearance makes me recall your past life, and I feel a bit nostalgic. After some thought, Trung Lei honestly said, You from the previous life was warm, but very ugly, but I really didn't expect you to be so beautiful in this life. Seeing his confused face, Trung Lei shouted, Truly touching. Thach Thien stared in amazement and remarked, So your taste really is quite unique. Seeing his reaction, Trung Lei grew angry and raised his voice. What kind of expression is that? When you're fully abundant, you're beautiful. The more abundant, the more beautiful. This was our aesthetic in the past. Then he even praised without hesitation, saying that if you had been in the tribe before I was born, you would probably be considered an unparalleled handsome man. Upon hearing those words, Thach Thien was a bit incredulous and thought to himself, So your tastes back then really were quite unique. From this point on, Trung Lei suddenly became serious and cleared his throat to say, But your beauty is only temporary. Continuing in the form of a golden body requires a large amount of spiritual energy, but I am only a fragment of a soul and cannot compensate for it. Thach Thien was once again stunned. He asked, What do you mean by that? So I need to enter a deep sleep. Before leaving, Trung Lei firmly instructed, This is a sleep I cannot wake up from on my own. You just need to wake me up. The method is very simple. I left it in your study room. Book 5, Shelf 3. Suddenly, fierce flames began to engulf his body. Trong Lei emphasized firmly, "You must wake me up quickly. You must wake me up quickly." Before disappearing, he also warned, "Don't keep me waiting too long in this life." In an instant, the flames in Thach Thien's palm gradually died out, and his body immediately reverted back. In that bewilderment, wisps of yellow smoke floated in his palm. Thach Thien realized he had transformed back, and his truck dung had disappeared. Suddenly, Thach Thien shouted loudly, "Yes!" as he clenched his fist with determination, finally feeling at peace. It's been quiet for a few days, then I started thinking about his awakening again. As I was deep in thought, Da Hong behind me gathered all his courage and spoke loudly to get my attention. "Please listen to me, classmate Thach Thien." She looked up shyly and hesitated before continuing. "I almost got caught earlier. Thank you for saving me." Thach Thien was a bit surprised and replied softly, "No problem, come here." Dai Hung lowered his head, noticing a flicker of emotion in her eyes. "Also, classmate Thach Thien, I have something to tell you." Her hand unconsciously touched his lightly. Dai Hung nervously confessed, "This is what I've wanted to say all along. Just now when I saw you, your safe, chubby figure made it even harder for me to hold back." After a moment of hesitation, she closed her eyes tightly and shouted, "Classmate Thach Thien, actually, Facing his confusion, Dai Hung emphasized, "I have feelings for you." In the tense atmosphere, Da Hung gathered all his courage to confess his feelings. "I have always longed to have a father like you." As soon as she finished speaking, her face suddenly became light and bright. She shouted inwardly, "I did it! I finally said it. I finally said it." Before Thach Thien could speak, she hesitated and explained, "Actually, my dad has always been lazy at home, so when I was little I always wanted to experience the feeling of safety that comes with having a strong dad." Recalling that memory, she said, "Last time my heart raced during literature class when I was reading the shadow story. The book she was reading was Yen's literature." Da Hung slowly recounted, "It was the moment when the chubby dad climbed over the wall to buy tangerines." Remembering his towering figure blocking her view, her voice was filled with admiration and excitement. Then her heart raced again, this time during the exam when she met you. As if afraid you wouldn't understand what I just said, she kept emphasizing that you are truly an ideal father figure, giving a real sense of safety. I have always been very touched, until just now when I saw your past self, I couldn't hold back. In front of Thach Thien's incredulous gaze, she shouted, "Student Thach Thien, you're the father of the top student in the school, so can I be your daughter, too?" The barrage of information she provided left Thach Thien at a loss for words. After careful consideration, Thach Thien took a deep breath and replied, "I've always been worried. It's no big deal. It seems I've overthought it. As long as it's not about dating, it's fine. Safety feelings. I had already come to terms with this in my heart long ago." He confidently raised his fingers towards her and introduced himself, saying, 37 people from childhood to now have called me Dad." He looked at her with a very happy face and comforted her. "Do you think I would care about one more person?" Dai Hung froze for a moment. When she realized what was happening, she truly couldn't believe her ears. "So that means you agree, classmate Thach Thien." Amid her excitement, Thach Thien gently reminded her, "Still calling me classmate?" A flash of surprise crossed Dai Hung's eyes. Then they immediately welled up with tears. She threw herself into his arms, crying loudly. "Dad," Thach Thien also cooperated very well. He stroked her head gently and softly comforted her, saying, "I love you, child, I love all of you." After a touching embrace, Thach Thien turned to the main issue. "In short, let's take this guy back to the school first and ask Teacher Lam how to handle this monk." Dai Hung agreed decisively. "All right, Master Thach Thien." Their act left the Grandmaster stunned, thinking to himself that young people these days are really too strange. He simply doesn't understand. Chapter 43. The scene shifts simultaneously to another location where the battle has been ongoing for 39 minutes and 27 seconds. Dui. Tin lowered his head and panted heavily. The shock was clearly visible on his face. In Dewey Tin's mind, thoughts flashed through without a single doubt. "No, I shouldn't. My attacks seem completely ineffective. If I keep going like this, I will lose." In his desperation, he scolded himself. "Damn it, this is too embarrassing. I'm just a little squirrel." With that thought, a fiery passion ignited in his eyes. The squirrel secretly wondered, how could I accept defeat? How could I accept defeat? Is there any impossible to eat squirrel in this world? Right after, he charged forward with burning determination. Seeing that, Fa Thien gently pushes up his glasses, his voice full of disdain. "Is it happening again? It seems I haven't taught him enough yet. Qianaz. The first move he makes is to throw out the vine attack. They immediately surround Duitin's body. While Duitin is bothered by the vines, Fathian seizes the opportunity to use the fluttering leaf attack. As soon as the move ended, Duitin immediately spat out a stream of bright red liquid. Then he collapsed to the ground, his body lifeless. Duitin's eyes turn vacant, his body trembling and unable to move. He despairingly laments, "I'm doomed. My life is over." It turns out that over these years he has secretly improved himself so much that I basically can't beat him. In a moment of utter despair, tears streamed down his chubby face. I am already injured all over and can't move. I have lost, completely lost. Meanwhile, Fathian once again pushes the glass and sprouts begin to grow from his body. As he slowly stepped forward, Duitin suddenly jerked upright in shock. He panicked and shouted, "Don't come any closer, put those branches back. What do you want to do?" "Stay away from me." As all the screams become meaningless, Duitin gradually accepts the truth. "I'm doomed. My life is over. The hatred from the past has accumulated too deeply. At this rate, I fear it will drain my power completely." That's right. I guess I'm also a spirit beast. A very useful one. In the midst of the dilemma, Duitin silently cried, thinking that if I, a little squirrel, were eaten by the bamboo, it would be over. But Fathian suddenly held out a handful of che in front of him, causing Duitin to startle. He asked nervously, "Brother, what are you trying to do?" Without saying much, Fathian decisively shoved the cloth into his mouth. In his frenzy, he kept forcing the cloth into Duitin's mouth, saying, "You want to eat, don't you? Then I'll feed you a bit more." With cold and sharp eyes, Fathian stared intently at him and revealed, "Although I don't want to admit it, thinking carefully, I guess I am being cared for by you to eat. Caring for me for 1,000 years, giving you a piece to eat is no problem. I just didn't expect that because of this, you would hurt those connected to me. I'm sorry for that." In Duitin's mind, two emotions are gradually blending together. This is truly deadly. Even though he was roughly shoved, he still felt satisfied after years of waiting, finally able to chew on the leaf in his mouth. "I want to stop thinking." After filling his stomach, he knelt down at Fathian's feet and begged, "Please let me eat more." His eyes darkened and his words carried hidden meaning. "Then follow me." After a while, Fathian led Duitin to a room. Staring at the scene before him, he was stunned, while Fathian, a bit embarrassed, explained, "This is the teacher's dormitory. During lunch break, I usually eat here alone." As he finished speaking, new leaves sprouted from Fathian's body. He swiftly swatted them away, then immediately demonstrated his cooking skills. As I keep stirring the food, Fathian explains to Duitin that the leaves grow very quickly and taking a little doesn't harm the body, just like hair, so when I'm too lazy to buy food, I often eat myself. When the dish is finished and plated, the aroma immediately wafts up, and he carefully reveals that the ingredients are bamboo shoots, chili, garlic, wine, salt, meat, and ginger. He slices the meat and bamboo shoots, then prepares ginger and garlic, adds oil to the pan, stir-fry the meat with ginger and garlic first, then add the bamboo shoots to cook together. Holding the plate of food in front of Duitin, he suddenly shouted, "Today, I'm making an exception for you, just this once, and it tastes even better than before." Seeing the dish emitting a tempting aroma, Duitin couldn't help but drool with hunger. "Wow, can you really do that?" Feeling overwhelmed, Duitin trembled and asked, "How many meals can you eat in a year?" Fathian replied a bit confused, 50 stars? Duitin's face suddenly filled with tears of emotion. He silently marveled, "Can I really eat like this 5 times a year?" Honestly, I used to consider fine delicacies my daily meals, but I haven't been able to eat a single bite these years. I can't win. Hearing this, Duitin felt a hint of disappointment, thinking that maybe in the future I also won't be able to eat them. After a series of thoughts in his mind, Duitin finally had to surrender to its aroma. He directly snatched the plate from his hand, crying and feeding himself at the same time. Hateful, surrendering to the elder, "From now on, just help me fight and call me over, just need to feed me and give me a little food, like this is enough." In the end, all battles come to an end. At that moment, Thak Tien and Dai Hung led the Grandmaster inside. Fa Tien exclaimed in surprise, "Thak Tien." Seeing him, Thak Tien was also startled. "Is that Teacher Lam?" I met a monk with ill intentions, just caught him and was about to ask how the monks would handle it when I saw Duitin behind, and my eyes suddenly froze. "Wait a moment, what is this round thing?" Fa Tien thought for a while and then replied, "It's the pet my master just raised." "So you lost too?" he asked, lowering his head. "I see, so you lost as well. You're really weak. What are you mocking? You're so useless that you're still called the old master." Even a high school student couldn't stop him, so just give up all the savings I've accumulated over the years. The Grandmaster also refused to give up. He puffed up his chest and argued back, just spouting nonsense. My specialty is the fortune-telling, not fighting. Moreover, even if I could stop it, wouldn't you also want revenge? As a rat now turning into a pet of that bamboo, isn't that ridiculous? I will not give you back any of the money. Rui Tin's anger exploded, and he cursed directly. You bastard! At that moment, a cold hand interrupted his anger. Rui Tin was slightly startled, and Fa Tien's face darkened as he coldly questioned, It's because of you? Seeing that, he trembled and desperately denied it. Master. All right, shut up now. I can roughly guess how the story went. And then he turned to the two of them with a gentle expression and said, Student Thach Thien and you Da Hung from class 10-3, right? It's mealtime now, so I invite you to eat and also briefly explain the background of today's story. While the two of you are still confused, Fa Thien explains as a way of thanking you. And so, because that big rat paid, we all ate for 5,100 yuan. Thach Thien proudly recounted how the old man had troubled me after a phone call from the teacher to let me go. I was tricked. Yep, tricked. The mastermind is the big rat. Over there, a few people in Qipao took them away. On a full moon night, everything was settled. Thach Thien pushed the door open and staggered in, exhausted. Looking at the quiet room, he silently thought how long it had been since the house was this peaceful. Then he suddenly remembered, that's right, I need to wake that guy up. I think he's here. Thinking, he stepped to the bookshelf and took out a volume. As he opened the book, Thach Thien was stunned. Inside a neatly stored and carefully kept chocolate bar, Thach Thien's anger immediately erupts into a savage rage when he sees it. In my modern Chinese dictionary, what does this sneakers thing mean? It's worth a lot. As he flipped through the pages, a small piece of paper suddenly fell out, bearing Trong Lei's boastful words. My dear, if one day I fall into a deep sleep because of depleted spiritual energy, eat this. It represents the price, but actually isn't. Looking back that night when he wrote that note, Trong Lei angrily shouted, It's a pill. He then calmly recounted the detailed process of refining the pill. Refining pills is about using the energy from the original materials, then forging it with fire, and finally placing it into a suitable container. At this point, his voice suddenly soared, and I created it just like that. That night, while Thach Thien was asleep, Trong Lei carefully scanned his phone and used fire's heat to craft something like this. He recounted, then I stored it in a stack of papers and used a special formation to transform the sneakers into spiritual energy. By the last line, Thach Thien's face darkened, and he said, This is already a spiritual elixir. Eating it can restore me. Inside, he silently cursed his money. But then Thach Thien also reluctantly bit into the sneakers with a face full of pain and regret. Damn it, forget it, wake him up first and then fight him later. As soon as it entered his mouth, his eyes widened in shock and amazement. Thach Thien's body began to burn fiercely, with wisps of smoke swirling around him. What is this feeling? I was a little hungry before eating, but now, in just a moment, it's all been filled. Thach Thien quickly grabbed his waist, realizing that it seemed impossible to digest. His body kept heating up, steam continuously being released as this substance dispersed inside him and the heat moved throughout his body. Immediately after, his body started to change. Something was surging up from his esophagus, causing Thach Thien to cover his mouth tightly. He hurriedly opens the window wide and puffs out his cheeks. Immediately, a large flame is released. The upstairs neighbor was also stunned in shock as the enormous flames burst out into the silent night. As the night covers the sky, the flames from his mouth turn bright red and stand out more than ever, revealing Trong Lei's body gradually emerging. After a moment, his face was fully revealed. Standing by the window, Thach Thien was still stunned, a faint cloud of white smoke lingering at his mouth. When fully awakened, Trong Lei relaxed his shoulders and yawned deeply, finally awake. Trong Lei quickly flew to the window, crossed his arms, and looked at Thach Thien with an excited expression. It's still you. It seems it won't be long before my little darling keeps her promise and awakens me so quickly. Why do you look so serious? Is there something bothering you? Tell me what happened. His anger finally spiraled out of control as Thach Thien grabbed Trong Lei by the collar and demanded, What do you think I am to you? Is that a fire-breathing dinosaur? Hearing that, he could only awkwardly explain, The fire seems a bit bigger than I imagined. I didn't expect it to breathe fire. Sorry, but seriously, do you want to learn alchemy and fire control? Trong Lei's face turned serious as he lowered his voice and said, This is the cultivation technique he's most proud of in his life. Mastering it could earn you a place in the cultivation world. Even if he encounters other cultivators later, it won't be impossible to handle. In less than 5 seconds, Trong Lei's mischievous expression reappeared. Furthermore, you can control the temperature of your hands and even become thinner. Hearing this, Thach Thien Thu's pupils constricted, and he quickly leaned in close to ask Trong Lei sternly, "Tell me more in detail." He's also very willing to explain to Thach Thien. Say it like this. Usually, cultivators rely on their dantian to cultivate spiritual energy. A process of refining spiritual energy unfolds, seeking the right timing, place, and harmony among people, sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and absorbing it into their bodies for use. At this point, he raised his voice to emphasize that I rely directly on my stomach. Thach Thien was amazed and exclaimed, "Wow!" Seeing his interest, Trong Lei explained in more detail. Yes, simply put, we have a special tool, the flame inside your body. Move it to your stomach, replace the stomach acid so it can digest the absorbed food, and then convert that heat directly into spiritual energy. Thach Thien imagined his stomach glowing red, with Trong Lei's exclamations in his ears. It sounds very miraculous, doesn't it? But Thach Thien quickly sensed that something was different. He quickly asked, "What are you touching my stomach for?" "Wait, what are you doing?" Trong Lei looked at his hand and replied, "It's just a minor spell. I made your stomach transparent so I could observe more easily." "Okay, let go." When his body started to glow, Trong Lei continued explaining, "See, this flame of yours is something I trained my whole life to master, capable of harmonizing everything. And now it's struggling inside you, basically uncontrollable as your meridians are glowing. That's also why your hands often feel hot and you frequently feel hungry." He carried over a box of supplies and loudly instructed, "You have to learn how to control it." Seeing it, Thach Thien exclaimed in amazement, "Why are you still here?" Trong Lei smiled, pulled out a sneaker, and in a low voice said, "Practice materials naturally buy a few more. Look here." As soon as he finished he immediately and without hesitation inserted it into your body. Strangely, wherever the sneaker goes, that light shifts to follow. When explaining this to you, Trong Lei carefully said, "This flame has a spirit. Like raising a pet, it gets attracted and moves closer when it's almost feeding time. What you need to do after eating is to immediately focus all your attention on your stomach. Use your sensing power and let your focus circle around your stomach. Gradually, this flame will be controlled by you as it spins. Repeating this process will digest the food and refine it into spiritual energy." "All right, this is Tu Tien." After a series of practical tests, he drew this conclusion. That's right, using this method, compared to eating wildly before, the efficiency of food utilization will be greatly improved. The more you eat, the stronger you become. Normal people excrete waste when they eat, but you generate spiritual energy. Trong Lei is very proud of this research. He confirmed that this is the simplest cultivation method I specifically researched in my previous life. Just keep eating, and the food will turn into energy to defeat all enemies. After finishing his words, Trong Lei reached out toward the box full of hope and said, "Try a few bottles of the digestive pill." At the same time, in a nearby building, a scope was aimed directly at the two of them. Qilan looked through the binoculars and asked softly, while Thach Thien Tiuta confidently replied behind the mirror, "That's right." Once the information was confirmed, Kai Lan instructed to observe for a few days before making contact later. Remembering a series of his achievements, Kai Lan couldn't help but feel jealous and envious. Could it be him who defeated the renowned fortune teller Weir in the newly transformed, human-shaped Rui? It's truly dazzling. This made Xiao Ta standing behind shiver in fear. The killing intent was truly immense. Despite his body trembling uncontrollably, Xiao Ta Wen tried to think. This guy had already caught the senior's attention. Suddenly, tears unexpectedly fell down his cheeks. Seeing this, Xiao Ta was stunned with wide eyes. With tears covering his face, Qilin reluctantly complained, "I mean, he's so handsome, in such a big room, with a bunch of food in front of him. It's really dazzling. It's so unreasonable." Standing by the bathroom window, he sighed in frustration. "I can really predict the future of the young man's life. It makes others so jealous they could die." Every word he said made the man just coming out of the bathroom scratch his head in confusion. Unlike us, at 30 years old I still don't have a girlfriend, and on overtime days I can only eat instant noodles. Watching someone, all you can do is run into the nearby men's restroom to keep an eye on them. Chapter 46. Although he really didn't want to, Thach Thien had no choice but to bite the object in his hand. The very next moment, his face twisted into an extremely distorted expression. He tries to hold back his vomit with his severed hand but can't stand it anymore. Thach Thien quickly runs forward, catching Trong Lei's attention. He kept urging, "Quick, use the fire breath." Thach Thien also cooperated very well and blew a large flame straight into the sky. At this moment, Trong Lei kept judging non-stop, saying, "This is you failing again. You haven't properly digested the food in your stomach. The fire only burns a little before releasing energy out. Thak Thien's face became extremely uncomfortable due to what just happened. Still not giving up, Trong Lei continued to pull out the item from his hand. Come on, let's try again. Even if we can't transform it into spiritual energy, at least we have to try this time. He was about to say something else and unleash a fiery blast of love when suddenly a punch appeared. Thak Thien kept hitting Trong Lei so fast he couldn't react, and seeing this scene left Teota extremely confused. What is this? Fire? Is he the one being cared for now? He angrily insults. Truly foolish. The story is gradually being told. This world is so vast that there will always be a few heretical demons, for example. This kid tailing him when he was still young, Xiao Tuo ran forward with his sword in hand. Fai Hu also didn't want to fall behind, quickly drawing his sword to fight back. Soon after, he knocked the sword out of Xiao Ta's hand, causing him to fall to the ground. Pai Ho didn't forget to sneer, "You weakling." He proudly placed his hand on his chest and declared, "Your sword is gone. As expected, my dragon blade is stronger. Look, I can change 3 light effects and make them vibrate." At that moment, little Ta was weak and helpless, only able to cry as he looked at his sword. Unable to bear it anymore, he quickly stood up and ran forward. "Dad, thinking about the injustices I've endured makes me so angry. I can't beat the other kids, but I still want to have a kind heart. The toy store still seems to be having a sale. Only 39 yuan for 8. It can light up and shake. Buy it for me, buy it for me, buy it for me, buy it." But seeing Dad Duong cleaning his blood-stained sword everywhere, he immediately froze in place. "Go away." Father Duong's face remains remarkably calm after seeing that Teota has witnessed this scene, while Teota on this side is at a loss for words, not knowing what else to say. Realizing that his son has found out, his face turned extremely fearful. Father Duong gripped the sword and slammed it into the ground as he trembled and announced, "If you've already figured it out, there's nothing more to do. If you want to use a blade, then this one is for you." "Did you joke or what? You mean the plastic toy sword, the light-up air pump type? This 1-meter-long blade already looks unusual. Where did you get it from? You keep looking at the red liquids all over the room. Moreover, what is this? Is it blood? Why is there so much? That's too much blood. What exactly did you do?" Duong's father's eyes lit up visibly as he looked at Xiao Ta in surprise. "How could you notice so many unusual details in just a moment?" "You're clever. It seems Dad can't hide it anymore and can only tell you the truth." He then continued to place his hand into the pool of blood in front of him. This happened a long time ago. Seeing that, he was so scared he shouted, "Don't touch it." Clearly, Buyang doesn't care about any of this and puts his blood-stained fingers to his mouth. "Our family is actually a sect, and it's an evil path, a bloodthirsty demon sword." The little demon was already terrified by this scene. Don't touch and then taste it. Now Dad is very much like a blood-sucking demon. He seems to be reflecting on past memories, recalling that his ancestor practiced combining death fire and swordsmanship, known as the Flame Sword, Demon Lord. 700 years ago, he reached the peak of his cultivation, and everyone who heard about it would turn pale with fear. And then, what was destined to happen, happened. In the end, he was hunted down and killed by the 7 great sects working together. The monks immediately united their strength, and the demon creatures chose to die. This made Xiao Ta's ancestors very angry. "Get out of the outside world and go to your righteous path. But every fight must come to an end." Bo Yang continued recounting. A 3-day, 3-night battle, roasting 6 opponents alive, and finally he died because he couldn't find time to pee. In the end, this man died a very tragic death. At this point, Bu Yang placed his hand on the blood-stained sword and declared that this blade was called Nong Kwa, which was his weapon from that year. "I heard that his soul is still sealed inside, screaming every night. His face has become incredibly proud. Does that look cool? Take it and go play with your friends." Xiao Ta shouted in confusion. "You're just messing around with your dad's head." Father Duong continued to sit there calmly, crossing his arms as he spoke. Besides, he was also practicing demonic arts now, and he couldn't let the family's centuries-old secret technique be lost. In the future, if you're interested, you'll eventually have to take this path. The more I listen to Little Ta, the more I feel something's not right. So, it turns out our family is actually the villainous side? Suddenly, his eyes lit up visibly. "No, wait a minute. Actually, when I think about it, there's nothing really." He remembers his friend Phi Ho who used to bully him. "Today, the one who bullied me is named Pai Ho. He's about to enter 2nd year, getting bigger and more muscular. Maybe someday I won't be able to beat him, but if I get stronger, I might be able to fight back. If you master your strength, you will master everything." He wondered to himself, so what if I am an evil outsider demon? The image of Xiao Ta repeatedly hitting the Tiger Man's body flashes in his mind. I can defeat many who bully me. Not only that, I will expand my territory. I can beat even more people. I can take over the nearby neighborhoods. Just thinking about reaching the top of fame makes Little Demon even more excited. I could become the boss of the entire elementary school up to 6th grade, the king of everyone. A very eager smile appeared on his lips. Without hesitation, Xiao Ta loudly declared, I accept this arrangement. I decide to cultivate demonic arts and tell you how many people to kill, how many to sacrifice. I will do it. As soon as he finished, Bo Yang slapped him across the face. What are you talking about? Don't say such scary things. Every time you open your mouth, it's all about chopping and killing. Who taught you that? From now on, watching TV will be cut by 2 hours, and you won't be allowed to watch bloody, violent movies anymore. Seeing his father Duong suddenly acting strange left Tiota speechless with confusion. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Wait, no, that's not right. So if that's the case, then what is the blood next to Dad? Dad Duong immediately pointed to the pile of red liquid on the floor below. This is a fortune-telling. I just bought it at the supermarket. Listen carefully. We demons and cultivators are not the same. Ordinary cultivators absorb the essence of wealth and prosperity from heaven and earth to turn into spiritual energy. Even scenes of blood and gore are recounted by Bo Duong, who says that our demon cultivators absorb the evil key of heaven and earth to turn it into spiritual energy. His face is extremely serious, and his reasoning is that the more slaughter and evil, the better. In the savage ages before, many evil cultivators also did the same. After finishing, Bo Duong's attitude grew increasingly intense, but you will be shot dead for doing that. Even if the law doesn't punish you, try placing your hand on your chest and see if your conscience allows it, whether you could commit such immoral acts. Hearing these words, little Ta looked so small that it seemed like he was about to cry, but he couldn't. Bo Duong nodded in confirmation and loudly declared, That's why in this new era, our demons have a different way of cultivation, which is pretending. He held a large sword and clearly declared to little Ta that he was pretending to be very sinister, with words and actions showing he's a bad person, constantly angry and aggressive, making others want to stay away just by looking at him. So everyone will think you're a bad person, and the aura you emit will be drawn in and ultimately absorbed into your body. His face gradually became serious. Dad is doing exactly that today, temporarily causing little Ta to be confused and open his eyes wide, waiting to see what will happen, putting on a show. Dad Duong swings his sword straight ahead, making him startled and fall down. Oh, you gods of the underworld. His eyes were filled with rage as he loudly declared for everyone to hear. After so many years and so many hidden grievances, I have endured enough. 30 years in Hadong, 30 years in Ha-Te. Now my demon clan has returned. Even though what he's wearing isn't blood, Father Duong still looks very serious. Open your eyes and see, there's blood all around. He shouted loudly for the ancestors in hell to hear, This is my proof with blood. This time Father Duong bowed his head and looked at his son Xiao Ta. I will make this world bleed even more fresh blood, and evil will exist forever. As soon as he finished speaking, his face immediately became serious, and a second later, he looked at Xiao Ta with eager anticipation. Look, just now, the divine and mortal energies were attracted by Dad and absorbed into his body a little. This is called deception technique. The cultivation method of modern demon cultivators is like this. It's pretending to be so evil that even oneself is convinced. Do you want to try? These actions left Xiao Ta so confused that he didn't dare to face them. Wow. So humiliating. I just want to die, I don't want to learn. But the story kept going like that, and in the end, I still ended up learning. Anyway, Old Ko's cultivation method has been around for hundreds of years, so losing it would be truly unfortunate. As time went on, I am Duong Tiota, I have become stronger. My hair is standing up. The little boy I once was has now become a thief and a bandit. The scene shifts to the city shopfront, and Xiao Ta quickly rushes in to cause chaos. His face looked extremely displeased as he looked at Director Mao and reproached him. Hey, Mr. Niem Vuong, isn't that right? Your dad is Duong Tiota, a demon cultivator. After he graduated, he had no job to do. Isn't your traditional martial arts protection web supposed to be cooperating with the higher-ups? Weren't you promised to arrange jobs for the cultist department? Help me out here. Seeing him still silent, he gradually lost his composure. Hey, damn it. At this moment, Mao Zong finally chuckled softly and gently placed his hand on Xiao Ta's shoulder. You're a demon, right? I understand now. You always need to cultivate and also pretend to be a bad person to absorb the energy of heaven and earth, right? I understand now. He was a bit surprised, but still deeply touched inside. Thank you for understanding, for knowing how to live long. He is truly a good person. Mao Zong smiled happily, holding his cup of tea as he chatted. I have no opinion about demon cultivators. There are limits to cultivation methods, and it's difficult for you to live peacefully with humans. Since you rarely participate in work as well, I understand. We are all practitioners of one family in this world, whether demon or immortal, as long as we serve the people. We are good cultivators. The person above just said that we should help our fellow demon cultivator who is struggling to find a job. Tiu Ta felt deeply moved and was very grateful, thinking he had accomplished something great and almost crying. That was truly the voice inside his heart. But outwardly, Xiao Ta still cursed and kept silent. Your tone of charity. Do you still want me? A noble demon cultivator to cry and thank you? Yeah. General Mao just smiled gently and explained. Besides, you're a recent graduate, and I've approved your appointment here. No problem, just the salary is a bit low. Xiao Ta shouted loudly. It's okay, my dad can endure hardship. He still gently explained, fill in this form first. Do a 3-month internship to try it out. Come to room 301 tomorrow to do it. His face was very happy with this news. The time has shifted to evening. Follow the instructions on the guide. Tiu Ta felt a bit confused as he looked at the scene before him. Stepping inside, he saw the skeletons that had been cut down with swords, leaving him puzzled. What kind of monster is this place? He continued to turn his head and looked into another eerily supernatural place. Xiao Ta was now extremely confused and anxious, as the surrounding evil energy was overwhelming and emanated from this very room, making it look more like a slaughterhouse than an office. Is this really the headquarters of the Traditional Skills Protection Web, the place where I work? After gathering all his courage, he hurriedly opened the door and stepped inside. Hello, seniors. Sorry to bother you. I am the new employee who just started today at this traditional martial arts protection agency. As soon as I finished speaking, everyone in the dark room slowly turned their heads to look at Xiao Ta. The face of the masked man became incredibly terrifying, along with the gaunt man holding a skull in his hand. What caught Xiao Ta's eye was a man with long scars across his eyes, and finally a woman with only her eyes left staring intently at him. This scene made him extremely scared, and he kept shouting. At a critical moment, the strange man quickly placed his hand on his shoulder. Qilan Daochuk coldly looked at Xiao Ta and announced, So, you're the new one. The one above told me to lead you. He, with his fierce appearance, quickly introduced himself to Xiao Ta. Your father is known as Cold-Hearted Unicorn. If anything happens later, you can come to him. Remember that. Seeing all these scenes has left him so terrified he can't even speak. What the hell? Who are these freaks? The frightened voice of him echoed as Qilan Daochuk also spoke up at this moment. What's there to be amazed about? Everyone here is just like you. He introduced this new office, room 301. Everyone working here is a demon cultivator. Xiao Ta's life seems to have completely changed. Since that day, the young man met someone of his kind. On that morning, Xiao Ta was still focused on eating his meal quickly. Suddenly, the man with the strange mask appeared out of nowhere, continuously questioning, Hey, newcomer, why did you leave your vegetables like this in the bowl? He became incredibly terrifying. Are you mocking the greens? He couldn't sit still any longer and immediately grabbed Xiao Ta by the collar. Are you looking down on nutrition? Huh? Are you trying to unbalance your nutrition? Do you want to die? Hurry up and lick it all clean for your father. At other times, too tired, Xiao Ta fell asleep at the table. While he was still sleeping peacefully, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Hey, newcomer, what do you want to do? Don't sleep here. The scarred man became extremely angry and scolded. It's affecting me. It's really irritating to look at. He quickly grabbed the bowl of porridge, stepped in front of you and declared, Go away if you're so sleepy. Eat this bowl of porridge and then go rest on the sofa. Although a bit confused, he still took the bowl of porridge and went to the neatly cleaned sofa. Eat the porridge and quickly curl up and sleep until you die in that dirty corner. Tiu Ta was a bit surprised by this scene. This is concern for his sleep after working overtime. A while later, the boss lady with one eye quickly pushed Xiao Ta against the wall. Hey kid, have you been busy lately? Her face became even more excited as the two knives moved closer. It seems she officially took the position today. Huh? Looks like you're about to get rich. Hurry up and bring it out to gift to me. Tonight is about integrity and honesty. You give it to me and I will pay. Yes, sweet. Can you hear me clearly? This is how you give gifts to me. And he also knew that this was a celebration after he had been in office for 3 months, with colleagues planning to invite guests. Time passed, and a year later, the scene shifted to a traditional resource protection web room. Xiao Ta outside, exhausted, sighed. It was so embarrassing. Just thinking about everyone's actions moved him deeply. Everyone is a good person, extremely good, but even so, it's too embarrassing. Each of them works hard on their demonic cultivation, pretending to be fierce, as if they are constantly acting every day. My cultivation is indeed still too low. Realizing something was off, Xiaota was a bit startled and surprised. Wait a minute. His face gradually looked confused as he asked again. Wait a minute, seniors, how can you all say congratulations like that? And you're even so happy about it. Big sister with the blindfold quickly takes it off, smiling and greeting. So, little devil, are you happy? Does it move you? From today, you have officially held your position for a year. Little Ta quickly turned his head in another direction, and the thin man's voice added in. We have discussed it. The celebration of your 1-year anniversary in office is very important. We have always felt that our demon cultivators are different from everyone else. The brother with the mask slowly takes it off. Therefore, even if he trains for a day, it's no problem. Scarface happily approaches with a gift box, and even if his power decreases, it's okay. We definitely want to give him a surprise. The 4 of us happily looked at little Ta with the cake in front of him, so today we all paused our cultivation. We all told the truth, and these actions moved Xiaota deeply. Tears suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. I couldn't hold back anymore as tears of happiness fell from his eyes. Then, Xiaota suddenly charged forward, making everyone burst into joyful laughter. The story is also told from that day, a year after taking office. The young man has fully integrated into the demon cultivation community of this era. In addition, regarding his work, even after joining the traditional arts protection web, he is still constantly monitored, managed, and assisted by others who oversee the web's monks. Things are gradually becoming more complicated, and every day when logging in with a monk account, there is silent surveillance and a period for interrogation. The assigned teams are highly focused on monitoring. For the record-keeping parties, everyone is very diligent. Over a few days to several months, if they do not use their special abilities for evil and maintain a pure character, they will pass the interrogation and officially become members of the web, which will assist and protect them. And Room 301 is one of the offices responsible for observation and interrogation. Xiaota quietly looked through the binoculars in his hand. So this month, the young man received a new job, overseeing the approval process, one of the latest registrants. He quickly monitored Thak Tien and Trong Lei. On this side, Thak Tien is still trying to blow out the fire bit by bit. When Trong Lei saw he was about to succeed, he became very excited. Very good, no problem, keep it up. Just like that, you've started to control it. Now gradually ignite and then extinguish. He tried to swallow it bit by bit into his mouth. Watching both of their actions, Xiaota kept taking notes with great enthusiasm, having observed for several days. It seems the target is constantly eating something and repeatedly igniting fires. And it also appears that an ancient soul is guiding him. The more I think about it, the more confused and overwhelmed I feel. What kind of cultivation method is this? We're both fire system, but my way of cultivation is so painful it twists my heart and guts. After some time, Trong Lei continued to probe. How do you feel? Thak Tien sighed and replied, still feeling a certain scent inside his body jumping wildly, and he even added, I seem to suddenly be able to sense your emotions and divine energy now. His face was now extremely angry as he scolded, a smile on the pain of others. I can feel it clearly. Look at me. I've been igniting this for 2 days already. It's quite exciting. He suddenly smiled gently, training very quickly, and being able to sense these things already shows that you have entered the path. Standing in front of Thak Tien, he seriously explained the cultivation method again. The water sounds inside your body are not hiccups, but flames gathering together. They allow you to cultivate freely, control at will, move to your mouth to spit fire or to your hands to radiate heat. The more you eat and train, the more your core will turn into a golden pill, and you will be able to sense even greater power, all thanks to the flames helping you. Then besides my aura, can you also sense these things? Seeing that everything was more difficult than he expected, Thak Tien was somewhat surprised, but his attitude became more determined as he nodded in confirmation. I can sense it. Hearing him say that, Trong Lei also slowly turned his head back. Good. I can also feel it clearly. He looked with malicious intent at the mysterious cold divine weapon from days ago, his face thoughtful as he carefully calculated the distance, about 500 meters, and noted that several demonic auras were still watching us intently. Now that one person has left, it's the perfect opportunity. Trong Lei turns to Thak Tien with hopeful eyes and says, Try setting fire to the very bottom. Give me your hand. The next scene shows Trong Lei carrying Thak Tien appearing right in front of Tu Ta, who is so frightened by the sight that he stands frozen in place, speechless. Trong Lei's face was furious at the invasion of his privacy, and seeing his anger left Tu Ta confused and at a loss for words. You. Trong Lei gently raises his hand into the air. teaching with a cruel and savage demeanor, killing without remorse. If you release this fierce energy without killing 1,000 people, you won't be able to detect it. Without hesitation, he immediately shot a flame directly at Little Ta, blaming him. In the era I live in, there is a person with this kind of aura, and that person is the target that the entire world wants to kill. Unexpectedly, after so many years, they keep killing, but still cannot be eradicated. Demon Cultivator. Seeing how terrifying these two people are made Xiao Ta feel extremely confused. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. Hearing his explanation like that, Trong Lei was a bit surprised. I've caught countless demon cultivators in my life, and they all say the same. But he didn't even bother and just charged straight ahead. If it's a misunderstanding, then just knock him out first and carry him away to explain later. Seeing the flames rushing straight at him made Xiao Ta think his life was over. In that final moment, he suddenly remembered something and could no longer sit still and wait to die. Xiao Ta quickly grabbed the large sword in his hand, suddenly feeling a surge of power counterattack Trong Lei's assault. Seeing Kailan Daochok suddenly appear in his place left Xiao Ta utterly surprised. Senior, he calmly looked at Thach Thien and Trong Lei before speaking. This old master truly misunderstood, and unfortunately this misunderstanding still cannot be clarified. Keelan's horned head even placed a hand on Xiao Ta's shoulder and said, "We, too, have absolutely no ill intentions towards the old ancestor." After saying that, both of them immediately disappeared. "Please forgive us and allow us to withdraw first." Seeing Xiao Ta escape made Zhang Lei extremely uncomfortable. Something doesn't seem right. His face gradually shows surprise. "Hey, wait a minute. There are only 2 of them. Does Thach Tien still not quite understand this?" Trong Lei replied seriously. "Strange. There's clearly the aura of 3 people, and he even mentioned it. Moreover, one of those auras is incredibly familiar to me. Over here." Kailan headbutted and led Tiu Ta away, thinking about what had happened that made Tiu Ta extremely scared and trembling all over. He turned to look at Kailan headbutt, tears streaming down uncontrollably. "Senior Chen, I almost got roasted alive." Seeing him act so recklessly, Kailan Daochok quickly scolded him. Calm down, calm down. The other side is still holding back, and you are a mage of the fire element. You can't be cooked or uncooked." He's constantly encouraging, still worried about Little Ta. It's okay. Stay excited. Get excited. You're very strong, super strong. You're extremely talented." The more I say, the stranger Kailan's head patting becomes, as if he's turned into a different person. "Remember, don't forget your identity. You're a demon cultivator, and you're also a civil servant protecting peace among the cultivators. Act a little more like a demon cultivator. Be fierce, don't be weak." He shouted loudly as if trying to wake up Little Ta, but his villainous character is not at all someone who is both adorable and captivating. His suddenly strange attitude made Little Ta feel somewhat bewildered. Kilan Daochuk also realized he might have gone too far. He sighed and quickly comforted him. It's okay. Be good. Be good. If you want to cry, then cry. Don't look at me with those scared eyes." Hearing that, he was so scared he hugged him and kept crying. The seat sign for Xiao Ta clearly shows 4 words indicating he is on a break. This caused the skinny guy to quickly step forward and ask what was wrong. The horned unicorn sighed and explained, "He's got social anxiety, scared stiff to the point of turning pale. I let him rest for 2 days. He even turned his head to look at the guy and recount because he didn't hide his aura well. The monk misunderstood and attacked. He's too inexperienced, just a fireball, and it scared this kid half to death." The guy chuckled and added softly, "It's nothing really after all. He's only been doing this for a year." This makes me remember when I first started working, I was misunderstood and beaten up. But his face showed some contemplative reflection on everything. In my time working, I've been poisoned, drowned, burned, trapped in a formation, and hung up for days. And when I was checking if a certain cultivator was suitable to succeed, I even got cursed by him. Killen, headbutt, also nodded in agreement. "Yes, I have also been buried alive, cut with a sword, bitten on the head by a bear spirit, and taken back by a chimp to be a camp lady. During the ceremony in Thuan Son, I secretly checked and assessed their fire safety skills, only to be chased by dozens of flying swords. Later, when the situation was resolved, they gave me a playful flag." After hearing what Kailan Daochok said, the skinny man quickly learned his lesson. But later on, I realized it all. He smiled and announced that the world only misunderstands us because they haven't truly understood our current demon state, and also because they have righteous hearts just like ours. He looked at the skinny man with confusion. "Hey, you're so cheerful. Aren't you afraid of losing your mind?" He was a bit confused. not understanding why he was interrupted, and his attitude completely changed to become extremely terrifying. You dare question your father? Do you want to die now? But Kailan's headbutt didn't back down either, preparing to strike. Are you provoking to cut his tongue now? The two of them burst into laughter as if they understood each other's intentions. Meanwhile, over here, Xiao Ta was still sitting curled up in the corner of the room, crying non-stop. Time has passed, and on a beautiful day, Chonglei pulled back the curtain to look outside, sighing as he pondered. I've been observing for half a day, and the demonic aura around seems to have disappeared, or maybe it's been well concealed. Remembering something important, Thak Thien asked in surprise. That's right, what exactly is a demon cultivator? He slowly turns his head and explains everything in detail, probably too hurried before, so he forgot to mention that they rely on absorbing the fierce energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. Basically, everyone is extremely evil, and because their cultivation methods are so wicked, they still manage to possess some extraordinary supernatural powers. His face has become very thoughtful. Demon cultivators in my era summon spirits for sacrifice, using evil fire to refine souls, which is extremely cruel. Thak Thien listened in awe. Oh, Chonglei continued speaking. But in my impression, what frightens people the most is their hypnotic mind control technique. His face grew very serious, as when amongst thoughts are not firm enough, they can invade the subconscious and mesmerize, ultimately becoming a puppet of mind control. Over here, Xiao Ta was still focused on reviewing his self-assessment and paid no attention to anything around him. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the room. Hey kid, what's got you so down? Tio Ta felt a wave of fear upon hearing this. Who? The continuous laughter echoed as Flame Blade gradually appeared to speak. Who am I? He quickly soared into the sky. I am your sword. Xiao Ta was extremely confused when he heard the fire sword say such incomprehensible words. You and your kind are all demon cultivators, your ancestors just awakened. These words left little Ta somewhat stunned, not understanding what was happening. Remembering Bo Duang's story, he suddenly realized. You're the senior who held it in, I remember. Just thinking about the shame from that year makes him not want to face it at all. At that time, when only a few of them were left, we agreed to continue fighting after using the restroom. As a result, while I was pulling up my pants and unprepared, they took the chance to attack and directly cut me down. Seeing this, Tio Ta was surprised and understood. So that's how it was. Dying in such a way is a bit embarrassing. VM Dao's desperate voice echoed, I hate it. In the end, he gradually took on the shape of a human figure. Thinking about everything that happened, I feel so much hatred. I hate this world. He aimed directly at Xiao Tuo standing to the side. Do you want to gain strength, kid? You're so weak and soft. Just a fireball makes you turn pale with fear. Hearing VM Dao's question, I was a bit confused, but Xiao Ta still nodded in agreement. What? Of course I want to. This made him extremely happy, and he smiled as he made the proposal. Then go on a slaughter, declare war on this world, and abandon your previous cultivation method. He even reached out his hand towards you. Your cultivation method was created for me, and in fact there is a remaining half, a cultivation technique that requires a blood sacrifice, and if you want to become stronger now, this is the price. Xiao Ta felt somewhat confused and fearful as he listened to VM Dao's words. For the sake of my reputation, don't make me lose face again. Just kill someone first. He shouted angrily at him, stop joking around. What are you talking about? If that's the case, I guess I won't become stronger. His attitude made him lose his composure and attack directly. How embarrassing. This isn't your fault. If you won't do it, then hand over your body to me. Clearly, Xiao Ta is no match for Flame Blade. He suddenly felt the pain throughout his body. His face turned pale as if he couldn't breathe. His hands and entire body trembled strangely. But after struggling for a short while, Xiao Ta finally stood still in one place. As soon as he opened his eyes again, he was completely taken over by the flaming blade. This is what it means to seize control. Stay quiet inside my body and watch. After telling this story for so long, it's time to have a real villain. The scene shifts to a grocery store in the city, where the salesgirl greets with a smile, welcoming visitors. As soon as she saw the scene before her, she was overwhelmed with confusion and fear. Hey, knife customer, your hand is on fire. VM Dao, looking fierce, slowly stepped in and declared, I want the map of this city. He smiled in a strange way, with a hint of cruelty. That's right, just in case. The flames in his hand flare up. It seems VM Dao is about to do something evil again. Sure enough, I guessed right. At this moment, VM Dao directly blew up the grocery store in an instant. The fire trucks rushed quickly upon hearing the news of the fire. Trong Lei, watching from above, sighs, and says that there's a fire nearby, and there's also a very troublesome aura lingering around. His face shows some discomfort, like the feeling of a demon. VM Dao became extremely proud after burning down the grocery store here. He uses his speed like the wind to rush in another direction. With his current strength, VM Dao continues to set everything ablaze. Seeing everywhere filled with a sea of flames made him extremely happy. Different voices kept echoing. "Excuse me, please stop there, monster," waiting to be caught, which surprised VM Dao a bit. He turned around expectantly. Oh, are the people coming to take care of this now? At the moment, there are 2 Taoists waiting there. "Who are you all?" Han Xiong chuckled proudly and quickly introduced himself. The entire flower curtain is filled with guests, and the 3,000 travelers are gathered under the mountain city. The sword guest Han Shuang is myself. If you have heard my name, please surrender quickly and avoid unnecessary injuries or loss of limbs. Kim Kwan, standing nearby, loudly announced his name as the deputy director of the local branch of the Traditional Martial Arts Protection Association. My title is Kim Kwan Superior. I've caught demons like you countless times. Facing me is your bad luck. Quickly kneel down, put down your sword, and put on the handcuffs. After the introduction, the 2 of them said little and charged straight at Flameblade to attack. His face showed a hint of unease as he sighed and said, "Too many." In just a few basic moves, he had completely defeated these 2. That's too many. The scene shifts to the Traditional Martial Arts Protection building. Everyone here is extremely noisy and bustling. The skinny boy slowly steps outside to check the situation, and his mask now looks very confused. Approaching, "What's going on?" The boss lady looked confused, wondering why there was suddenly a warning bell. He simply calmly turned around to inform everyone, fearing that something major had happened, and this news surprised everyone a bit. "Something big thing." The young man's face gradually became more serious as he recounted everything. "I have been observing the conversation of the people downstairs since earlier. It seems that some dangerous object has set fire to an entire road, and it injured 2 of our colleagues on patrol nearby. Now it's our turn to step in and provide support." They've gathered the whole team below the building, shouting slogans and about to move out. Hearing this, the one-eyed leader looked utterly confused. "So why do we know nothing at all?" he continued, stepping in front of the 3 and explaining. "It's not our turn, we're not the frontline fighters, and the troublemaker seems to be Matu, who also wants to avoid suspicion." Hearing this, she chuckled in surprise. "Matu, what's wrong?" At this moment, Kailan Daochok opened the door and stepped in, startling all 3 of them. Kailan Daochok, with a very serious expression, announced to everyone that it might be more complicated than this. "I just arrived at the headquarters office, and the scene shifts back to the meeting room from earlier. Kieran, the headbutter, who was eavesdropping outside, has learned some information. I overheard them discussing and secretly saw that they were replaying the incident involving Trinqiu. The events caused by VM Dao were also recounted, and as soon as he saw Xiao Ta's face, he widened his eyes in disbelief. The demon cultivator causing all this is none other than him." All 3 of them were stunned and couldn't believe what they heard. It's regret. The scene shifts to a large area elsewhere in the city. Seeing the scene in front of them, everyone on the street became extremely confused and kept discussing among themselves. "That's a part-time player, and he's even holding a sword. Are we heading to the school gate to find the enemy? Find the enemy, you damn monkey." With Master Thash Thien here, all the thugs nearby have been wiped out, but lately it seems Master Thash Thien has been taking days off. "Wiem." Dao calmly looked at the group of students. He continued to take out the map and examine it carefully. "School? In my plan, this is the final stop." Without thinking much, he immediately directed the flames toward the school, intending to burn everything down. So then start spewing fire along this entire school. The flames rush straight toward the school as if to burn everything down, and suddenly a loud explosion occurs, making the scene even more chaotic. Luckily, Dui Tin managed to stop it just in time, and at this moment, Po Thien slowly approached. He asked irritably, "Hey, the flowers and trees in front of the school were planted by me myself so they could grow easily. Why are you burning them?" His face became very serious as he reproached him. "The students in the school, every batch has been taught by me, and their talents are not easy to come by. Why did you burn them?" VM Dao also realized that this was a worthy opponent. A formidable enemy appeared. Fa Thien immediately waved his hand and ordered forward. Dui Tin did not hesitate and charged straight ahead. VM Dao was not afraid and raised his sword to block. Suddenly, strange vines appeared on the ground, grabbing tightly onto his legs. VM Dao was a bit surprised to see these vines suddenly appear, trapping him and preventing any movement. Seizing the opportunity, Fa Thien immediately launched a punch to attack. He decisively threw a punch directly at VM Dao's face, leaving him unable to resist. Fa Tian's face remained calm and cold as he declared firmly, "Stay calm and don't resist. Wait for the police to arrive and take over. All the plants and flowers around here are personally planted by me, and since I am the owner, I can control this entire place freely." Wiem Dao was not afraid at all, and his face even showed a hint of interest. "Do I really have the authority?" The smile on his face gradually twisted into something strange. Who truly holds the power remains uncertain. Suddenly, Fa Tian was startled to realize that something was wrong. An immediate large explosion occurred here, making everything become more chaotic. With the impact of this explosion, Dao Tian was also thrown backward in pain. The flames had also burned through the vines that Fa Tian had created. The clothes on VM Dao's body are almost torn apart now, but he doesn't care. It's fire. You are just a tree that can't be stopped. Burn it down. Fa Tian looked at his actions earlier with a hint of disbelief and confusion, his body already injured. Then, hearing him speak, VM Dao slowly looked down at himself, but a twisted smile appeared on his face as he declared it was just a parasitic thing. As long as he could endure and find a better body, he still didn't find it interesting enough. VM Dao then charged forward with his sword to attack, testing a better body for now. The image of Thach Thien appeared, seriously trying the item in his hand. Seizing the opportunity, he decisively blows fire to confront the flames created by VM Dao. Seeing his sudden appearance, Fa Thien on the side was extremely surprised. Recognizing his familiar figure, he panicked and called out, "Thach Thien." Trung Lei appeared in the air, seriously assessing. "Good shot, your stance with the fire is steady." Thach Thien tiredly responds to him. "Teacher, the soul parasites inside my body say this energy is very strong and important, so they forced me to come here. So I came." His face grew extremely displeased as he stared intently at the flaming blade in front of him. "So, what is your background? What do you want to do?" He sighed, realizing that his opponent was growing stronger day by day and the trouble was becoming more and more serious, but it was also a good opportunity. "This is truly my territory. I have always set fires along the way here just to vent my anger." Right in front of everyone, VM Dao forcefully stabs his sword into the ground, leaving everyone stunned and confused. Seeing that the situation was becoming unstable, Zhang Le anxiously spoke up. "The formation. I know this formation." Fa Tian, standing to the side, was also startled by the scene and began to feel heavy with a crimson glow enveloping his body. VM Dao laughed loudly, then pointed the sword at Thach Thien and declared, "This is the formation I drew with fire. I followed the map, setting fires along the way, and the recent blaze was the final stroke. This is an ancient, lost magic, created by an ancient demon cultivator, manipulating blood sacrifices from everyone in this area to enhance their own power." The scene shifts to a place not far away, and the people around, seeing this scene, become panicked. "Oh, what are those people doing over there?" While they were still confused, the pink light suddenly rushed forward. Before the other man could react, the pink light made both of them become dazed. Meanwhile, the one-eyed boss lady noticed the situation was unstable and quickly ran onto the vehicle. She climbed aboard and hurriedly informed everyone, hurry up, we have to get there before everyone else arrives to save him, or else we'll be shot on the spot." "Should I run the red light? We are demon cultivators, the villains who will deduct points with my driving license." The people inside the red glow moved slowly like zombies. VM Dao is very proud as he gathers the unfortunate people caught up in this, so our strength will be greatly different. His boastful voice keeps echoing. "You are bound by my formation and also by morality, which prevents you from harming ordinary people." Fa Tian and Thach Thien listened with some anger, but I am different. The more he said, the more VM Dao became extremely excited. Everyone here, after being controlled by me, has become my shield. He placed his hand on the head of a young beauty, of course, to absorb her spiritual energy for me. In front of everyone, he has absorbed the spiritual energy of this girl. My food. The wound on VM Dao's face slowly healed, and he threw the young beauty aside. At this moment, the demon cultivator group also arrived just in time. Seeing the scene before her, the boss lady was extremely confused. She hurriedly ran towards VM Dao and shouted, "Little evil!" Hearing this familiar call, Tiu Ta opened his eyes in the vast space and asked, "Who's calling me?" He still hasn't realized that I've taken over his body and am floating in this space. What's wrong with me? Wait a minute. Where am I right now? Yes, those vines on this side are holding the unconscious people tightly. Seizing the opportunity, VM Dao drew his sword and charged straight at Thach Thien to attack. Although he really didn't want to fight, at this moment Tiu Ta had no other choice. He was being restrained. He kept angrily shouting and cursing, "Let me go now!" Seeing that Xiao Ta had woken up, VM Dao was a bit surprised. Oh, you've awakened and still want to resist me? Seeing that he still didn't dodge, he was somewhat surprised. His movements became sluggish then.
Hurry and turn to Fathian and shout loudly to warn him. Master Lamb, quickly control the other passers-by. I think I can handle this side. From this moment on, he became extremely annoyed with Tuta's actions.
Kid, stop causing trouble. Stop causing trouble? At least not now. To resist your ancestor is a serious offense. VM Dao's hand immediately appeared inside the terrifyingly dark space. He quickly grabbed his collar and kept scolding him. The soul-stealing technique, you don't understand at all. You can't resist me. But if you behave, I might still give you a chance because you are my descendant. Do you understand? Thinking about how Xiao Ta ruined his plan, he became even more agitated and kept scolding. I want the world to see what true terror is. Terror that can be transformed into my energy. And that is the way of cultivating the demon path. Therefore, I must kill everyone here, but I will choose a better body, seize it, escape, and hide myself away to prepare for a new slaughter. I have seen those fire-breathing guys. I want to take over his body. VM Dao's voice rang out, and then I will return the body to you. How about that? Little Ta, now weak and pitifully bullied, remains silent, and he grows even more proud, laughing loudly. Do you desire to master the complete demonic cultivation technique? It's okay, I wrote that. I can pass it on to you, kid. Do you care about these sudden newcomers? If you agree, I might even spare them. It's not impossible. Suddenly, Flameblade said something incomprehensible. I honestly don't want to lose you either. He let go of Xiao Ta and with a very proud look on his face declared, I have slept for 1,000 years and just woke up. I have no one to rely on, so I feel a bit lonely. I can take care of you. Although there is a tone of contempt in his voice, since you are a useless person, you are still considered the only bloodline connected to me at the moment. Just thinking about what he said makes Xiao Ta so angry he grits his teeth, and he lowers his head to shout loudly, Get out of here! Just this one word from you made him a bit surprised and startled. Tuta's attitude completely changed, and he shouted loudly, Stop talking and get lost. You damn evil outsider. Seeing how emotional Xiao Ta was, Flameblade chuckled in surprise. If you say that about me, little one, don't be too rude to your own ancestors. But Tiuta dismissively ignored his words. Who do you think you are to be called an ancestor? Everyone around me is a good person. He slowly stood up. I was raised by a good person, and the friends I know are also good people. Thinking about the destruction caused by the sword has made him extremely resentful. My life has nothing to do with you. Xiao Ta then held up 2 fingers in front of him. Moreover, I hate you very much. As soon as Xiao Ta opened his eyes again, he regained control of his body. This action of his also left Venom Blade on the side stunned and unable to believe. What? Since when could you do that? In such a short time, you regained control of your body and he was furious, questioning you. What do you want to do? He calmly states, if you are the ancestor, if you are the ancestor. Tiuta's actions are very decisive, as he directly takes the sword and points it at himself. I will no longer be weak. I want to betray the ancestors. Seeing his reckless actions, VM Dao was somewhat confused. He was trying to harm himself. He deserved to die. Unable to sit still any longer, VM Dao hurriedly rushed outside, repeatedly knocking Tiuta down to the ground. And thinking about his actions only made him angrier and scream wildly. You dare to rely on self-harm to force me out, but unfortunately, there are already many who can host me here. This time, he decided to possess someone else again. After successfully taking over the body, VM Dao's face was filled with pride. At this moment, the demon cultists rush from behind, shouting continuously, You're too oppressive. You're bullying others too much. The 3 of them work together to fight, causing Venom Blade to suffer and fall back in pain. At the same time, the bald unicorn also appeared just in time, quickly catching the fragile body of little Ta. You're too weak. Is this the after effect of being parasitized? Looking at these people, Thak Tien feels a bit confused. Master, I was surprised to realize that I couldn't sense their aura before they appeared. Fa Tien remembered something and slowly recounted their identities. Oh, it seems they work for the government. I've met some of them before. They are good people and have even helped our school plant trees, so we can rest assured when they arrive. After being attacked en masse, VM Dao was repeatedly knocked back in pain. All the demon cultivators cooperated to surround VM Dao. Everything seemed to come to a halt, which surprised him a bit. Suddenly, he realized something. His body was covered in resentment runes, and his strength was not bad. In that moment, he was able to control himself with a formation. VM Dao's face grew even more annoyed as he saw his plan fail once again. I've really stepped into a hornet's nest, and this body has never undergone cultivation before, so it's too hard to control. With no other options, VM Dao could only think of a way to escape, creating some chaos to run away. The pink glow gradually disappeared at this moment, and everyone's consciousness slowly regained. The crowd became extremely confused, constantly clutching their heads and screaming in despair. What's wrong with me? We just lost consciousness earlier. What kind of photo story is this? Is this a mass fight? Oh my God, the cinematic effects. Some people outside are even frantically filming with their phones, and the masked person on one side feels completely confused by this scene. What's going on? The skinny guy right next to him seems to have figured something out. He has already freed all the ordinary people, damn it. Does he want to make things worse? VM Dao was extremely proud of his plan this time. Yes, that's right, lose focus again and let the formation reveal its flaws. Don't lose focus. Xiao Ta, despite being very weak, warned everyone, use all your strength to suppress him, don't let him escape. Colleen quickly reminded, Xiao Ah, he's become extremely worried. I'm fine, I can still endure, I won't faint until this is over. Tiu Ta's body trembled, but he still managed to stand up and hold the sword. The family's martial arts, which he understood best, made the soul stronger during cultivation, better at escaping, and very difficult to hurt. And the key to control is the flame. Seeing the situation getting worse, Venom Blade's face gradually turned grim. It's over. Tiu Ta's willpower is blazing fiercely now. He wields his sword and stumbles forward. This blade shooting out flames conceal him. Seeing Xiao Ta's decisive final move made everyone present cheer non-stop. Your sword is glowing. The effect looks so cool. No, it's not an effect. It's some kind of skill I don't know. But it's a rare opportunity. I have to record it on video. Hey kid, look over here and smile. The flaming blade was so scared by this scene that he couldn't even speak. Don't come any closer. Xiao Ta slowly stepped forward, smiling on his face. Ancestor, that's right. I still have to thank you. It's because of you that I am who I am today. But goodbye. Use all your strength to strike directly at VM Dao's body. I want to protect this world. Our paths are different. There's nothing more to say. The scene in front of us makes everyone watching or filming freeze in place instantly. Time seemed to stand still as the phone fell to the ground below, and the crowd became terrified, screaming uncontrollably.
Oh my God, this person is crazy. He used a sword to kill someone.
Chapter 56. After a false accusation and a desperate fight, Xiao Ta is nearly exhausted. He stood silently, muttering to himself, It's okay, it's okay. This move is only enough to kill monsters. As he spoke, his whole body collapsed to the ground, unable to harm humans. At this moment, the siren of the police car was approaching, with 4 or 5 vehicles rushing in from all directions around Xiao Ta. Mao pushed open the car door and stepped out exhausted. Our demon cult has good news. The man with purple hair covering one eye jumped and shouted loudly, hitting the gas to the max as he saw him get out of the car. Mao, you're the team leader after all. Over there. Commander Mao shouted for the people to come. Everyone, come here, Here, Jish. Pierce through the normal crowd to erase the memories. In addition, the barrier opens the formation to remove the remnants of the scene. Then he walks over to Xiao Ta, who is lying unconscious, and softly says, You're very quick. Mao has finished drinking the water in the cup and is using magic to make it fly up and down. Suddenly, the cup enlarges and absorbs the demon sword of the demon lord from the ground into itself. Trong Lei's eyes widen in shock at his power. That white glazed magic artifact has been around for a few decades, right? How is that possible? After capturing the sword, the cup also returns to its original state. Commander Mao bows his head before the floating cup. Thank you for your help, Senior. I am truly grateful. I can't thank you enough. Then he took the cup in his hand and ordered everyone to gather. Yes, sir. Chief Mao also reminded Trong Lei's group, making his face turn dark. Besides, those demon cult members will come to my office later for tea. Just a few minutes later, the unicorn with horns and purple hair, with one eye already present at the station, Mao was still calmly drinking a sip of water from the magic cup. Then he slammed the cup down on the table and started scolding loudly. His sense of danger is way too weak. What is our most important duty when working? It is to act silently and quietly. Look at yourselves. Tu Duong was scolded for being insensitive again, and none of you hold back, just venting. What did you say, daring to lecture your father like that? Your father? Do you want to be stripped naked? Are you itching for a fight or what? What are you so full of yourself for? Are you trying to get hit by my motorcycle? And as for the purple hair, limit your words to 3 words. Kill him. Suddenly, Mao turned silent for a moment as if a switch had been flipped. Then he softly advised, It's okay not to practice demon arts now, or I won't be able to feel your true emotions. They heard this and burst into tears, saying, Mao General, it's our fault that so many fights have happened. We are about to lose all face to meet others. You're right. You're completely right. Please, Mao General, fire us. Then there was a sigh from Mao General. General Mao tapped the table a few times while listening to their sobs. In fact, there are many things that could be limited. Little evil is new. When you lead him, you should keep reminding him that any change must be reported to the organization immediately and not decided on your own. You should trust the organization more. Our science has anesthetics, and magic has sealing techniques. Harming him is easy, and removing the evil spirit from him is a small matter. But now, it's all your own decision. Today's videos have already spread over 100 clips online. Doesn't that mean our cultivation world has been completely exposed to the public? Everyone huddled in a corner, tears streaming down their faces. We were wrong. It was our haste. Suddenly, Mao walked to the window and softly said, "But forget it. This matter is over now, and we've eliminated the threat. Go back and write your self-criticism." Apart from the 3 months bonus, everyone couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Mao General looked tense and decisively issued the order. Also, you don't need to supervise the other monks for now. Go clean up your mess first. Go online and find videos related to today's battle and report back. Create a clone account to report, send messages to the videographers, and no matter what, use seduction to find their hypnotized addresses and make them forget everything. The whole group of reporters and ghost reporters looked at each other in surprise, wondering if they were truly acting as righteous keyboard heroes, when suddenly Keelan nudged his head to remind them of something important. "Wait a minute, Director Mao. So right now we are monitoring the arsonist." He clasped his hands behind his back, pretending to be surprised. Him? He truly is an important person. At this point, Mao Zong's face darkened and he smirked slyly. "I will send someone else, someone he knows and who can also protect him." The scene shifts to a different location equipped with computers. This is Thak Thien's secret fan club. More than 1,000 people, with an equal ratio of men and women, admire Thak Thien immensely. On the screen is an image of Thak Thien with a radiant smile, along with some new notifications. Someone's daughter, Thak Thien's eldest girl, is uploading a photo she wants to buy. It's a childhood photo of Bo Thien when she was chubby. Dai Hung looked at the photo as if he was about to cry, frantically pressing keys. Every day for the fan group leader, Zhao Dai Hung begins here, and today is full of so many things. On the screen are a few comments from the account owner named Dad Tian calling her. "I heard there was a recent unsafe explosion. So the school will be closed for 3 days. Below, a mother account from the first in the universe is actively responding. Yes, it was unsafe. Last night, an hour after school ended, there was a fight in front of our school. There was even a fan account of Thak Thien's sister who uploaded a short video. Thien's dad was also there. I have a video." Hearing this comment, Dai Hung's fan club president was very disappointed because she was a poor student who skipped school that day and didn't see it with her own eyes. Dai Hung quickly grabbed his phone, thinking to himself, Thak Thien's classmate. He was also there. Is he safe? I have to ask first. Suddenly, Thak's sister's account sent Dai Hung a strange message. Recent messages. Hello. There are many photos related to Mr. Thak Thien. I have a lot of them. Do you want it? From friend. She was a bit surprised. The phrase Thak Thien photos kept flashing through her mind again and again. Dai Hung kept thinking repeatedly, shaking her head back and forth. Wait, now is not the time to talk about this. So she quickly replied, I'll tell you later. The other end just let out a sound of surprise. Seeing that it couldn't catch Dai Hung's attention, the account even sent a picture of chubby Thak Thien eating chips to lure her, and went further to send photos of Thak Thien's tough childhood weight loss training. Looking at these messages, Dai Hung's eyes widened in confusion. She suspiciously replied, Who are you? Who are you, really? The account replied with a mysterious secret. I can provide you with all 1,000 photos related to young Thak Thien Hoi, but I need your help with this matter. Trio Dai Hung. Back with Mao, he helplessly pushed the door with a click and told Chiek Kok that everyone in the bureau is busy erasing the Social Foundation's influence. It immediately nodded in understanding. Then Mao Tong softly said, Then let's get started. And with that, the water cup released the imprisoned demon-slaying weapon. He was chained tightly with the 5 spirits locking soul array. Commander Mao began his interrogation of the criminal. He frowned coldly and directly rushed into the crowd, using an explosion to set up a blood formation. The strength of cultivators in this era, you old fox who has lived 1,000 years even if you don't understand, you shouldn't have done something so major right after awakening, right? Suddenly he shouted in front of the demon lord, What is your true purpose? Tell me, what is it that makes you willing to risk everything? He strained his neck and retorted, I don't care what you want, damn it, I don't want to say a word to you. Not getting the answer he wanted, Mao lowered his head and replied, Then there's nothing more I can do. I'll take you to refine your soul. The demon lord didn't understand and stammered, "What do you mean?" Mao turned cold, his pupils narrowing. "I will extract and dissolve your consciousness, then access your memories to check. Let's see if you're hiding a secret you can't tell others." Familiar, isn't it? This is the divine power that Ma Tu is used to, taking action with brutality. But I also won't forget to tell you. Although it's hidden well, my cultivation is actually also Ma Tu's martial art. Then he waved his hand forward and said firmly, "I would send someone to protect the monks involved at the scene, so no matter what schemes you plan, you better give up." Meanwhile, over at Thach Thien's side, he was eating happily with a table full of greasy food. He looked at the hamburger in his hand, muttering repeatedly, "This sudden turn of events makes me feel helpless. Suddenly fighting. Suddenly an uncle appears. Suddenly, it ends." After the fight in front of me, he cleans everything up, then frowns, raises 2 fingers, and continues, "I realize there are masters in this world, and they form an organization, making me feel like just a grain of sand. Useless. I have only encountered 2 moments in my life." Finally, Thach Thien lowered his head to Li Shi. "I want to become strong quickly, but what Trong Le cares about isn't whether I'm strong or not." "Wait, twice, you also felt helpless the first time." Hearing this, Thach Thien was also a bit surprised. He dangerously recounted, "Yes, that was when I was a teenager. Memories of my childhood flooded back. 13 years ago at Xiaotaiyang Kindergarten Class A, a little kid from the class ran in excitedly to announce, 'The teacher said the afternoon is free time for activities, and our class can play family games.' Vang Zuan happily volunteered, 'I want to be the mother.' Then the other children also volunteered to take on family roles. 'I want to be the older sister. I want to be the older brother. I want to be the younger brother. I want to be the younger sister.' Meanwhile, the little one happily raised their hand. 'I want to be the dad.' Suddenly, the atmosphere in the classroom fell silent. The other 2 children immediately protested vehemently. 'What did you say? How can you become a father? Haven't we already said that?' 'The father of this class can only be that person.' The other 2 girls are blushing, surrounded by hearts. 'Yes, it can only be him. That person who's taller than the teacher, strong, and gives off such a safe feeling. He can protect everyone.' Young Thach Thien, playing with wooden blocks, trembles when called, and his father and the entire kindergarten class rush to hug him tightly. Thach Thien's dad is just like before, playing family with us. 'Dad Thach Thien, we are your children.' At that moment, Thach Thien could only accept it. This is the image of him. At 3 years old, Thach Thien weighed 45 kilograms, and the little kids kept running to him with open arms, calling out, 'Dad wants to fly. Dad wants to spin.' There was also a time when a classmate was bullied and ran home to tell him, 'The boy from the neighboring class has a jerk who stole his slide. Help him beat him up.' To understand more about what happened, you need to go back half an hour to the shared playground slide at the kindergarten. Today, our class is using the slide. Class is, 'You can't use it? You're lying?' Today, it's clearly our class's turn to use it. The 2 kids bump into each other because they can't decide who gets to play. I already said our class uses it on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You are only supposed to have it on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. That's not right. Why do I always feel like you get to play more than us every week?" Kids are very prone to disputes. After a fierce fight, they cried loudly. Tok Dai ran back to the classroom, threatening everyone. "You wait there. I'm going to call my classmate's dad." "You wait here for me. Who's afraid of whom?" I also went to call Elle's mother. At this moment, Long Dai ran over to hug Thach Thien and called out to Thach Thien's father. Then he went with this kid from class to check out the slide. "Come on, take me to see it." The other children saw this scene and were extremely shocked, calling out to each other, "Wait, does he want to go alone? Is that real or fake?" In that class, there is that person, the one who is the head of the whole class. Do you think his father can fight back? Tu, with her hair covering her face, looked very dangerous. I don't know. Even if I am the smartest person in this class, I really don't know who is stronger between Dad and him. The boy's eyes are filled with determination, confidently concluding a draw. But it will surely be a brutal fight. On this side, the other boy has led Bishdat to Daodin. "Dad, it's them! It's their class that bullied me." Thach Thien's eyes suddenly narrowed, reacting with surprise. Dao Ding is also a very strong person, firmly restraining Thach Thien. "Mom, it's them, they bullied me." The 2 powerful forces stared at each other silently before Big Daddy and Big Emily. A.K. a little flower exchanged punches. That day, the young boy experienced for the first time the feeling of despair, helplessness, and powerlessness as the children were thrown far away by the force. Thach Thien was dragged by Little Flower as if carrying a sack. and for the first time, he understood what it means to be small under the vast sky. There will always be someone stronger and someone fatter. Chapters 58. Even when facing a strong opponent, Thak Tien never gave up. From then on, for a whole year, Little Sun Kindergarten experienced a bloody rain of blood as they ran from the underworld. Xiao Hua and Thak Tien spent every day just fighting one-on-one with the powerful punches of 3-year-olds. And of course, every time Tiao Hua flicked him, Thak Tien was sent flying several meters. He tumbled to the ground, truly a powerful blow. Xiao Hua stepped in front of him confidently and declared, "You lost." She patted her chest proudly and announced, "This is my 31st victory." "Come on, call me sister." Thak Tien, refusing to back down, shouted loudly, "You idiot, I'm half a month older than you, so you should call me brother Thak Tien." Tiu Hua was stunned with wide eyes at this remark, then burst out laughing like crazy. "All right, that's interesting. You're very brave. If you don't want to call, that's fine." Xiao Hua happily pointed at his face and declared, "There's no one in this world who can match my skills, but you managed to take 3 hits, so you're considered a decent young man." All right, you're a good person." Then she haughtily turned and left, leaving Thak Tien lying helpless on the ground. "Sooner or later, I will make you admire me and call me sister. Then I will have your heart." Unlike her, Thak Tien was extremely angry and hated it, completely unable to fight back. He needed to become stronger. Looking at the chaotic scene, he scratched his head in frustration. "It's so tragic, brother Thak Tien, so tragic. You've been fighting for half a year and still haven't won. Our class is doomed." Suddenly, a girl runs over with a comment, "Even though it's terrible, don't you think they look really good together?" Even the girl confidently asserted her opinion, saying, "That's right, one is the father, one is the mother. They both feel safe." Surely, during the fight, they developed feelings for each other, and in the end, became a family, protecting the children in these 2 classes. The 2 children strongly object, saying no, absolutely not. But no one knew that Thak Tien had made up his mind, so he kept eating everything voraciously. "The more I eat, the bigger my belly gets." Just like every day, Thak Tien would call his mother, "Mom, I want to be chubbier than that girl." Until one day, when watching the X-ray and hearing the doctors pounding, everything changed. The doctor said, if the weight continues to drop, both the parents and Thak Tien should pay close attention. Maybe the only future for him is to go to school. The doctor's words later made him too afraid to keep eating the chips in his hand. He said that not only would he get bullied, but he also wouldn't be able to make friends. After that day, Thak Tien had a private meeting with Little Hoa. The 2 kids acted like they were in a martial arts film, fierce rivals fighting to the death. Little Hoa looked at him teasingly. "You're back again? Really giving others a headache. All right then, you've gained weight. Do you want to accept your 32nd defeat?" Thak Tien's face darkened as he calmly replied, "I won't fight anymore. I'm here to say goodbye." She screamed, "Wait, why?" Thak Tien was now teary-eyed. "I'm getting a health checkup and I've decided to lose weight. The more he talks, the worse my mood gets. The doctor said, my body will get sick and I won't have any friends either. Besides, we're older now, about to graduate from preschool, so in the future we'll go to different places." With all his might, Thak Tien openly expressed the pain in his heart. "I can't keep being fat with you anymore." Xiao Hua suddenly interrupted. "Wait a moment." She also trembled as she pounded her chest and said firmly, "Why don't you have any friends? Am I not your friend?" Thak Tien was stunned for a moment, before Xiao Hua burst into tears, her tears streaming down her face. He looked at her as if choked up. She said, "The whole world?" as Xiao Hua shouted through her tears. "This whole world clearly only has you, someone who can withstand my blow." Then she ran off directly like a romantic heroine. Thak Tien hurriedly called out, "Wait!" But Xiao Hua ran faster and faster, and Thak Tien's shout to wait suddenly faded into the distance. He stood there and said his thoughts. "I shouldn't have said that. I really do consider you a friend." Returning to reality, Thak Tien's face darkened as he recounted the ending. "That was the last time we met." Trung Lei was startled and annoyed because of what was happening. "It's over so fast." He sat down heavily on the floor and kept going. He was too strong, really running too fast. In the end, I couldn't catch up. Hearing this, Trung Lei was left speechless. End of chapter 59. After sharing my story from when I was 3, Thak Tien reflected, and a few weeks later I graduated from kindergarten. Since then, I haven't seen him again, only hearing my mother say that he might be a distant relative of ours, so this fat jealousy was already in my body. Trung Lei opened his mouth in surprise. No wonder he kept talking. From then on, he followed his family abroad to attend elementary school. And then he tapped his cheek thoughtfully and muttered, "But even though we didn't see each other again, we still kept in touch regularly and often talked about losing weight." When Tronglei heard of the words weight loss, he turned to look at Thach Thien. Weight loss, weight, she also lost weight. Then he didn't rush to answer but rummaged through his box of belongings to find something, then showed Tronglei the photo he just found. Yes, he is like this now. His name is. At the same time somewhere, there are 3 guys teasing a girl. Hey, look at that girl, let's go over and check her out. The troublemaker in the middle smirks. He's a real catch. The 3 of them run up to the girl with 2 ponytails, giggling. Hey girl, did you just arrive in this city with your luggage? What is your name? Come over and play with us so I can call a car to take you sightseeing around the city. She said nothing, only took a deep breath to gather her strength and growled fiercely. Why is it so annoying that you suddenly threaten and then want to make friends? This little girl is Xiaohua, who lost weight, but her strength remains unchanged. Xiaohua runs over, grabs the attacker's hand, and throws him to the ground. She glared fiercely at the remaining 2 boys. They panicked and shouted loudly. This city, I've been here since I was a child. She angrily punches the wall hard. I know this place better than you do. The group of boys who surrounded me earlier ran off, leaving only screams behind. What do you want to do? Oh my god, can Tuangmo Queen really punch like that? She pulled out the steel pipe to chase after us and save herself from the monster. Don't come here, Mom. Back to Thach Thien, he showed off his little flower to Tronglei, but Tronglei was trembling all over. Yes, I wasn't mistaken, he really is my cousin. Xiaohua, Thach Thien proudly patted his chest and said loudly, we share the same kind of jealousy, and I've been persistently exercising since I was 6, so now I'm fat. In the midst of his passion, the doorbell suddenly rang, interrupting him. Thach Thien went to open the door and didn't forget to say, and he practices 10 times harder every day. I just opened the door and raised my voice, then lowered it. The door opened, and it was my cheerful younger sister, Xiaohua, who rang the bell. Thach Thien was stunned for a few seconds before suddenly jumping in surprise. Xiaohua cheerfully called out, Brother Thach Thien! The 3 handsome men from Mrs. Tan's side are unconscious on the spot. Thach Thien was very surprised to see her. Oh my god, why did you come already? At the same time, a clip of a mother meeting her long-lost child was playing on TV. You've lost weight again, why do you look so thin? Is it very hard in the army? The clear voice replied, Mom, I'm not afraid of hardship. I serve the people. Thach Thien also tearfully said, You caused trouble again. And you're even calling me brother now, don't do that. In my heart, you'll always be my sister. Sister Hua. Xiaohua brought some gifts for Thach Thien, happily saying, It makes people shy to say it. Thach Thien Qua, nice to meet you. Letrong's jaw drops in disbelief. The atmosphere feels so strange. Could this person be even stronger than Thach Thien? He quickly pulls out the gift to check with Tronglei, but still doesn't know what it is. Then Xiaohua casually said, I killed 7 bears with my bare hands while training abroad. Then she revealed it, and Thach Thien jumped in surprise, shouting, Oh my god, so these red marks are blood. She also mentioned the purpose of this trip. And actually, I came to protect you this time. Thach Thien was a bit surprised and asked, Protect? She calmly replied, Yes. You and the senior behind you have entered the threshold of the immortal cultivation world. Hearing this, Thach Thien and Tronglei both gaped. Little Hua looked at her cousin blankly and kept laughing loudly. I don't need to hide it. I've been a cultivator for a long time. Actually, the fight you guys had at the school gate was already spread online. Colleagues from the traditional arts protection web are frantically deleting videos, which is why I was transferred from abroad to watch over you. The veteran officer who appeared earlier is my mentor. Wait, Tu Hua, am I going to be in danger? She pretends to look serious. It's not easy to say, but Ma Tu suddenly awakened last time, so it's very likely he did it on purpose to target him. After that, Xiaohua changed her attitude and became very serious. He's not the first ancient demon to awaken. Recently, demon cultivators everywhere have been awakening, and most of their actions are similar, causing chaos and then soul theft. The following news is even more shocking, as the victims whose souls were taken were all monks weighing over 200 pounds. Huh? If they can take souls, they will. If their body is weak, they will be killed brutally. Xiaohua slammed the glass down on the table, his voice tinged with annoyance. The guy who fought with you last time is a newly awakened chicken and the most brutal demon slayer right now, who likes to strike on rainy days and has already killed 20 fat people. Her eyes turned terrifying with a sinister smile. Now he is hiding in this city. We call him the serial killer in the rainy night. Level 60. Xiaohua begins to recount the cases caused by the serial killer in the rainy night. In the drawing, you might think the fat guy is the father, but little did they know that in reality, it was this very artist who created a truly fat person, intentionally drawing the main character as super fat and a bit rougher to make him even more beloved. and after finishing, he slammed his pen down and shouted with joy, even wanting to explode like his own chubby body. It's finally finished. I finally completed the drawing. I need to order fried chicken. Ordering fried chicken for myself. I want to eat. I earn money so I can enjoy a big, delicious meal. 10 minutes later, there was a knock at the door, and while the artist was snacking, he glanced over and heard someone outside shout loudly, so he hurriedly went to open the door. Could it be that fast? However, the delivery person for Hang gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. The artist's face paled as he wondered silently, is the gloomy atmosphere because of the rain? Moreover, with the helmet covering his face like that, he stammered, "Excuse me, are you really here to deliver the stuff?" The person lowered his head slightly and smirked, "Yes, I am the one delivering the weight." The artist was a bit confused, his body involuntarily trembling as he replied. The two seemed to be enjoying themselves, removing their gloves. "Not bad, 202. Still calling for fried chicken at midnight. You're very impressive. It's your food today and yours." Before he could finish, the murderer tightly grabbed the artist's head and drained his spirit. "It's my food today." As the killer drained their excess fat, the artist's screams echoed in the room, leaving only a shriveled, bloated body behind. At the end of the story, Xiao Huayuan too said to Thak Tien just like that. He screamed in terror. "You suddenly tell this story. What kind of ghost story is this?" Then Xiao Hua even makes a scarier face to scare him. This recent string of cases has all involved that overweight guy. In just a few minutes, the victims have been drained. After struggling to alert the police, he was immediately taken to the hospital for emergency treatment. Thak Tien was confused, saying, "That's really unfortunate." Little Hoa's tone is even more curious, but in fact, since the artist was taken to the hospital for emergency treatment, he can open his eyes and look around. The nurse loudly calls out, "Sir, you're awake. He's awake. The doctor is coming." At this moment, the artist frowns and his handsome face appears. "Am I in the hospital right now?" He looked at his hands and body, wondering. "I remember I was drained completely." Suddenly, Xiao Hua angrily punched the table. He later lived on, and realizing how handsome he looked after losing weight, he threw away his brush and stopped drawing. Now he's turned into an idol, extremely popular. Recently, he even opened a store, earning much more than when he was drawing, which makes me someone who forces herself to practice 5 hours a day to lose weight. Jealousy is deadly, but suddenly she went off track. Thak Tien shouted, "What's going on? Can they be considered the culprit?" Hearing this, Xiao Hua quickly covered her head, but it's not necessarily considered the culprit. The overall victim also has to be severely injured. Most of the overweight people in this city have been targeted. I saw them hanging themselves after being drained, their bodies covered in fat everywhere. Except for the ancient demon cultivator who tried to take his soul last time, we still haven't caught the others of us. The chubby bodies are piled up on top of each other. Xiao Hua was very worried and asked Thak Tien with a furrowed brow, "I've always been worried about you because of this, but seeing you so thin now, I can finally relax a bit. Thak Tien, what exactly happened to make you so thin? You're starting to cultivate immortality now." Thak Tien looked surprised and asked, "Me, brother?" Suddenly, a call outside the door made Thak Tien panic. "Food! Your food! The spicy Korean fried chicken is here." Thak Tien quickly slammed the table and raised his voice. "Are you the one who ordered the food? My financial situation basically doesn't allow me to call." Trong Lei immediately started to scold me. "No, I don't need to eat rice." Even Xiao Hua is reacting this way and joining in the protest. "No, I haven't touched meat in 10 years. Thak Tien and Trong Lei didn't call. Xiao Hua didn't call. So who called?" The three of them were stunned, as if struck by a thunderbolt. "Thak Tien, this is my house. You go open the door, I'll stay behind to protect you. What's going on?" Just after Hoa told the story of the terrorist attack, a mistaken delivery person appeared, and the atmosphere now is very tense. A moment later, Thak Tien went to open the door, still clutching something behind his back. He was sweating profusely, summoning all his courage to refuse the order. "You delivered to the wrong person. No one ordered anything. Hang's delivery person is the murderer." Head bowed, speaking softly. "Actually, based on my investigation, there's only a fat person here, not someone like you." "How much do you weigh?" Thak Tien asked, a bit surprised. I, the murderer, just shrugged and walked away, considering it a few pieces of meat. Then he reached out to absorb the spiritual energy, his eyes shining brightly. "Become my food." Thak Tien quickly bites into a piece of chocolate, his body swelling up, then punches the killer's hand and shouts, "Don't call me food randomly." The murderer seems quite pleased, sneering, "You cultivator, not bad, your body now belongs to me." I stare at him angrily, wondering if this guy is also a fire element cultivator. I'm not as weak as I was against the demon before. but I can't be indifferent like I used to be. I have to protect the people behind me. Suddenly, Xiaohua shouted, still holding a table in her hand.
Thaktin, get out of the way!
Quickly, she threw the table straight at the assassin. He was pushed back and screamed in fear, dropping his three-quarter hat, revealing his face. He shouted, "Who are you? Who threw the table? What kind of force is that?" Not making him wait long, Xiaohua was ready to punch. She didn't hold back and immediately threw a punch at the killer's face. His desperate scream echoed faintly. After cleaning up, Xiaohua cracked her knuckles and said, after throwing more than 200 punches, he fainted, and then it was time to clean up. This scene leaves Thaktin extremely shocked as the serial killer suddenly opens his eyes wide and looks in the opposite direction. His face now looked bewildered because he was tied up. Thaktin crossed his arms and shouted loudly, "Miss Hoa, he's awake!" "Boss, look at how I'm punching. Does it feel comfortable?" Tiny Hoa, furious, furrowed her brows and asked, "What are you all the demon monks doing? Draining and stealing souls everywhere. What is your ultimate goal?" The serial killer exploded with emotion, glaring directly ahead. "I look down on you. Why should I tell you what I would say if you think you can catch me?" Immediately, Thaktin and Tronglei rushed towards the serial killer, daring. A bead of sweat rolls down Thaktin's cheek as he grips the serial killer's collar and shakes him. "What kind of tone are you using to talk to Hoa? Do you know how strong she is? Do you realize if you keep talking like that, she'll get angry and tear down my house?" Tronglei kneels beside Xiaohua, panic-stricken as he sees her stand up. "Big sister, calm down. Don't argue with these guys. Let me pour you a glass of juice." As she leaned on her hip, Xiaohua thumbed forward and laughed happily. "That's perfect. Exactly like that. Only with courage can you feel truly free." Suddenly, Xiaohua bent down and hit the serial killer's head against her own. "I also think he's going to be speechless, so I won't ask anymore." First, the serial killer was stunned and took the hit. What does she want to do? At the moment of attack, Xiaohua didn't forget to explain. It took 3 days and 3 nights for Tanan. Time passed by, carrying my thoughts away. After that, we knew everything in less than 3 days. Right now, the serial killer's face is covered with lumps, and you still don't know how terrifying your opponent really is. His voice echoes in the scene where a giant soul emerges from the formation. We have about 10 people from an ancient religion we worship. An ancient demon god. The serial killer's face now looks deranged, laughing all the way to his ears. That is one of the highest and most revered places in the world. An ancient deity. Its power is enough to move a mountain. He is the son of the earth. Born surrounded by millions of fireballs, he constantly changes his form. The next step. The serial killer took out a pill from the porcelain jar. Anyone who dares to look directly into his eyes will be burned by furious flames and turned to dust. His arm raised towards the dark, ominous soul. "Since I believed in you, I often took medicine to dream of your image." Both Tronglei, Thaktin, and Tihua all widened their eyes and gaped in shock. Sweat was streaked across Thaktin's face, the great boss, while Tronglei couldn't remember to close his mouth, still holding that thing on his face. The mass slaughter scene imagines the chairman opening a mysterious page. After many searches, our organization's chairman finally found his tomb one day. He shouted loudly, "So we started digging and searching for the tomb." Then some people rode clouds and swords to fly toward the mountain peak. At that moment, the top cultivators from all over the world appeared. 2 strangers secretly opened a giant box, inside which was recorded a cultivation method of the supreme god in a language no one could understand. Among them, one person seized a wooden book, the only one of its kind, a method to transform yang energy into spiritual energy. The serial killer's voice now trembled with excitement. There is yang energy in the body, and the more prone to obesity a person is, the heavier the yang energy. With this method, whether burning the body or draining others, one can increase their cultivation. Therefore, we attack the overweight to steal their souls. We do not only pursue cultivation, but also gather their fat to revive the ancient deity we worship. A few red threads appeared in the eyes of the serial killer. He screamed wildly, "He is the king of fire, the light, the first monk of this world, symbolizing the existence of light and fire. You're scared, aren't you? But the plan is already in its final stage. You're about to arrive." Suddenly, Tronglei rushed forward and punched the serial killer's eye. "He is coming soon. He is in pain." I reach out and grab the serial killer by the collar. He kept shaking him, from fat to spiritual energy. "Burning calories, isn't this my martial art?" Thaktin and Xiaohua stared in surprise, their eyes wide. The serial killer's face was covered with purple bruises, and he looked dazed. And Tronglei then erupted in rage, frowning and shouting, "You worship not me." After I died, I deliberately left a copy in the grave, and now you dig it up. The serial killer's eyebrows are almost touching. He can't believe his eyes. Wait a minute. You're next, Latung punched straight into the serial killer's cheek.
I told you to dig up my grave? You bastard, are you dreaming nonsense to ruin my reputation?
Then he kicked repeatedly at his back, kicking and cursing him. Are you crazy? A bunch of abnormal followers, your bodies? Have I approved for you or not? A flame appeared in his hand, and at the same time, Chonglei lifted the murderer into the air.
I told you to use my magic freely to drain others' bodies, so tell me, how many people have you already harmed, and where are they now?
The flickering flames suddenly burst out more intensely, as if reflecting in the killer's eyes. You are the tears suddenly streaming from his eyes. The murderer muttered in confusion. Could you be? At this moment, he knelt before Chonglei, trembling and crying uncontrollably. No, the medicine I take to dream of the ancient god every night turns out to be just an illusion? Someone silently wondered. At that moment, the scream when the faith collapsed. That moment, a person's values shattered into pieces. What they always believed in their heart was broken apart. The serial killer's face looked several years older. He smiled in agony and said, I've told you everything.
The fat ones are alive. They're locked in the city center stadium. Chonglei closed his eyes. He snapped us and the flames vanished, so consider yourself lucky, or I will kill you.
Suddenly the killer spoke. Tears seemed to flow into his mouth, and the serial killer cried out. If my faith does not exist, if it turns out that this world has no such ancient god, then what am I supposed to do? So what am I supposed to believe in from now on? And Chonglei, with his back turned and a furious face, believing in science, shouted loudly, Let's go! We need to save the people! Chapter 62. The scene of the building appears amidst the wreckage and ruins. Somewhere in the abandoned sports city, the scar of the heretics will be here. A fat boy runs until he's covered in sweat, as someone holds a stick with a hanging piece of meat like fishing. At this moment, the chubby boy tries to run around the roundabout to catch the bait in front of him, as the man in the cloak laughs and whips him hard. Run now, burn that fat away. His face is full of excitement, with a spark in his eyes, turning fat into energy to offer to our God. Suddenly, from afar, the fifth elder's voice rang out, Speak softer. He then turned his head to look to the side. Oh, and old fifth then places his hands behind his back and slowly approaches him. That's too much. We are making a lot of noise with drums and gongs doing bad things. It's too showy. Recently, things haven't been peaceful. It seems we've caught the attention of the world's law enforcement agencies. A deep wrinkle appeared on his face. Old Fifth frowned in discomfort. There are 10 of us in total, and we endured so much to awaken that person to this world. Now, the second elder has been caught hiding inside the sword. Last night, when the seventh was disguised as a delivery person to catch the fat man, he was nowhere to be found. It's better to hold back a bit. Meanwhile, the blonde guy was so excited, he burst out laughing with satisfaction. Calm down, you're just the one next to the old man, so you're getting cowardly? Old Five wouldn't be like that. I am the one protected by the ancient god. Then the guy took out the bright red bib. Look here! A few faint red signs flicker in his eyes as the blonde-haired man clenches the red bib tightly in his hand. Do you know what this is? This is what I took from the ruins of the ancient god. This is something I carry with me. It is a relic of the god. It's underwear. The underwear of the ancient god? Then he closed his eyes and brought the bib to his nose. He was captivated by that scent. Since then, I have always kept it with me, and it continues to emit a special fragrance. It has always quietly protected me. With this thing, I will no longer feel afraid. Old Wu was stunned, his eyes wide open, finally opening his eyes to fully savor the lingering scent, which was indeed somewhat different. Truly smelling a special fragrance, even with a divine protective artifact, it's hard to separate the boy from his madness. Meanwhile, Xiaohua was pressing her phone from above, while Zhang Lei was squatting beside Thash Tien, holding the phone close to her ear to contact the other side. Hey, hurry up! I've found the location of that evil cultist. Meanwhile, Trong Li couldn't hold back his anger, his blonde hair excited as he held the red sash. He mocked the old man before saying, I've been dreaming of the vague face of Lord Gu Shun every day since I started sleeping with him. I have a feeling that soon I might meet Lord Gu Shun. Suddenly, Trong Lei rushed from afar, kicking the guy directly in the stomach. Meeting up? The blonde-haired guy was immediately blown back by the wind. Next, he struggled to keep his balance and shouted, Who are you? At this moment, Trong Lei slowly raised his head, his cheeks flushed. Feeling embarrassed and angry, he said, Pervert, give me back my underwear. You guys are too twisted. Xiao Ta is staring at the computer screen, typing rapidly, while room 301 of the Media Protection Building is in the background. Suddenly, Mao General walks in from the door with a smile, saying, "Still working overtime to delete the video?" Immediately, Xiao Ta stood up and said, "Yes, for the people, to prevent public opinion. Quickly, boss. Put down your drink and comfort him. All right, let's rest now." Next, he observes the people in the room, and it's time for you to atone with your actions, especially you. Now get your gear ready and quickly go to a place to capture someone. Suddenly, his eyes darken and a murderous smile spreads across his face. "Then I will take the person to the back. I've been suffering from this demon cultivation issue lately, and it's time to end it." Old Five immediately pointed at Tronglei standing beside him, and some intruders surrounded him to sacrifice them to the gods. Tronglei, furious, shouted directly in his face, "The god of your head, the one you worship, is me." Hearing that, Old Fifth carefully observed Tronglei more closely, looked a bit more, and said, "You are actually a spirit." He hadn't finished speaking before taking a punch and a kick. "That's interesting." Thak Thien curled his knees up while Xiao Hua cracked her knuckles to warm up. "What are you doing now?" Suddenly jumping down forced us to follow. "Just be patient. My belongings have also been kept as souvenirs by many boys. It's nothing." "Stop joking. The underwear was a gift from my wife. I must get it back. This is in my blood as a loyal husband. Furthermore, that's not right. The coffin over there is mine. They want to resurrect me, but my soul is here, and I can't feel them performing the rites or begging me." Anger flared around Tronglei, his eyebrows almost fused together. Do they just want to resurrect a body that only knows how to walk? No, I must go and see what's inside the coffin. My body has definitely been tampered with. Suddenly, the cloaked figures appeared silently, controlling the blue flames and approaching their opponents. Chapter 63. A fireball appears between Tronglei's palms at the same time. The cloaked figures simultaneously use their powers to create light. The flames clash with the purple light, making the space tense. Looking around, Tronglei can't hold back his anger. So many people, I can't fight them all. His eyebrows are almost touching each other. Their flames resemble Mo Hagen from before, perhaps slightly modified from my original technique. The flames all come from the same source. I basically have no advantage at all. Seeing this, Thash Thien let out a teasing smile. If they knew that the god they worshipped was such a chicken, they would probably be so sad they would cry. Tronglei turned around and shouted at him, "Shut up!" Then Xiao Hua lowered her head to hide her eyes and said, "Then run ahead. I will distract them." Next, she bent down into a running stance in front of Tronglei. Then she quickly weaved through the cloaked people with incredible speed, sweat dripping down the faces of the two mysterious men. What kind of speed does this woman have? "Hey guys, are you tired?" But a second later, she changed to a face full of determination. "Do you guys feel hungry? Do you want to give up on losing weight? Do you want to go home and eat? Answer me!" The blue-haired guy finished speaking and saw Xiao Hua break the iron cage. "Yes!" The tension is clear on Xiao Hua's face as she immediately orders them to split up and run. "Escape from here. If one of you manages to get away, you can go back and fatten up another person." A man in a cloak, full of astonishment, shouted, "No way! What kind of joke is this?" The guy standing nearby is terrified of the monster. His voice is so loud it could climb 8 trees. How could that woman bend the iron bar so easily? The chubby guy quickly stepped out of the iron cage, followed by other fat guys in cloaks, and the crowd immediately chased after them. "Damn! Gather the fat guys. They're running away now. Go catch them quickly." The green-haired boy runs as fast as he can, and the brothers rush forward. At the same time, Xiao Hua rushes straight toward Tronglei and Thak Thien. We run to the back door, reach the gym building, and block that door. I've already called for help. Rescue will arrive very soon. In front of them is the scene of the man in the cloak chasing after the chubby green-haired boy. "Don't run, turn back." Meanwhile, Tronglei and Thak Thien were stunned as Tio Hua quietly dragged them away, while Tio Ta sat in the car, attentively watching the opposite side. "Are they here?" They were so surprised their mouths dropped open when they saw the chubby boy running past. Kieran's voice suddenly rang out, asking what happened earlier. It suddenly made me slam on the brakes. Then came the reply from Xiao Ta. "What was that thing that just ran past? Are there really fat animals everywhere?" As soon as Xiao Ta stuck his head out of the car, it was him. The Keelan's head suddenly popped out, surprising everyone as he stepped down from the vehicle. "What's going on? Everywhere here is full of fat people. Are these the missing persons?" The cloaked man, furious, furrowed his brows. "Don't run, you bastards. Stop." The person next to him also shouted loudly, "The sacrifice ritual needs you. Stop." Little Ta stared intently at the cloaked demons, causing them to panic. He was sure the cloaked demons were trembling in fear. At this moment, Xiao Ta and the Keelan led everyone to attack the demon cultivators. "These people are wrong. protecting everyone by risking their lives, defeating them. Tihua's hand touched the wall as she turned to look behind, saying, "This is the sports complex office area. We should wait here. Someone will come later." Suddenly, Tronglei's eyes widened. Next, he thought to himself as he hurriedly walked away, ignoring both Xiaohua and Thach Tien. There was a familiar aura at the end of the corridor. As he approached the door, Tronglei shouted loudly, "This is the office? No mistake." He narrowed his eyes, his eyebrows lowering, his expression serious. Tronglei shouted in horror when he saw the room covered with his photos. Thach Tien hesitated before approaching. "What?" Tronglei's body trembled uncontrollably as he struggled to contain the terrifying emotions inside him. "All the pictures of me and the belongings I used when I was alive, it seems they are all funeral offerings, are lined up outside the door, and the sect leader immediately turns his head to look behind. "Hey!" She stepped outside and faced Tronglei. Beads of sweat covered the face of the leader. "Who are you all? How can there be outsiders here? This is our sacred place where we keep the relics from when the ancient god was alive." "I am the leader, and I don't even know who you are. How did you get in here?" Seeing that, Xiaohua immediately ordered, "This is their boss, seize him quickly." The flames burst from the cult leader's hand as she gritted her teeth. Suddenly, Tronglei charged forward and delivered a powerful punch to the cult leader's chest. "Stop worshipping me in such a perverted way and don't use my techniques anymore. Turn it off now." Seeing this, Xiaohua couldn't help but comment, "What's wrong with him? Why is he so strong?" Thach Tien stood with his arms crossed beside her and replied, his hatred building to a headache. She lay silently on the floor, her hat fallen off, revealing soft white hair. Chapter 64. Tronglei's face is filled with shock. His arm is suspended in midair, and it's a girl. The sect leader lowered her head, gritting her teeth to suppress her rage. "Don't joke anymore, hurting me and then pretending to be the Kothan." Next, the sect leader raised her head high and shouted loudly, "You are here to destroy, right?" At the crucial moment of reviving the ancient god, you fundamentally do not understand what the ancient god means to me. In the heart of the sect leader, the thought kept circling, meaning everything. Time rewound to the moment when the village lay between two mountains thousands of years ago. At that moment, the sect leader, gaunt with a hollow face, dragged along a small cart. The green-clad woman, upon opening the door, immediately saw the sect leader in a tattered state. Her eyebrows furrowed tightly and her tone was annoyed. "Where is that beggar? Coming here to ask for food again?" "There's no food to eat here. Things are chaotic now. I haven't eaten in days. Get out, get out, get out, go away quickly. Even if you bring your family's body to show me, I won't accept it." The sect leader tilted her head as she kept coughing. The woman in blue points directly at the leader and says, "Don't hang around here anymore. Damn it, you've already made people smell death early in the morning. I'm just showing you the way. There's a mountain in the village. Go bury the body there. Your mother's curse echoed through the mountain forest, and as for yourself, don't come near here anymore. There are fierce beasts in the mountains, but also wild fruits. How long you can survive depends on your luck." At night, the sect leader had to chew on wild fruits by the roadside. In the end, she vomited up all the food. The sect leader knelt, her hand wiping her mouth with a pained expression, as a voice like an explosion of fire echoed from afar. "Kid, if you keep going like that, you're doomed. You'll eventually die of hunger." The sect leader was sweating with fear. She turned her head to look around and asked, "Who's there? Who's talking?" The strange sound continued to play, and the way to survive was to stay close to you, to live. The sect leader trembled as he saw the red light, taking a step back. "Go to my stomach." Two beams of light wrap around the priestess's legs, causing her to fall backward. Tronglei quietly watched as the sect leader fell and lost her hat, his soul hovering above the blazing red coffin. The sect leader's eyes widened in shock and fear. Who was speaking here just now? Is this an ancient tomb? As she thought, the sect leader knelt down trembling like a dried-out chicken, looking terrifyingly dark. Was that whispering voice just the spirit trapped in that ancient tomb? Impossible, at least if that's the case. However, she changed her mind, determination clearly visible on her face. The items in the coffin could be exchanged for money, and he helped her survive. Next, the sect leader rushed to the box and pushed open the lid. It was the person who told me to come here, the one who led me inside. As the lid of the box slid shut, her voice rang out. "I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. I will definitely repay the kindness when I go out. I will definitely repay the kindness." In her sight is Kan Tronglei among the precious treasures. The light shone on his pale body with a green jade censer beside him. And suddenly, the sect leader saw an open wooden book as the wind swept through, carrying time away. Half a month later, the woman in the blue dress was suddenly startled by knocking at the door. Enraged, she immediately threw open the door.
Who is it?
The sect leader, holding the porcelain jar in her hand, looking up with sweat on her face, says again,
You're still alive? You shouldn't be without food. Didn't I tell you that?
You holding on to these broken things is useless. This year, is there any house with food? Suddenly, the sect leader smiled. Not necessarily. She muttered to herself.
I told you never expected me to come back, right?
Then the sect leader rushed forward, causing the vase to hit the woman in the green dress. The wild fruit in the mountains is bitter and poisonous. It can't fool me into going there. It was just to help a starving child. Because you wanted to keep me struggling in the mountain, powerless to return. Her voice is full of hatred.
You had malicious intent to harm me back then, didn't you?
Whatever you say, the sect leader just smiles mysteriously, but right now she's still deceiving me. She straightforwardly observes her panicked face, her complexion rosy, stomach settled. Was it because she just had breakfast? Suddenly a flame appeared, surrounding the leader's hand. This is the observation technique I just learned. I simply don't believe there's no food here. No way. The blue-clad man was so shocked his eyes widened in disbelief. Fire, 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 fire. Are you a cultivator? The sect master replied indifferently.
Exactly.
Then she rushed toward the blazing fire with hatred on her face. I came to take revenge. Revenge for her deceiving me. The fire has consumed the entire house, and the woman in the green dress lies motionless. The sect leader nibbles on a hard piece of bread, glancing up. This world is not kind at all. She was eating and thinking right in front of the burning house, but I already have a way to keep living. Chapter 65. The sect leader paused in front of the simple tombstone of Master Fire God. Her voice, full of determination, rang out. I must become a monk who does not betray the fire in this life. I must ensure your name is renowned and your tablet is respected by all. Then the sect leader clasped his hands in front of him and bowed his head. Her back hunched with gratitude from the bottom of her heart, thanking for the Ju Ming. Time seemed to wait for no one, and from then on, as soon as the horses neighed, the soldiers tightened their weapons. Angry voices shouted, "What are you doing, blocking our carriage? Do you want to die?" Then came the threat from another soldier.
This is the tribute, Silver. Step back quickly.
The sect leader bowed his head to hide his eyes as she transformed into a flame in her hand. Next, the sect leader swung her arm, causing the flames to scatter. After another journey, the man with the tied-up hair, clutching a ceramic jar, fled. Run quickly, that's the monk rumored to control fire. If he catches you, you won't survive. Hundreds of people all looked up at the sect leader standing on the mountaintop, her eyes wide and somewhat terrifying. You are not considered good people. You are all those who have no home to return to. Because you all admire my reputation and have gathered here, I have now decided to teach you how to control my flames. And the cult leader simply pointed her hand to the sky, her arrogance evident. With this fire, she can dominate the world at will. I don't care if you do good or evil, but you must definitely make a name for yourself. When she spread her arms wide, the sect leader chuckled with delight, a gleam flashing in her eyes. I want this movement to attract even more people. I want to establish a sect, and the one we worship is the first monk in this world to wield fire, whom we regard as a god. The young man with the sword immediately stabbed the demon cultist's body. Die! The man with the tied hair raised his sword high, righteous in stance, destroying the demon and attacking their lair. The young man beside him shouted loudly, "Kill this heretical cultist, the man condemns them. Their magic fire is based on blood absorption." At this moment, many spears are aimed at the leader. She tries to control the fire, but in the end, she remains motionless as swords pierce her body. Her face is smeared with dirt and covered with swelling on her cheeks. A sudden thought flashes through the sect leader's mind. What I have been pursuing, the meaning of my life, is gone. It's gone. But if I had a chance to start over and return to the present, I would definitely do it. The fury in her wide-open eyes must make the whole world fear this fire. Trung Li's face was full of surprise, sweat running down his cheeks. Can he still stand up? Moreover, the energy is so strong. Is this a battle formation? Suddenly, the sect leader gritted his teeth and turned to run, leaving Trung Li stunned. Meanwhile, on the sports field, a blue light from Tu Ta's hand clashed with the power of the demons. The blonde demon grinned excitedly, truly a rival of equal strength. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was hit with a punch that dislocated his hand. Qilan's horned head grabbed his collar, then he tilted his head to look at Xiao Ta. Xiao Evil, don't fight anymore. You and them are almost the same in how you use fire. It will be very hard to tell who is better in a short time. You are in charge of calming the hostages and searching for the fat people who ran away. The chubby guys from afar rush in with their bodies surrounded by flames. Wow, all the fat guys have just flown up into the air. They are gathering together. I am sweating, and he is panicking, with light and energy converging into a glow emanating from their bodies. A piercing scream escaped from the fat men as they floated in the air, suddenly transforming into slender young men. A golden light descended from above. Next, the light envelops the blazing red coffin. As the lid opens to reveal Trong Lei's body, the sect leader immediately rushes over. Tears of reverence fall down her face as the cult leader can't help but smile. Godming, now I can finally complete the ritual. Drain those fat ones and offer them to your body. Then the sect leader commanded the golden light to enter her body. These mortal bodies were no longer useful. As soon as the words finished, the cult leader merged into Trong Lei's body. We become one. Chapter 66. Thak Thien and Tiu Hua both run towards Trong Lei, who is dazed. The three of them shouted loudly when they saw the sect leader in Trong Lei's body stepping out of the coffin, with Thach Thien's trembling voice echoing in unison. He jolted and turned around quickly, then flew up from the coffin they were guarding. Is this a zombie, or is it his body? Hearing that, Trong Lei couldn't help but feel angry. That monkey's body relies on corpse preservation techniques from my era. It's been rotten for thousands of years and turned to mush long ago. That's unlikely. Have you ever seen a body excavated from 5,000 years ago? Xiao Hua Trantrung glanced with thoughts in his mind, suggesting that he might have already given up on his body. A bead of sweat rolled down Trong Lei's cheek as he silently guessed that this person's remaining soul couldn't feel any connection to that body. Trong Lei stared intently at his opponent. Aside from having a similar appearance to me, there was nothing else related. Then Trong Lei transformed into a blazing fire on his hand. Perhaps this is what the heretical believer used to piece together the parts. Simulating my statue, he uses the absorbed energy to create a worthless puppet. He then charges at the sect leader with incredible speed. You have indeed disrespected me by destroying him. This will be settled once and for all. At the same time, the sect leader merely smirked contemptuously and raised his hand. With just a flick of his wrist, Trong Lei's face was slammed to the ground. She continued to punch Trong Lei square in the cheek, while the cult leader laughed and attacked, causing him to collapse. Her final blow sent Trong Lei flying backward. Enraged, his eyebrows furrowed deeply, he lifted his chin and shouted, "Damn it, you actually have this kind of agility, but that's all you've got. Watch me set you on fire and destroy you now." Then Trong Lei raised his arm high, his face full of determination, using the remaining strength of his shattered soul as a compass to channel fire into his palm. A fireball appeared above the sect leader's head. Did you know? You forced me to use all my strength. An explosion erupts, leaving Thak Tien and Tiu Hua stunned with their mouths open and their eyes wide. What do you think? Do you need to help him? Xiao Hua opened her mouth wide and shouted, "No need, Bai. He's about to win." Thak Tien patiently analyzes the situation. See, Fire God is using fire to suppress his opponent. In terms of using fire, he truly has enough strength to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, they saw Trong Lei being knocked back right in front of them, his cheek swollen. A tear rolls down Trong Lei's face. This so-called advantage of power is wrong. I can't beat him. Help me quickly. I'm being blocked. Even Thach Thien is sweating. He was so surprised he widened his eyes in disbelief. It took half a day, and it turns out you were the one under suppression all along? At this moment, Xiao Ta was startled and spoke up. Over there, those two also have a girl with them, Qilan Dao Chok calmly deduces. Sure enough, it's her. A confident smile spreads across Kai Lan Dao Chok's face, the one who hides his face the least and appears the most in our company, the heir and disciple of Mao Tong Thach Tiu Hua. Maybe she already informed the company about the situation here, and having her there would bring some peace of mind. Trong Lei stood up, his body covered in scratches. He was both embarrassed and angry. No, this is definitely not right. The fire system my body is using is too strong. I misjudged. This is truly my body. Next, Trong Lei turned to face the sect leader. Kid, where did you finally find it? The sect leader replied calmly, I don't need to tell you everything. Who are you really? I don't care why you look like me. I also don't care. Let's just say, even if you really are the remnant soul of this body, it doesn't matter. She screamed wildly, her eyebrows nearly touching in anger. The divine is divine because it carries the hopes of its followers. If it goes beyond this limit, then it is no longer my God. This world should be filled with the faith of the fire element, and everyone should worship it. Her voice grew louder and louder. If anyone tries to stop me, then you are no longer the fire god I worship. Xiao Hua silently observes her surroundings, then suddenly puts her hand near her mouth and turns around to shout, Hey, colleagues over there, negotiations have failed. Move in. You have 3 people over there. We have 3 here. Let's advance based on our numbers. Trong Lei suddenly raises his hand to stop Xiao Hua. No need. With half his face covered by his hair, Trong Lei looked up. You talk so openly and honestly that your attitude full of treachery has already angered me. Kid, do you know that suddenly Trong Lei took a piece of candy from his sleeve? The next moment he chews the candy fiercely, and as Trong Li's voice echoes, his body bursts into flames. If you dig up my grave, you should know that the way I use fire is not actually perfect. The smoke disperses to reveal Zhong Lei beneath his chubby body. He reached out and then soared upward. Today, I must personally demonstrate the complete version to you. Suddenly, Thuc Tin was startled in amazement. Did he also use this move? Trong Lei bowed his head, hiding his eyes behind the darkness. I once saw a glimmer of light in him. Trong Lei smiled confidently. Because my wife didn't love me and ate recklessly, I gained weight after a while. This physique really makes one nostalgic. Smoke rises from Trong Lei's fist. He furrows his brow with a look of determination. Besides, look carefully and remember well. This is not yet the final form of being forged into fire. This is what I realize when I am disappointed, in love and angry, merging with the flames, then concentrating into my fist. Then Trong Lei forcefully pulls apart his shirt to reveal his chubby body. Fire Chi's violent intent erupts. He runs quickly toward the sect leader, raising his fist high. Fire Chi erupts. As Trong Lei's voice finished, the attack struck the sect leader directly in the face with a fiery fist. At this moment, Thuc Tin was sweating all over his face. What does this have to do with deception? Isn't this the fighting style you used before? The sect leader calmly smiles as smoke rises from Trong Lei's hand. Is that all, just like that? Soft, yes, your fist is soft. Suddenly the sect leader shouted, "It didn't cause me any harm at all. Put a little more force into it." The sect leader's eyes widened as she stared intently at Trong Lei. Huh? The sect master's body is trembling. She grits her teeth and thinks to herself, how is that possible? Just one punch and he's already so weakened, and it was with all his might. Wait a minute. Is it possible that my body suddenly has a feeling? A blazing red liquid gushed out from the wounds on the sect leader's body. No, this isn't right. Seeing that, Trong Lei couldn't help but laugh with delight. The soul inside your body has been completely burned out. Let me tell you what this trick is. A familiar voice echoes. When I was alive, my wife didn't love me. The scene of Trong Lei's face being twisted to the side appears. Get out. At that time, Trong Lei could only squat outside and nibble on a hard piece of bread because his wife didn't love him, so every night he stayed outside alone to eat and drown his sorrows. Tears streamed down his face, as outside there was a lush green forest. Trong Lei moves toward the dilapidated house in the middle of the dense forest. After passing through the forest, I can secretly hear the sounds coming from inside the room. In his line of sight, the reflections of a woman's shadow and a man's shadow can be seen behind the door as she spends time inside with other men, talking and laughing. Seeing that, Trong Lei bowed his head and suddenly punched his arm across, then angrily struck the tree trunk. He feels heartbroken seeing his wife affectionately with a stranger while she is in the room flirting. Then Trong Lei kept hitting the tree to vent his anger. I kept punching the trunk. He looks directly at his wife drinking wine handed to her by another man while she is in the room drinking, and I am outside punching the tree. In his memories, Trong Lei was frantically punching the sturdy wooden tree. Whenever she was in the room with someone else enjoying herself, I would be outside hitting the tree with my fist. He shouted out loud as his strike broke the tree in half. At that moment, Trong Lei stood alone among the broken trees, the backyard fence. All the trees shattered into two. The determination shown in Trong Lei's eyes, he slightly frowns and says, I have also awakened. The image of the tree trunk with a round hole in the middle appears as Trong Lei recounts. Again and again, I made it a habit to hide the fire in my fist, including my anger, and directly punch the body of the tree. This is the ultimate killing move. Returning to the present, Trong Lei's face is full of pride and an excited smile. This is what true inner strength looks like. I used fire to transfer into your body, burning all the techniques within you. Before, I used it daily to influence the tree to heal my emotions and help me stay calm. Because the process of developing it was so embarrassing, I didn't bother to record how stupid I was, right? Then he turned his head to look at Thuc Tin and Tu Hua. Hey, I've already burned out his magic power, so he can't use fire for now. We can attack him now. Suddenly, Xiao Hua placed her hand on Zhong Lei's shoulder, startling him. Trong Lei turned his head to the side. What are you doing? It's okay. I just feel a bit sympathetic and want to comfort you. Suddenly, Trong Lei turned his gaze toward Thuc Tin, smiled, and gave a thumbs up. That's right, kid. Do you want to learn this move? Thuc Tin was panicked and furious. After hearing your description, he no longer wanted to continue. The sect leader was grinding his teeth and trembling as he endured the pain. Disgusting, hateful, and despicable. She raised her hand, anger blazing around the sect leader. Why? Why is my unbeatable fire magic, which I practiced while burning fat, being suppressed by him? Then, the sect leader reached out and ran forward quickly. I'm not willing to accept this. On what grounds? Who do you think you are? How can you suppress me? This fire is exactly... But Xiaohua quickly grabbed the leader's wrist to cut her off. My belief is the unicorn head piercing her shoulder, while little Ta presses a sword against her neck. The sect leader suddenly gets pinned down by the unicorn head and thrown to the ground. The feelings of despair in the sect leader's heart are revealed. Just like that. Just like that. She remembers herself meekly begging before the altar. Tears stream down the sect master's cheeks as she closes her eyes, and the whispers heard in the tomb are probably just illusions. Thoughts kept racing through the sect leader's mind. In fact, she no longer heard the voice of the ancient god afterwards. If you truly exist, this fire wouldn't be extinguished, and I would be the ruler of all. Right now, she's trembling on the floor, and the sect leader grits his teeth, unwilling to accept defeat. Wait, the one who just defeated this fire is the one who invented it. So he is the true ancient god. That's the real truth. Suddenly, she was startled by a mocking laugh. Li Trong squatted beside the cult leader, smiling as he pointed at her. Keep jumping. Keep pretending. Dig up my grave. I'm furious now. Let's settle this. Seeing that, the sect leader helplessly lowered his head. Such a petty flatterer. I no longer regard him as a faith. Her mind was like a whirlwind, destroying everything. Destroying everything. Destroying everything. I no longer believe in anything. I am an atheist, I admit it. Chapter 68. The sect leader shouted in terror as his soul was pulled out of Trong Lei's body. As her soul drifted around, little Hoa immediately rushed forward. The soul-catching box pulled the cult leader's soul inside, sealing the lid with a golden talisman. My little one stared at the yellow-clad boys. The chubby ones line up and walk here. One line. Don't leave the line. The purple-haired boy was so surprised he opened his mouth wide. What are you doing? Who are you again? At this moment, the purple-haired boy clenched his fists tightly and angrily declared that he wanted to call the police after going outside. I was at home eating hot pot and singing when I was suddenly taken away, and now I've turned into this. I feel sad and heartbroken. Seeing that, Xiao Huadan slammed both hands onto the boy's head as he responded, Give me back the fat. Give me back the meat. Smoke billowed from Xiao Hua's punch. She angrily threatened, Are you too handsome to eat your rice? Mrs. May has spent many years trying to lose weight, and if you don't like how you look, why do you keep forcing me to use physical force? Thak Thien and Xiao Hua's team have won. The culprit has been caught, and the other victims' memories have been erased. Everything was resolved like that. Things gradually settled down, and we returned home the next morning. At this moment, Trong Lei reached out to touch the door, but his finger passed through it. Trong Lei's face was extremely shocked, and his body seemed to freeze. Thak Tien, standing beside him, urged, What's wrong? Open the door. Trong Lei's hand trembles, sweat pouring down his face. My body, I can't touch the doorknob. Is this day finally here? Trong Lei's gaze fixates on his transparent arm. Damn it, I didn't expect it to come so quickly. I can no longer control my own soul. What does it mean that Thak Thien sat on the chair and looked up at Trong Lei? Trong Lei's voice slowly echoes. It means I am running out of fuel. A fleeting look of regret crosses Trong Lei's eyes. He softly smiles and says, Soul scattered and shattered. Soon we will have to say goodbye. Hearing this, Thach Thien was terrified, his eyes wide open. Then Trong Lei raised his arm towards the opposite side and told Thach Thien, Listen carefully, I am a shattered soul. My soul is barely sustained by my magic power, and without a body, I seem to have lost the ability to generate magic power. Thach Thien stared at Tran Li's hand passing through his face. To survive, he must absorb the spiritual power, but he can't touch it. Plus the exhaustion from last night, I can no longer continue as an entity. A bead of sweat rolled down Thach Thien's cheek, and he shouted loudly, Wait! Then where is that staff? The staff that could help him increase his magic power first. However, Trong Lei calmly replied, It's not possible. The magic power inside can only be commanded, not absorbed anymore. As if he explained, Trong Lei smiled gently, but the sadness on his face was still evident. This is also the result of the soul fragment. If it continues like this, at most in a few weeks, I might be able to reincarnate and pass on, but I regret this happier time before the winter sleep. Trong Lei smiled gently, closing his eyes, and the only worry was, You, my love, don't be too lonely after I leave. Thach Thien was so shocked he couldn't speak, frowning. The scene of the professional racing car appears. Director Mao steps out of the car. Is this the residence of the fire god star? Then he clasped his hands in front of him and bowed before the door. representing the preservation of traditional martial arts, here to meet Senior Trukdong. Thak Tien suddenly turned his head, while Trong Lei jolted in surprise outside. Next, Trong Lei's soul flies through the door and appears before Mao Tong. Who are you? This is the people's tamer, not worth mentioning. Is the senior already a spirit? That's really tough. Mao Tong's calm voice echoes. The chaos caused by the demon monks earlier has brought quite a bit of trouble to the senior. I'm truly sorry. He smiled kindly. I am here this time to atone for my sins, and also to invite you to visit our company to discuss techniques and how to help you be reborn. Hearing this, Trong Lei's eyebrows seemed to knit together. Rebirth. Then Thach Tien and Trong Lei stood next to Mao Tong, looking up at the apartment building. Thach Tien tilted his head and looked at Mao Tong, who happily pointed his hand toward the opposite side, where the current monks were gathered. The entire building was filled with monks. He explained as he walked, "This is the agriculture department. Recently, they have been researching how to breed worms for post-transformation hormone production." His words come out at the same time as the monks are working. And these Yasn-duty monks are currently using spiritual techniques to improve their forecasting accuracy. Sometimes the backup team is too busy to handle everything, so they also take charge of making rain for nearby areas. Mao General clenched his fist. He shows his determination openly, with the slogans of prosperous industry, efficient management, ecological development, and improved productivity. The scene of the two monks floating in midair appears before Thak Tien. The monk with the pointed head closed his eyes, and seeing that, Mao responded, "This part is one of the key sections, and the members here are all experts in the light system, performing tasks similar to a lithographic printer." After confirmation, relying on their observation skills and spellcasting abilities, they projected a level 3 CPU for scientific research. Once again, he raised his fist. "We all value science and technology as the leading productive forces. Everyone has worked hard to lead the world in this technology as soon as possible." Mao kept rambling on. "There are many other departments, and we are just one part of the traditional re-engraved protective web. The headquarters has even more workers. The staff standing in the hallway bow their heads respectfully. Hello, boss. Boss, you've worked hard." Chairman Mao immediately waved his hand, emphasizing serving the people. The familiar voice of Mao rang out again, describing a time during the Tang and Song dynasties when cultivators reached their peak but have now fallen into decline. "And in modern times, we place even greater emphasis on using magic to support technology and attract talented people, to serve the people." The three of them stopped in front of the huge blue door, and Mao Zong introduced, "Yes, the last place we visited is actually the most important part, the historical research department." Suddenly, the door opens, startling Thach Tien and Trong Lei. Trong Lei glares fiercely at his body inside the glass cage. "What? This is my body that you guys took away." General Mao looked at Trong Lei's naked body in the large test tube and spoke. "After the Great War, we recovered it and confirmed that the carbon element was obtained more than 5,000 years ago." He clasped his hands behind his back and continued speaking to the person beside him. "It truly is your body." Trong Lei turned sharply to Mao and shouted loudly, "But I basically can't feel any connection between this and my soul." His calm, unshaken gaze explains, "That is because it is still not complete." Many mourners in funeral attire stand in a circle around the coffin, holding the deceased. After his death, the funeral organizers took measures to prevent decay. The funeral was probably grand, but what mattered most was that his organs and brain were taken out and preserved, just like the Egyptian mummification method. This is also the reason why his body remains intact to this day. Mao carefully observed Trong Lei's digestive system in the test tube, explaining that this soul of his still has 3 parts. The organs in the coffin preserve his 7 parts of the soul. The funeral officiant thought about preventing decay, but fundamentally did not understand it deeply. In short, there are no 7 parts of the soul in the body, which is why you cannot feel the connection with your spirit. He gently closed his eyes and slowly explained the situation. "The demons we interrogated last night are simply groups of calories absorbed by this body's organs, only forcibly controlled. Unfortunately, even with modern techniques and our organization's methods to repair bodily injuries, we cannot recreate your 7 parts of the soul." "Is that so? So it's really a pity I finally have to shout loudly at Mao Zong." "No." Mao Tong's face is full of determination as he raises his thumb. "Just last night, we learned from those necromancers where your tomb is located. Along with other information, there is a high possibility that there are other clues related to his brain and internal organs deep inside the tomb." Trong Lei and Thach Tien gape in shock at his words. "As long as I find it, my specialty is summoning spirits. When the time comes and the souls gather together, I can make him return to his body." He couldn't hold back and exclaimed, Does this mean that just by finding my tomb and taking out the brain and organs, Mao Tong would agree? That's right. He bowed his head sincerely in front of the two of them. Unfortunately, I can only let you go. My company is a state-owned enterprise and cannot send people to dig up graves. Sorry, sir, you can only personally go to dig the grave yourself. Thak Thien's eyes sparkled with excitement. It's okay, as long as he has a chance to come back to life. A confused voice echoes. Although it was said like that, the words from inside the room seeped through the door. I thought you invited a master feng shui practitioner, not a disciple. Dai Hung happily ran towards Thach Thien. Thach Thien, time quietly passes. A few hours later, Xiaohua sat with her arms crossed on the chair, speaking seriously. If she encounters danger in the tomb, Dai Hung, she can foresee it in advance. Thach Thien gently asked, Sister Hua, you're not with the government, so you can't go dig up the tomb. Dai Hung leaned on the table with one hand and raised the other high. Let me go. You are only considering your own benefit. Yes, but I can be responsible for supporting the side tasks. Burning a 500-year-old relic is extremely important to the government. When it matters, I will protect everyone by causing an explosion to make a loud noise and make everyone run out of the mountain. Trong Lei, shocked, leans on the chair and shouts, Explosions on the mountain. Thach Thien startles and protects himself safely. Xiaohua's eyes are full of hope. I understand now. She lifts her hand holding a photo, showing the grave that everyone thought looked like this. Xiaohua pressed the picture in her hand, then turned around to search, surprising everyone. But in fact, there was a door behind it. Inside, she reveals a large, messy-looking map drawn with unclear lines. It's like this. What is this supposed to be? Maze. Da Hung was just as shocked. Is there really someone building a tomb like this? This map is still incomplete. It only covers the first floor. The fire god's body is outside the first floor. Other burial objects are spread from the 2nd to the 18th floor. The rest of the parts must be found by themselves. The necromancer that year digging up graves lost half of his body. Xiaohua cited evidence that those who dug up graves turned into skeletons. She also mentioned that the living would go insane. Xiaohua's face tensed up, looking extremely terrifying. They all shouted loudly, Lord Fire God, please spare us! And in the end, they all died bloodied and exhausted. This is exactly what she said last night when I forced Ma Tu to draw the map. Thach Thien held Trong Lei's shoulders and shouted, Oh my God, who helped you build the grave that year? This guy dug out an entire mountain and created a terrifying secret tunnel. Do you remember anything? His eyes clearly show every blue vein standing out.
How could I know? I was already out of breath and buried at that time.
Trong Lei's person trembles as 2 streams of tears run down from the corner of his eyes, but he raises his clenched hand, tears and snot streaming down together. And yet it's so luxurious, so luxurious. Trong Lei, moved, clenched his fists tightly and cried out loud. Actually, when I was alive, I was very insecure. Everyone in the tribe only saw me as someone who could control fire. I never thought I would be loved like this. I was so loved that I was given such an extravagant tomb. I'm so touched. I feel so happy I might ascend to heaven right now. Thach Thien looked at his tangled emotions and muttered to himself, You're really about to ascend to heaven. And yet you still have divine intuition for that bastard who created this maze. He helplessly slaps his forehead and sighs. Oh my God, this guy. When Thach Thien turns around, he sees Xiaohua shining with 3 coins floating in the air, confidently reciting the spell Tian Tong Shi Shi Tian Bian Wu, Di Tong Tu Shi Di Di Zhu. Xiaohua bowed and placed her hand on the Bagua circle, continuing, Human and spirit marriage leads to harmony. All 6 elements connect, and the 3 worlds unite. As she finished speaking, a coin in the middle split in 2. Tell me if it's good or bad for the 3 of us to go together. Thach Thien and Dai Hung were stunned with their mouths wide open. Tiu Hua, panicking loudly, asks how to handle Shu Dong being split in half like that. What kind of great misfortune is this? She clenched her fist and raised it to look at Thach Thien and Dai Hung, demanding, This can't be right, it's too dangerous. There are too few of you, call in the people you know. All the monks who can help are called here, and an old man leisurely walks his dog down the street. The old man and the dog were so frightened, they scratched a tooth and shouted out loud, What is this supposed to be? Is it a bear? Fa Thien, holding a large white mouse-shaped rat, explained, No, it's a mouse. Thach Thien happily opens the door to greet. Teacher. Come in, teacher, and teach us more. Chapter 70. The car drives up a slope of the mountain. Thach Thien, with one hand on his hip, and everyone else, gazing into the distance, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, spoke with appreciation. There's no way out anymore, teacher. Thank you for coming all this way to help us. Fa Thien gently wiggles his fingers and calmly speaks. It's nothing. We can't just stand by and watch the kids walk into danger. Compared to that, this place has been without any sign of people for a long time. Dung Hung stands on the edge of the mountain, looking through the binoculars to report. There is a village below that has been abandoned for a long time, probably where Matu used to gather before. Let's stay here tonight. Big Dewey is sitting and playing cards with Dai Hung and Tiu Hua. With 17 cards, what can I do? She exclaimed in surprise. An airplane, she cheerfully suggested. Pour him a cup of cappuccino. Trung Lei looked into the distance and softly said, "How nostalgic." His lips curl into a faint smile as he wonders if this is the place where I lived when I was alive, at my grave on the other side. It's good that when I was alive I was respected by everyone, but I never received love. I never expected that after death my grave would be built so magnificently. Truly nostalgic. Thek Tien raised his eyebrows and looked at Trung Lei with a questioning gaze, asking why he kept mentioning the word nostalgia these days. So, what exactly did you do when you were alive? His eyes flickered as he raised his thumb and index finger, guessing. Teaching people how to make fire. Thak Tien opened his mouth in disbelief and asked back, "Huh? Teaching humans fire magic?" Trung Le calmly explained while facing him directly. In my era, things were a bit backward, and there were still some people living primitively, eating raw and not knowing how to make fire. They could only wait until the forest burned to learn how to use torches to keep the fire alive. One tree after another is used to keep the fire from going out. If one day the fire is extinguished, the tribe will be doomed. He pointed to himself confidently and said, "I am a fire mage, the one who understands fire best. My job is to return to my homeland and teach people how to use fire." Trung Li continues to tell, usually bringing some attendants to interpret his work. That's roughly how it is. A group of primitive people stood around, staring at him in confusion. Trung Lei tried to carve into the large wooden stick, and finally, a wisp of smoke rose up. The primitive people looked on in surprise and exclaimed, and he raised the flame with the others, both hands in celebration. "All right." Trung Li's face was covered in sweat as he forced a smile and asked, "Have you learned it yet? Have you learned it yet?" This is called using a stick to create fire, which is over 100 times more effective than gathering flames together. The 4 primitive men cheer happily and then ask for help again. "Great job with the fire. Great job with the fire. Great job with the fire. Help us light it again tomorrow." He's angry and grumbling. Just learn it yourself. La Hoi thumbed to mouth, praising in ancient language. The translator grinned and pointed to him, saying, "Chien Ka tribe leader, his name is Ka La Hoi. He says you are the best kind of fire." Trung Li shouted in anger. "Fine, I don't want to light the fire anymore." He excitedly raised his index finger to translate La Hoi's words. "He said he wanted you to settle here permanently. He can marry off his 15 daughters to you." He angrily raised an arm and shouted, "I don't want it, I already have a wife." Trung Li's whole body radiated hostility as he demanded that he find the smartest people here. "I'll teach them how to use fire, and in half a year I'll come back to see their progress." But in reality, not all tribes are easy to talk to, and sometimes things become even more difficult. Long Than, with his battered figure, uttered ancient, incomprehensible syllables. "What is he rambling about now?" he asked the translator, pointing at the person. "This is the Snow Wolf tribe. Chief Dulong Than said he is the best fire starter and deeply respects you, always looking forward to your help in teaching them how to make fire each year." He angrily growled, "Don't expect me to do it. Learn to use fire yourself. Why are you using it like that?" Then the translator immediately whispered Trung Lei's words into Long Than's ear. He spat out a mouthful of saliva and responded. I was sweating cold at Long Than's imposing presence as he explained, "He has many warriors here. No one wants to learn a lowly, humble task like using force. This is the culture of their tribe." Trung Lei frowned, his face also soaked in sweat. "He's not genuinely respectful towards me, is he?" I also saw him muttering to himself. The interpreter stammered nervously, awkwardly pointing toward the guy and continuing. "He also said he respects you, but you need to respect the customs of their tribe. This is a human hand, a part taken from an enemy and food offered to the most revered person. You place your hand on his large, trembling hand, hoping he will eat them all in front of you. If he doesn't, he won't be considered a guest anymore, and if he refuses to show respect, his hand will become dinner for the next visitor." Trung Li's face darkened with displeasure. Recalling those times, it was sometimes even worse than hell. The 2 primordial beings are walking ahead, carrying a large tree on their shoulders. This is the clan leader of Tuyet Duke from the Black Nam tribe. They hate fire, they despise fire, but are the best at roasting. The translator and Trung Lei, tied to the tree, are being carried away to be directly brought to the nearby fire mountain to be roasted. "Wait, sir. Save me."
He shouted in panic, asking for help. Save the monkey. How do you say, spare my life? Teach me quickly. Let's all shout and beg for mercy.
Trung Lee quietly sat on the lush green grass, gazing at the night sky. The translator happily suggested from behind, "There are 3 more tribes tomorrow. We need to go, sir. You should get some sleep." He smiled and turned around, asking, "That's right. You've been with me for so long. What's your name?" The boy chuckled and scratched his head, explaining, "I'm a hybrid from 18 bloodlines of the clan. My name is very hard to pronounce." "Forget it. I wanted to strengthen our bond, but in the end I can't even remember your name. Your translation skills are not bad. You've translated several times quite well. When I return, I will report the loss." The interpreter calls Danantruk to use. You look confused and wait for an explanation, saying, "Why teach the tribes how to make fire with stones?" Forget them, let them fend for themselves. There's no problem with that. When asked that, Trung Lee froze for a moment. Then, in a deep voice, he said, "Tonight we rest on this mountain. It's a good spot to see the whole surrounding area, including the lights of fire from where we've been, while the places we haven't reached remain shrouded in darkness." Chapter 71. Trung Lee creates a flame in his hand and speaks in a deep voice. The fire truly is something that captivates people. I can never forget the moment when the fire first appeared in my hand. The image of 2 primitive people cooking food over flames and holding torches to light the night comes to mind. As long as it has fuel, it can cook food, warm the body, be considered a weapon, and even those who are not monks can use it. Once mastered, survival chances increase significantly. Trung Lee smiles gently, guiding the flame closer as the translator continues, and being able to survive means more people can be born, creating a more complex world. He gently closed his eyes and smiled sincerely. I am not only teaching how to control the fire, but also helping civilization to take its first steps. Latrong stands on the edge of the mountain next to the translator and looks up at the distant sky, speaking. This mountain is a good spot, offering a clear view of the surroundings in all directions. The place I once visited may still have faint light, but the place we haven't stepped foot in remains forever dark and foggy. He slightly turned his head and softly advised, "If I die, just bury me here. Maybe build a bigger, especially sturdy tomb to withstand storms and winds for thousands of years." He expressed his wish to see the world flourish through fire and shouted loudly as Latrong raised his hand in front of Thach Thien's stunned face. "It's done. I just remembered a little. I really did figure out who helped me build this grave." He shouted, "I pretended for too long back then, they probably took it as real. Does this place leave any impression on you?" His voice trembling, he said, this place. Trung Lee slams his hands into the basin and shouts, "This is all the belongings I used when I was alive. This is the basin I used to bathe in." He furrowed his brows in anger and rummaged through his belongings. "This pot is what I usually use to cook soup. And this one is my favorite, the body of the little boy. Why is it also buried with him? That's too much. Who did this?" Xiaohua extends her arm to focus on finding the door. This is the tomb's body storage compartment of the fire god, and the sealed entrance faces the statue, which seems to be here. She suddenly pushed open the door, and a dark space flooded in front of Xiaohua, revealing many skeletons sitting against the wall. Her face gradually darkened. Frustrated, Xiaohua raised both hands and shouted, "What kind of monsters are these corpses?" Thach Tien, standing nearby, also shouted loudly, "What are these useless weapons on the ground supposed to be?" With so many mannequins, they're clearly not human. How can you tell which ones are pain and which are corpses? I don't know either. You're upset. It's my first time opening a tomb. Trung Lee frowned clearly and speculated that this was just their style of arrangement. My tomb must have been assisted by an uncivilized tribe. Killing tomb robbers is a signature trait of theirs. His face is full of expressive emotion. Sure enough, it was them. I actually felt a strange joy after spreading the word in the village. Seeing the children all get into Manhwa and even receiving a house and a car, an indescribable happiness. Xiaohua suppressed her anger and shouted, "Be quiet." She carefully observed her surroundings, which indeed matched what was said during the interrogation. "Everything Matu said is true." Xiaohua closed her eyes, pushed her hair back, and spoke confidently. "I was originally going to go in with you, but my identity is a bit special, so I can't. I will become a star to protect everyone, with a walkie-talkie on me, so make sure to use it. If anything happens, contact me immediately." Dai Hung's eyes welled up with tears as he clenched his fists. "Don't speak so casually like that." Dai Tin, terrified, clings to Fa Thien's shoulder as he leads the way with the torch. Dai Hung couldn't open his eyes, trembling as he said, "Brother Thach Thien, I'm scared." Thach Thien scolded, "Damn it!" Fa Thien calmly suggests that everyone is too crowded like this. Dui Tin lowers his head and looks down, barking and yipping. Do you know? Since I came to this world, I've been so bored that I read novels about tomb robbers. Trong Lei quickly stepped in front of her, excitedly sharing more. Usually, at such times, a stone would roll in from behind to block the escape route, trapping the tomb raiders inside. Then the secret passage changed, and they got lost like that, so she raised her fist to threaten. Just shut up, we are the ones stealing the tomb now. Suddenly, the door slammed shut. Trong Li breaks out in a cold sweat as he feels a boulder falling behind him. At this moment, the skeletons also start to move closer to them. Everyone was terrified with their mouths agape. Xiaohua stood in front of the door, confused, thinking it's already closed. She was stunned when she heard footsteps approaching from behind. Xiaohua hurriedly pounded on the door. Can you hear it? Her heart grew extremely anxious. Damn it, I have to save them? A statue with a small crack on the lower part appears. She stands frozen with the statue behind her. Xiaohua quickly turned around, and the statue collapsed onto her, crushing her under it as dust and debris rose into the air. An unseen figure appeared, holding his hand out with a cold voice. No one can survive and leave this tomb. You all are the same. Really? Thaktin quickly spat fire from his mouth in the midst of everyone's panic. Yu and Dai Hung moved to the side so Trong Lei could unleash fire at the skeletons. Thaktin waved his hands in confusion, full of questions. If we have already subdued them, after being so frightened, how can they still be so powerful? What exactly are these creatures? She curled one hand and raised the other high, frightened, and said, No, those guys are strange. She closed her eyes decisively and threw 3 coins onto the skeleton. They are not even spirits, just the souls of the dead. The puppets appeared in the form of skeletons using magic recklessly. I didn't even know what they were, only able to identify a simple mechanism. Potian pushed his glasses up with 2 fingers and calmly speculated. The maze, rearranging the mechanisms of thought. Maybe it's to entangle himself with the grave robber for life. He raised his eyebrows, stretched out his hand, and demanded loudly, but then he thought it was too simple. Too noisy, witch mouse. Potian jumps onto Ruyi's back, one foot kneeling while the other supports, using this fake divine and demon trick to expose you. A perfect fusion technique. Suddenly, he transformed into a creature that combined a snake and a turtle. Fathin, give the order. Duitin responds. Yes, sir. Thaktin gaped. What is this? You're playing too hard, teacher. Dai Hung widened his eyes and shouted a name. Javu. Fatien was sitting on the back of Duitin, who was passing by them while explaining. On his back is your master's bamboo tree shape. In that form, he can fully focus on growing and exploring the surroundings. He frowned and confidently continued. His scouting ability combined with his movement skills is no different from a radar. Wait a little longer. I can find the way through this maze. I will leave a clone to stay in touch with you. Just follow the direction it indicates, and you will find me later. Over there, Little Flower is lying flattened under the giant statue. A foot kicks her arm to check her reaction. The old man looked sharply at Little Hoa's condition and coldly said, This statue weighs about 10 tons, so it's unlikely she will wake up again. It's really difficult to hit her with just one strike. She's already turned her head. Without unforeseen circumstances, it would be very hard to determine the outcome. It's nothing difficult to say. The elder widened his eyes in surprise. What? In an instant, the statue was reduced to dust and flew away. She forcefully pressed the old man to the ground and shouted, My body is not that fragile. Tihua grimaced as chunks of the statue's falling debris hit her, the old man's face showing clear horror with wide eyes and speechless shock. Yet she bore no injuries. She looked unyieldingly at him and explained, I've been chubby since I was young, and to lose weight I trained. These fat energies have already been harmonized within my body. They are like iron, like steel. How can stone fight against steel? Xiaohua forcefully tore off the old man's hat and held it up, saying, I do feel a bit regretful that I can't go in to help them. But if a stranger is here at this grave, that would be my real regret. Who are you? She asked why he was wearing a mask, revealing his heavy-leaded face of the elder. Thaktin held a small bamboo stick pointing in a direction and shouted, This way! The master's signal is over here! He and everyone else ran to Fathian to inform him, We're here, so why are you stopping? Duitin stood still and responded, Chit. He is standing in front of a large door covered with ancient inscriptions, unable to open it, despite there being nothing else on this floor. Trong Lei looked at each line of writing and evaluated. These are the inscriptions on the door, along with a cipher. Thaktin looked back in surprise and asked, What does it mean? His face became tense. Trong Lei angrily shouted that it was nonsense. He raised both hands in frustration and translated that it said, A fire element monk buried here was betrayed by his wife, harbored resentment, and was eventually killed when falling volcanic rock hit him at night. He spent his whole life lighting fires for others, living carefree. When he died, he was cut into pieces and then taken by humans for experiments and sewn back together. His hatred was so deep that he turned into a white-haired, white-clothed demon. Since then, his grave has been haunted every day. Every day at exactly 12 o'clock, this demon appears to eat the hearts of the living. Take the hearts of the living, and all the nearby creatures are already in front of him, ready to be taken, so run now. Trong Li's face was covered in sweat, his voice full of anger. This is like spitting on my image. Does this stone tablet not require money? It's only used to write this. Sekteen shouted back. Whether it's dirty water or not, it's not important. Are you sure you only wrote a brief about the demon? Is there no clue to open the door? We're about to die. Dewey. Tin scratched his head nervously and said, Actually, it's not that simple. When the master was searching for his fate, he had to use over 20 mechanisms, and many toxic things were about to arrive. He pointed to the spinning table behind. Look. Thakteen gapes. Okshi. Dai-Hung frowned and hesitated, pondering. Maybe there's a spinning wheel on the door like that. She tosses 3 coins into the air. Dai-Hung placed both hands on the door to open it, and then turned back to suggest I've figured out how to open it. Even when I cheated on exams, I couldn't think that quickly. Hurry up, follow me quickly. A large stone crashes into the door, sending up a cloud of dust. Dui Tin uses all his strength to lift the large stone. On the other side, Trong Le and Fa Thien attack the skeleton with their magic. Time quietly passes. 6 hours later, everyone gathers around the portrait statue of Trong Le with an incense burner in front of him. Chapter 73. Lam Fa Thien, full of determination, with vines wrapped around his shoulders. Without wasting a second, he immediately launched his attack. Lam Fa Thien pushed up his glasses with a resolute attitude. There are no more rooms on this floor. The surroundings are all stone. It seems to be the end point. Zhao Daheng added a few words, and there was nothing strange chasing after them anymore. Zhang Le held a flame in his hand, eyes wide as he continued. Maybe not. Spirits are present. Soon a pot of iron and smoke billowed up. When they arrived, they were also stunned. They made a fuss and caused a commotion, even if we held hands in the dark. You're right. Can I just light a fire here? It's the stone beer vessel again, and it's engraved with those words. Are you repeating? At this moment, Thak Tu Hua became tense, glaring and threatening. What exactly are you? This is the attire and mask of the fire god. I have to use a heavy hand. The old master not only failed to stop Xiao Hua from strangling him, but also smirked. Destroying this body is useless because I am you. I died long ago. I died? This body is just a temporary clay figure molded for now. The old man's entire body suddenly stiffened, and his head fell off. My soul, the elder's spirit, transforms into an unclear entity. I am the guardian spirit of this 1,000-year-old tomb. Who am I? I'll tell you. Meanwhile, the translator is lying asleep with his legs apart at home. Today is a day off, no love letter writing, when suddenly someone pushed aside the curtain and shouted to wake you up with the news. Hey, translator, something big has happened. Do you know? The fire god you've always been with. He's dead. A falling stone hit him and he died. The translator is still drowsy and unaware. Your friend handed the translator a notice. This is an announcement. You better read it quickly. Everyone around here is already talking about it. You'll be stunned when you read it. Unbelievable. You walk into the room of the elder, filled with silence. The interpreter shouts loudly, Great Lord, fire god, fire god. The village doctor sadly reports that it's too late. I am the doctor here. He just transferred the fire spirit to his wife, and then closed his eyes and passed away. If you want to say goodbye, here it is. The room fell silent once more, and those not involved dispersed. His body was trembling uncontrollably, and the translator couldn't bear the shock, tears streaming down his face. It's too tragic to recognize anymore. Trong Le has turned into a pile of jumping flesh. The translator sobs uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down. He was shattered into a mess. I can't tell which part is the head. You might as well care about the people around you. Wait a minute. Aren't you going to cry? He died to save you all. They all have different reasons to justify it. No. This guy didn't die because he saved us. The whole tribe is already fleeing. He even wanted to stop us to show off the stone, but he wouldn't listen to advice. He's just himself. Out of an entire tribe, he's the only one. After hearing those words, the translator was suddenly struck with horror and collapsed backward, causing him to cry even more desperately. This is your style. Truly foolish. I think what you're holding isn't his head, but his thigh. I still remember every word Trong Le said that day. If I die, just bury me here. The tomb can be built a bit larger and more solid. able to withstand storms for thousands of years. The translator bowed his head and begged, "I have a request, please, everyone. You carry Trunglei's body on your shoulder, performing one last act. Let me handle his funeral. Fire god, I have seen your wife." Disgusted face. The villagers didn't shed a single tear for him, but I couldn't help it. The translator slowly left the village with the hall and the body. "You dig up the earth piece by piece. My lord, you've been wandering for so many years in your life. This is our shared time." Answer, little by little. "It's getting cold. Let me see you off for a final stretch." The translator gazes one last time before the burial. At this moment, a tall figure appears in the background. The translator turns around and loudly says, "It's you. You are the nearby tribe's chieftain." Suddenly, a few burly men appeared out of nowhere, glaring with crazed eyes. "What's wrong? He's already dead." "It smells so good. So good. The smell of meat." The translator shouted to protect Tronglei beneath the grave. "What do you want to do? Although it smells good, do not touch him." Dulongthan remained silent and still. He pointed to that spot. "Don't be nervous. We will also change our way of life for the person we respect." The natural scenery under the dark night unfolds before your eyes, as if Zhonglei is still beside you, whispering each word into your ear. This mountain is a good place, where you can see everything around, but the place we're heading to already has light, while the places we haven't reached are still dark. He smiled gently. And calmly, "Vaholi." I am not only teaching how to make a fire, but also aiming to illuminate. Van Min Do Long. Dan said these words that surprised the interpreter. "We are simply expressing our gratitude. More than 50 tribes in Trung Nguyen are willing to help build the tomb and protect it forever. That makes you feel truly warm inside. Lord, this mountain has indeed been lit up 74 times. The translator shed tears of sadness mixed with happiness. I am truly touched. I'm truly touched. I'm about to cry." Dulongthan's friend slapped his forehead and burst out laughing. People like us, rough and wild, always value loyalty and friendship above all. Moreover, when he was alive, he helped us so much. The tribe members called on each other to work together. "Now we can bury him. I want this grave to be very big. No more talking. Let's get started. Let's build a warm winter grave and a cool summer one for him. I'll go call the tribe members. We can start working soon." He only asked for a simple favor, just to prepare the food. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them started applying glue a little at a time. The translator whispered softly, "No." Then both sides started to argue over nothing. Just a little bit would be fine, but there was nothing. "You can't even handle small matters without money?" "I also want to take this opportunity to help the people in the tribe. Are you two starting to fight? Are you players of mine? I don't have money for food. As soon as he died, I lost my job." The interpreter is about to lose her temper with these people. "You have truly wasted my feelings. Hurry up and give me back my tears." He didn't even argue back. "You are right. I have sincerely praised this flame for so long, truly using up my entire life's literary talent." He helplessly held his head and said, "Young man, respect is real, but we also need to eat. We are poor too. If you want to build a good tomb for the fire god, you can't do it empty-handed." The translator also ran out of options. He's just a poor guy after all. Otherwise, you might as well eat him directly. His meat is good, he's fragrant, or just bury half of him. Once built, bury the body and the arms and thighs will be considered your payment for eating. That's all the value he has. As soon as he finished speaking, the translator felt something was off. Then he suddenly jumped in surprise, trying to defend himself. "No, it's not like that. There's still a way." The translator shouted at them, "We just want to extract some value from him. It's just an unworthy grave. We want to excavate." Excavation. Meanwhile, in a cold place, two people are walking. The older brother, trembling and sniffling, said, "We're going to freeze to death. Is there no place nearby to take shelter?" "Are you kidding me? Where can we find shelter in such a deserted place? Even if you have money, you can't buy it." Suddenly, a hand from behind touched him, making him scream in panic. The ghostly figure is invisible here. Suddenly a light shines into their eyes, and without money they can see it. The handsome, beautiful men, naked above, bow their heads at a 90-degree angle to respectfully welcome guests. The two of them stared in confusion, while the receptionist warmly greeted them. "Hello, I am the director here. We have a new concept called the ghost level." I immediately started enthusiastically promoting it in a lively and captivating way, like slapping the viewers in the face. We transformed a tomb of cultivators into an amusement park, complete with various attractions. You see, the ghosts are really scary, right? Perfect for thrilling the crowd, extremely exciting. If they can't scare you, you don't pay. Very mysterious, but also completely safe. There are staff everywhere inside. If you get too scared to run, they can even carry you out. This amusement park is perfect for the dull lives of young people. Now, if you join, you might get a discount code too. Those two wave their hands nervously. No, we just want to find a place to stay overnight. So, that's right. You raised your hand to introduce the dazzling things. Yes, take a look. A sparkling spiritual amusement park has been opened, decorated in the image of Trong Lei, and around this tomb, we have transformed it into an entertainment area. Because of the diverse attractions, everywhere is Trong Lei with the shining, sparkling Ferris wheel. This is a terrifying amusement park themed around the fire god. We also offer accommodation services. With promotional claims that are falsely realistic and genuinely stimulating, just a quick pass through the gate and buying tickets. And you can stay here overnight. There is a budget hotel. Let's go in. The interpreter shouted and urged them on. They've gone in, so everyone, scare them to death so they come back and promote us. The interpreter even pretended to be a noble, and we have 3 routes to recommend to you, making those two stare in surprise. Is that so? Along with top-tier intimidation services, he urged everyone to work harder, building a maze on the first floor with cheap tricks to scare people. You happily add more ingredients, more poison gas, and more rolling stones. The deafening screams continue to echo. This autumn, our terrifying amusement park is making a lot of money, adding 3 more facilities. You enthusiastically stand on the podium, introducing passionately, dividing it into one for Hoathan's wife and a dog grave for Hoathan's family. Additionally, our KPI this season needs to be stricter. We have to make money so everyone can prosper. I hope everyone doesn't just see this as building a tomb for the fire god. We should see this as a profitable tomb. Everyone happily responded in agreement. Fire god, make me rich. Fire god, help me escape poverty and become wealthy. Translator Hohoi asked, how is it? Is this year's income enough to support the whole family? He was naturally very satisfied. Enough. Our entire tribe depends on this grave to make a living. Even the water cup has an engraved emblem. That amusement park was so lively it attracted all the kids. Mom, I want to go and kill that vengeful fire god. All right, I'll go with you later. The translator secretly thought, Lord Fire God, one of yours is already protected by us now, back in the present. You should stare in amazement and ask what is written above. Shonglu stared in disbelief, reading as it said, Congratulations on passing this demon level. Wait a minute, isn't this my tomb? It also says, Please choose your favorite souvenir, remember to pay after selecting, and please write a review and your opinion. Once done, give a 5-star rating. Give. Chapter 75. Trong Lei finished reading and wanted to go crazy. What is this grave of mine? Trong Thien quickly stopped him and said, Wait, it's not finished yet. Something is moving. The mannequins set up look hilarious. This is the checkpoint celebration, and the fire god's face is smiling so villainously. The sign clearly states there are also gifts for customers. Congratulations on passing the test. You are the 100,000th guest, and a unique souvenir is included as a gift. Zhong Tian looked confused and asked what this was, while Zhong Lei wanted to lift it up, claiming it was a souvenir. You are the 100,000th guest, receiving a rare souvenir, and he is holding a souvenir in his hand. He is becoming more and more frantic. Wait a minute, that's not right. From this souvenir bottle, I can actually sense a familiar aura. Trong Lei opened the item and shouted loudly to question. Isn't this basically holding one of the internal organs? Who built this tomb? Meanwhile, Xiaohua sighed and held her head in frustration. Then we all became rich. The 4 mighty horses approached. Oh my God, it's a carriage! Everyone around started talking excitedly, wondering who could possibly sit in such a noble vehicle. Yet they managed to buy a carriage. That local rich man. The old master stepped down trembling, but everyone respected him. Sir, the old master. The old man approached the cliff in deep thought. Then the elder chuckled happily and kept praising without stopping. Our performance in recent years has been steadily rising, and that mountain is becoming crowded with visitors. The reputation of the fire god has spread across the world, and everyone who hears the name feels it's a terrifying evil spirit. The old man happily explained that nowadays, just saying the name fire god is enough to scare the children into running away, and everyone in the tribe agrees. What is the next step? He said that our tribes are all developing normally in this direction. Suddenly, the old man's face darkened. I'm about to reach the final stage of my life. It startled everyone. What does it mean? The elder straightened his words and said, I am here to talk about retirement. The elder smiled like a crescent moon in the sky, handed over the work to them, exhausted and now unable to stand firm myself. From now on, this place will be entrusted to everyone. I only have one last wish, that after I die I will be buried here so I can take care of Lord Fire God. He just shook his head and muttered, "It's unlucky to bury someone in the amusement park." Then the elder brandished his staff and shouted loudly, "Don't blame me, this was originally a grave. I don't care, I want to be buried here." He had already decided where to be buried later, in front of the grave, so I could always protect the glory here. Is it okay to bury here a few things that are meaningful to me, representing my life? Suddenly, the atmosphere fell into silence. Lord Fire God. Below there is not only fire anymore, but also beautiful mountains, a lively amusement park nearby, and thriving business activities. Are you happy? See. This moment, Trong Lei was screaming wildly and angrily, "I have searched everywhere. My internal organs have all turned into high-end souvenirs here. We can't stay in this damned place any longer." Then everyone followed the elder's wishes. The boss and the others tear up, expressing their regret. "Boss, I feel so sad. How will we run the business in the future?" I didn't know whether to let the two of them eat first, drink, and chat. But a year later, the business here failed and had to close. After recounting a series of stories, the elder still remained annoyed. From then on, I became a spirit, always protecting this place. Inside, there are some magic and a few mechanisms, and the skeletons are just to enhance the atmosphere from that year. I control them to fight back against those who intend to disturb the graves. The old man scolded, "You're the second best." Is that so? That's quite complicated. You also know how to do this and that. That only makes the old man even angrier.
My skills are not as good as others. I have done my best, but I do not betray my conscience or Lord Fire God.
She calmly replied, "I don't see it that way." Suddenly, a large stone flew through their area. Trong Lei suddenly charged in from somewhere, catching a bit of what was happening. Xiao Shihua felt somewhat relieved. "Everyone has left, that's great." Then the elder's eyes widened. This aura. I must have ignored it while I was sleeping deeply earlier. The elder was overjoyed. "Could it be that you are Lord Fire God? So you have also become a spirit?" The elder hurriedly ran over to greet him. "Are you the one? Your tomb is still here. Are you happy?"
I have always protected this place, but unexpectedly the old man slapped me across the face.
"Thank you." He rolled up his sleeve and turned away to another place. "Let's revive first and talk afterwards." The two people behind are utterly stunned. It was unintentional, yet not really. His mood is probably very complicated, unsure if it's good or bad. The elder master, after being hurt and losing his voice, sits down in sorrow. "What is this?" Thak Xiaohua sits down to share her feelings. "It's nothing. I just found out you're dancing on his grave. Please consider how the deceased might feel," the old man said with a look of innocent grievance. "The dead have no feelings. How could I have guessed that he could become a spirit?" Thak Tiuhua appears very confident, just a little annoyed. But compared to this, his business model is incredibly appealing to me. I plan to ask the thief to turn this place into a museum. When that happens, how will you protect it? Trong Lei and Thak Tien are holding a jar of internal organs for some purpose. Then, Trong Lei's body is inside a water-filled jar. It seems he's about to be reborn in a new body, chapter 76. He opened his eyes in shock, his body alive again. Trong Lei shed tears, feeling that he had truly been resurrected. This is a kind of feeling. Life is flowing through my body. I can feel the air, I can feel the water surrounding me. Trong Lei keeps knocking to get out, feeling the wind and the sun. Is this what it feels like to have a body? Trong Lei's hand clenched tightly, repeatedly hitting the glass. I had long forgotten this feeling. I couldn't wait anymore, as if the whole world was smiling at me. In the end, perseverance and strength have triumphed. He breaks it to escape. I love this world. Suddenly, a punch flew straight into Trong Lei's face. He clutched his face, tears welling up as he almost cried out. Who hit him? He's very sensitive after just coming back to life. It hurts so much. Who are you? What are you trying to do? The test subject in front of him shouted and demanded money. This test tube has been destroyed by you. You bastard. We have revived many dinosaurs, but even a dinosaur wouldn't wake up and punch the equipment right away. Go ahead. Suddenly someone appears in front of them, blocking their way, and even has the mind to hand clothes to Trong Lei. Calm down, stay calm. He is scared and shrinking back. Who is this? Suddenly appearing, he introduced himself. I am in charge of this project. Old man Vuong listened, and Trong Lei quietly sneaked away. Sorry, I was still a bit out of it earlier, and my emotions got the better of me, just a small outburst. Old man Vuong accepted it, but still coldly said, Then I will accept your apology, but you still have to pay. He smiled cunningly and said, It's just a device worth a few million. Someone like you, helping us for a few years. This can be considered as if it never happened. After hearing that, Trung Lei suddenly jerked back in shock. He was so scared that he fainted. Trung Thien immediately caught him. He had fainted and his soul had already left his body. The experimenter suggested a way to pinch him to bring him back to consciousness, and the king explained based on science that since he just obtained the body, he might faint due to the stimulation. As soon as he finished speaking, Trung Lei suddenly revived and shouted, "Wait a minute. Didn't he say I was very necessary earlier? Am I not very important?" But the old king still insisted on his decision, necessary but not mandatory. "We just want historical records from your era." The three of them went to a room where someone was imprisoned. The boy is sleeping soundly inside. Trung Lei hesitated, unsure about the person in front of him. Inside is a teenager. Where is this? Who is this? No, it's the bone-chilling cold that suddenly hits, making both of them shiver and feel a familiar chill.
What is it?
How cold is it? Why does it feel so freezing? Old man Wang carefully explains. This is our incident monitoring room. This child was discovered by the company when you went to the graveyard. He recounted the entire event that day, and by the time he called the police, he had already fainted on the street. And suddenly his body manifested supernatural powers, with everything around turning icy. The scene that day, as he described it, was truly quite strange. The rain season brought colder temperatures that started freezing the road, prompting over a dozen workers to come and rescue. Then he remained unconscious and in a coma. Trung Lei held the freezing body and questioned in a cold voice. I also have no way of doing it. Old King once again confirmed that it has nothing to do with him. He explained in detail that this condition was caused by a soul of an ancient monk inside him, who had been in a deep sleep and refused to speak. But from a few words it was clear they were from the same era and both spiritual entities. Thak Tien's eyes lit up brightly as he suddenly thought of something, saying that this body's sudden abnormality was truly similar to what I experienced back then. King Wu solemnly states that this spirit is called the Ice Water God. Trung Lei is stunned, stiff, his face darkening. What? So it's really someone I know. Trung Li unleashes his energy. A little stimulation might allow him to speak. And a giant fireball erupts into flames. It's so terrifying that even Thak Tien is stunned. Does this fireball become so powerful after gaining a physical body? That boy is usually gentle and kind, but when Trung Lei provokes him, he opens his eyes filled with murderous intent. He breaks the iron box, holding himself as captive, and his attitude becomes more resolute. It seems this person is involved in something big. There's probably a whole story behind it. I never expected that you also used the method of preserving a soul to survive until now. You damn bastard! He shouted wildly, wanting to punish the boy in front of him. You little home wrecker seducing my wife. Part 1 ends here.